Hey, good morning. How you doing? Good, Rod. Type of properties you have this morning? Okay.
On the towers, actually.
Okay.
Kind of ridiculous hearing.
Yeah.
We won't, I don't think we'll get it in on today. And how about yourself?
Well, it's just that's a classification issue. I've been coming here for 4 years now.
Right.
The city keeps on changing. Dairy farmers has a property by the perimeter, close to Eddie. And I brought us the society, and the city is kind of suffering. Caleb Bomback, okay, we'll just get a non-binding decision. Get one, and the judge said, "Yeah, Hackle's right." So then she was back, and nope. And every year they haven't got this. They haven't got it in court yet.
Yeah.
So they have to go to the yearly. Here I am again. I don't know what they're going to do, but it's just so tell it's like, the third time we're coming here, and the judges
It's pending, so you're.
yeah, and the judges told us we're right. That's not binding. Sorry, until it's binding, I guess I have to keep on coming back here. So is the cap rate mostly office, or
To be honest, there's about
Really?
1,000 pages in that.
wow?
It's pretty messy. Both of us have opinions.
Yeah,
One could be wrong. We'll find out, I guess.
yeah. Well, my own view is if I look at what's happening in our office, we're seriously looking at the space we need. We've got 15 people have decided to go about hoteling.
Yeah.
And we've got a serious decision to make on renewal, whether we're going to downsize, to what extent, and how we're going to reuse our space.
Everybody's going through it. Things ahead on the office documents, just us. Just looking into the future.
Yeah.
So, the cap rate, that's the point of the income approaches.
Yeah.
It's both anticipation.
Yeah.
You figure out your year one income, and then what does your stomach tell you about the future?
Yeah.
My stomach doesn't feel good.
No, and that'll be reflected because it's long term. I mean, you can't say, oh, well, I go based on what's happened in the past, set renewal rates, just like anybody's. Even when they bought 201, they thought they had an upside, so you had an artificially low cap rate. That's my perspective.
Yeah, no, they got killed on that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so actually, cap rate is probably the least of the concerns. It's almost everything else.
Hmm.
You'll be quite a hearing.
Yeah.
But things are well otherwise.
Yeah. Well, City Universities is going to be easy too. Like I recommended your office to work with the Health Outreach Center, and the city has a strip of land parallel to Bishop Brown Day on the north side.
So Kyle emailed Kyle Waterman
Yeah.
and asked that was from you. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. They said, well, you guys, I'm sure Rod has been doing the assessment stuff, and Deborah can do, appraisal on this. Oh, it's kind of an odd document. It's that market rental rates, right? But the license is so restrictive. And then I don't need to show you that. It's the same rate across the city. So you've got, a national investor to say, well, listen, they at least money to it. They have a sense as to whether they're.
Well, I'm glad you're on that.
That's the rate that we set according to the bylaw. I said, well, you did sign it. Market rental, not some arbitrary number that's set for the whole city.
And the folks managing it's no mental.
Yeah.
They are very, very diligent.
Yeah. So they said, well, what's the stuff that is fighting football? Getting the city that is there
Interesting. Assessment on that land.
Yeah, it nearly doubled. So when I put well, they're probably were just under market, and we brought them to market. So I don't need the analysis. Where's your data? That's the forces kind of confidence. CG developable land.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, thank you. That's great. I was thinking it'd be good for, because I know we work with you sometimes, and sometimes it's against, because I have, as you're probably aware, I'm involved with our RV group too.
Yeah.
She leads it, but I'm kind of nose in and fingers out.
Yeah.
So that's good. Do you have many more assessments?
No, not a whole lot. I settled Melville Hotel. What it was.
I mean, that's the one done.
Yeah.
Stephen,
Yep.
it's Mark. How I've reopened the SharePoint and I don't see it.
I'm just uploading it right now. You're just quicker than me.
Okay.
Give it a refresh now and see if it's there.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Is that Rod I'm seeing?
Yes.
Good morning, Rod. How are you?
Good, Mark. Nice to see you.
Well, I'm looking at you just on my phone and from a little bit of a distance because of my setup here. But I thought that was you.
Yeah. And Antoine, who was just catching up.
Good morning, Antoine. How are you? Nice to see you.
Likewise. So the other one,
Just trying to track down our assessor.
Work the balls. I think this case is gonna be really interesting.
So Mark, I'm just waiting for our assessor. Do you want me to give him a call?
Yes, I guess so. It's just after 9.
I win. Outside, see, because he might have done the same thing.
Yeah, the door's locked.
Okay. I sorry, I'm having a bit of issues this morning. Do I have access to yes, we have a bit of a printer issue. All right.
Give me this computer here.
Oh no. A sick Friday, so I printed off from home and Greece. It's a sick Friday. I did it this morning and none of them printed off. I was just like,
Oh, no.
20 minutes. I got
I've had those days.
I was like, oh, okay.
Do you have a copy of my?
Oh, no, I do. I can give it. You know, I have a copy of yours, if not all of them.
Okay.
So I think we're okay.
Okay.
Laid it out. Maybe. What is it that we think? And I've always. Yeah, well, the only thing that happened between. So, is it really? Not at one. Wow. Yeah, sure.
I'll wait until I phone time to go to Sam.
Yeah.
No. No. It's just like I have a few more people. We just appeal plastic. These are fine. Okay, can I have access to the briefs online?
Yep.
That kind of dictates it. Okay.
So I got some access from here.
all I'm thinking. Busy as all.
Okay, is everyone ready to get started?
I am.
Okay.
Lynn, are you there?
I'm here.
And Marla?
Yes, good morning.
Wonderful.
Mr. Chair. Okay, we'll go live.
I do.
Thank you, may be seated. And Mr. Applicant, please state your full name.
Antoine,
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear that the information will be the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, members of the panel. I'm confirming for the record that we're withdrawing the appeal as to quantum.
Wonderful. I was just going to ask about that because I hadn't seen anything. So we are only dealing then with the liability and classification. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So this is item number 1 on the docket. For the sake of getting the numbers all correct, Mr. Poe, could you just read this in, and then we will turn to Mr. Acko, since given that this is liability and classification, he will go first.
Sure. File number is 22335. Rule number is 07569136570. Civic address is 4055 Portage Avenue. The 2023 assessed value is $3,140,000. It's not being contested. There is a class 60 with liability taxable that is being contested with class and liability. So from that, it's the appellant to bring forth the material.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Acko.
Yes, members of the panel, good morning. My name is Antoine Acko. Again, for the record, I represent dairy farmers in Manitoba. And the background, I've given a lengthy brief. Hopefully, the panel members have had it. The background is that Dairy Farmers has a long-term lease and is solely responsible for the payment of taxes on this matter. So it is the person who's entitled to appeal at law for the taxation. It would have been with a quantum 2, that's withdrawn. And also, so the classification and liability to taxation. I will go through the summary, which is about a page and a third, to give background on this particular appeal. It's not the first time it has come before the Board of Revision. On 2 occasions, the Board of Revision, both 2019 supplementary appeal and the 2020 appeal with respect to the 2021 reference year, this Board of Revision confirmed a change in classification to institutional, and that's required because of a corresponding change to liability to school taxation. The board also confirmed a change from fully taxable to school tax exempt. What's happened in the interim is the city has appealed to the Court of Queen's Bench with respect to the taxation. It did not appeal to the municipal board on classification, but it has appealed to the Court of Queen's Bench on liability. We availed ourselves of a process, and we refer to it in the brief as judicially assisted dispute resolution. It's the opportunity to get feedback from a judge of the Court of King's Bench now. I still make mistakes after a couple of decades. It was a non-published, non-binding decision, and we had hoped that that was going to help people resolve the matter. The non-binding, non-published decision was that the ruling of the Board of Revision should stand and that Dairy Farmers was entitled to the school tax exemption. As I will have noted in the brief, there is no change in facts that would justify, in my respectful view, a departure from the 2 previous rulings of this Board of Revision. or a departure from the non-binding decision of this judge. Where we're at right now is because the city wasn't satisfied with a non-published, non-binding decision. We're in the process of taking the next steps to seek a decision which will be published and which will be binding on the parties. In the circumstances, we respectfully submit that there's no reason to depart from the two previous rulings, granting the appeal to change classification to institutional on one hand, and also granting the application for revision to change to school tax exempt. If I might summarize the position of the parties, the exemption provides for school tax exemption for agricultural societies. The brief provides a fairly extensive submission on the whole issue, but the main area of dispute between the city and the dairy farmers is that the city says that this section should be read as including an agricultural society registered under the Manitoba Agricultural Societies Act. We disagree. We've said that the legislation does not require registration, and that the dairy farmers have all the cat identification parameters, which allows it to qualify as a dairy association. I'll leave it at that because of my primary submission that we already have two previous rulings which have confirmed our position. This brief is essentially the same as was filed. It's updated a little bit with respect to the decisions, but the same as was filed in the two previous assessments. So we have binding decisions of this Board of Revision on two occasions on the same facts. And there's no reason in our respectful submission for the Board of Revision to change its decision on this particular issue. I'm open to questions or from the assessor, I guess, because it's his chance to cross-examine me. But my understanding is that the city is quite content to allow this process to continue in front of the courts. So eventually we'll get a binding decision, and that binding decision will be applied by either the dairy farmers if we get a different decision from the judge, or it'll be applied by the city of Winnipeg if we get the same decision indicating that the court is in agreement with the decision of the Board of Revision and the changes that it's made in the last two assessments.
Mr. Paul, do you have questions?
Yeah, sorry, I kind of just step back here for a moment. I've been involved in a judicial assisted dispute resolution before. I'm well aware of the process is not the process, and I wasn't sitting in on the one that you and our legal representative went through. But is that not a without prejudice matter?
Well,
that you just disclosed.
So, no, there's a couple options that we can have in the judicially assisted dispute resolution. One is a mediation, and the other one is we set our positions with all the record in front of the parties. And then we had a half-day argument with all our arguments, including this brief, before that judge. So it is a non-binding decision. It doesn't bind parties. It's just an indication of what one judge might decide. And it doesn't mean it's not that same judge who will hear the hearing. And it's not to be taken as binding on anybody. It's just what a judge of the court would decide with the material to help the parties decide whether or not they want to continue through the formal process.
Okay, having said that, you laid out the process well as far as what happened in the board revision, what is being appealed to. I have no questions as far as factual. They're facts. So with that, I have no further questions.
My normal practice is to turn to the other panel members to ask questions before my turn, but with apologies to the panel members, I'm going to jump in first. With respect to your comments, Mr. Acko, about whether we are bound by our previous decisions, we are not. This is a hearing de novo. And yes, certainly fair to make mention, I believe, of the process that you have gone through. However, this is a hearing de novo, and I think we need as much information as possible about your position and about how this organization qualifies as an agricultural society and therefore the exemption as we can possibly get. So with that initial comment, I'll turn it to Ms. Billinghurst for questions, and then I will have more later.
You know, I do not have any questions at this moment.
Okay. Ms. Nesbitt.
Well, I too wanted a little bit more information on the background of this, on the dairy farmers group, to find out why they would be considered an agricultural society, either within the parameters. I think Mr. Acko is saying they do not fall within the parameters of the Agricultural Societies Act. I'd like to understand terminology being the same as an agricultural society, how he views some agricultural societies not falling under that act, how he sees the dairy farmers as consistent with other producer groups, and do they get an exemption similarly? And with agricultural societies under the Agricultural Society Act, is there any similarities with them? So I'm looking for more information also, I think.
Thank you. Then I know it's rather unusual. Last time I didn't go through the full presentation, but it is all in the brief, and I will address the brief at a high level. The brief has the full argument. It's 28 pages. I don't think that I need to go through the 28 pages, but at least I can provide the panel members with a highlight of the issues. So I would first turn to page 12 of our brief. You could. At paragraph 1, I restate the relevant section. And
do you mind pausing for just a second, Mr. Acko? I'm sorry, this is taking a while for it to load. Did you say page 12?
Page number 12 in our brief. That's prior to the tax authorities.
Okay, I'm there. I assume everybody else is there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So this portion going up to page 28 is the argument based on the facts set out in the previous 11 pages. The section under consideration is section 23 sub 1 paragraph C, as in Charlie, is owned, and that has been interpreted as either the leasehold, long-term leasehold, or registered owner. It doesn't have to be the registered owner. So that criteria, I'm going through each criteria to explain why each part of that definition is satisfied. Firstly, the ownership that is dealt with that of the long-term lease, which is attached at tab A. That's all in the facts. The next part by and incorporated. So if the particular association was not incorporated, it wouldn't qualify. So we've set out the incorporation documents for this agricultural society in our materials. So it is an incorporated entity. That is at tab G, as in good, is the proof of incorporation. The next thing, and this is dealt with in the argument, is the word agricultural. So the dairy farming and dairy is agricultural. It's in nature as much as beef, raising cattle, raising hogs, doing grain. So the agricultural nature is the dairy. So that also is met. Now, the next part, you can see it says horticultural society. So there, we set out in pages 12 and 13 the principles of interpretation. How are we to approach this, and how are we to look at these words in this exemption, and what was the intent of the legislature? The first thing I looked at, and we see this throughout the Municipal Assessment Act, is at page 14 of our brief. So I'm flipping 2 pages now. Page 14. The context, we say, is that there is a favorable tax treatment for the agricultural industry in Manitoba. So we give several examples of this at page 14. Firstly, farm property exempt for liability on education support levy under the Public Schools Act. That's a favorable treatment for agriculture. Farmland improvements, again, a favorable treatment for farms. The personal property, against all exempted from taxation. That's at tab 1. I'm at paragraph 9 of the brief. And also the favorable treatment of property, even in the classification and the portioning. Farmland benefits from 26% from portioning. I'm at the top of page 15, versus other classes of property. So the Act as a whole is providing for tax relief by farmers, and the material confirms that this association created by the dairy farmers is solely funded by dairy farmers. So we say in that context that it's logical not to put an undue burden on an association created by dairy farmers, because the whole thrust of the Act is to give the farming community a tax break. They're already paying taxes on the farm property, and imposing the school taxes on an association created by dairy farmers would be contrary to the philosophy and purpose of this legislation as it relates to treating agricultural oriented associations and endeavors. Now, the other question that I asked myself, I said, well, listen, how does the Act say that it has to be an agricultural or horticultural society under a particular piece of legislation? And to understand that question a bit better, I said, well, listen, if I look at the school tax exemptions and the exemptions generally, if the law wants to restrict the exemptions to a particular type of association or one created under a particular type of legislation, does it say so? And the answer is absolutely it does. And if we go to page 16 of my brief, just waiting, it's difficult to see if you've reached page 16.
Okay.
You'll see that if in the Municipal Assessment Act, Mr. Borowski would be very familiar, having been provincial assessor, the legislature wants to have a definition of a particular piece of legislation applied, they say so expressly. So if you look at 21A 2i, it doesn't stop at a personal care home. It says as defined in the Health Services Insurance Act. So then we have to go to that piece of legislation to find out what the definition is in that particular piece of legislation. The same thing for not-profit organization under 21B. It goes as defined in the Elderly and Infirm Persons Housing Act. Then you see the contrast in C, which is the exemption that we're applying for, is owned by an incorporated agricultural horticultural society. It does not continue as defined in. And then if you go further down, again, another example, 21F. It talks about an association, but as defined in, and you go to, so it restricts the type of association. It has to fit in that other piece of legislation. And if you flip to page 17, there's two more examples of where the legislature, if it wants to restrict the exemption to a particular type of association, this is within the meaning, this is under 21 or 23(1) little I and then double little I. That's again talks about community association, but within the meaning of the Liquor, Gaming, and Cannabis Control Act. And the 23(1)J again says, it talks about a charitable organization, but to which part 22 of the Corporation Act applies. So I can leave you to read the submission, but if we look at the neighboring sections, it is immediately striking in my respectful submission that the legislature, if it wanted to restrict a particular meaning, uses within the meaning of or under of. And in our rules of interpretation as lawyers and in recognized authorities, such as the book by Ruth Sullivan, and this is I'm at the bottom of page 17, if there's a failure to follow a particular pattern of express reference, then there's a presumption in favor of consistency. So I'm on top of page 18. Once a pattern of words has been devised to express a particular purpose or meaning, it is presumed that that pattern is used for this purpose or meaning each time occasion arises. So essentially, in our respectful view, what the City of Winnipeg Assessment Department is trying to do is it's trying to say, well, listen, you should read at the end of this particular exemption, which is 23(1)(c), if we go back to it, is owned by an incorporated agricultural or horticultural society. They want to read it as if it read as defined in the Agricultural Societies Act. But that's not what the legislation said. Every time they want a particular definition from a particular piece of legislation to be applied for an exemption, they expressly state it. So we then say, okay, well then what's the ordinary meaning of the word? And have we fallen within the ordinary meanings of the word? And if I'm going to page 19 of our brief, I go through some of the points that are already made. The presence of the word incorporated, so we've satisfied that test. We've given you the incorporation documents. Then I'll flip to page 24. Which summarizes the position. I'm not saying don't read the other pages because it provides a more thorough explanation, either at the beginning of the facts, why we fall into it, and page 24 kind of breaks it down again to the various words found in that exemption definition. So page 24 is owned by, I've addressed that. Incorporated on page 24, I've addressed that. At the bottom of page 24, dairy farmers of Manitoba activities as agricultural. So the dairy farmers of Manitoba is responsible for many aspects of the dairy agriculture in Manitoba. They perform laboratory testing for the farmers on milk qualities of raw milk. They provide support to farmers experiencing quality issues. So at page 25, we tie in all the agricultural activities that the farmers get this association, which they created, to do for them. They're doing it as a group so that they get efficiency as an association, providing, instead of each farmer trying to do quality control, each farmer trying to do a lot of the things that they could do, they're getting it done through their association. So it's an extension of the dairy farmers' activities. The next word, which merits attention, is at page 26. Is it considered a society? Because we've dealt with all the key words so far is owned by an incorporated, agricultural, and the last part, is it in the ordinary meaning of a word society? So then what we do is, well, what's the ordinary meaning? Let's look at a dictionary. Farmers get together and they create a voluntary association for their common purposes and common ends as dairy farmers. Does it qualify as a society? We say it does. If you look at the definition, and we've given you the extracts of the dictionary meanings, a voluntary association. So that's what this is. Farmers voluntarily have created this association. It's created by the dairy farmers who are individuals. And the evidence shows that they work together. They have a board of their farmer peer members, and they meet as a board because of their common interests as dairy farmers and advancing dairy farmers. Now, there's another meaning from the law dictionary, which we put on page 26. It says an association or company of persons united together for any natural or common purpose. And it says usually they're not incorporated, but this one is. And it's a requirement of the legislation that it be incorporated. So we set out the links to that on page 26 to 27 to the evidence that we've submitted in the first 11 pages of the brief. Dairy farmers have a common interest of improving and promoting dairy agriculture in Manitoba, as well as furthering interests of dairy farmers. Dairy farmers is totally financed by dairy farmers in Manitoba, led by a 9-member board, comprised only of dairy farmers. Hosts of various meetings across the province to provide information to farmers of what's happening in the industry, as well as get input from dairy farmers, and so on. I go through in page 27 all the relevant facts which support that their activities and the way they're organized as a society within the definition of that word. The other point, and it's more, again, a contrast. If you, and this is what we submitted to the judge, if the court or this board of revision were inclined to say, well, we should read this legislation as adding the words as incorporated in the Agricultural Societies Act. Let's park that idea. Let's add those words to the end of the sentence. It creates an inconsistency in the legislation. And why do I say that? Is because the exemption gives an exemption to an entity that owns land, that is incorporated, and that is an agricultural or horticultural society. Although you do find a definition of agricultural society within the Agricultural Societies Act, there is no such definition anywhere in any piece of legislation as to regards to a horticultural society. So that's with respect to plants. So if you add those words as incorporated or as defined in an Agricultural Society Act, you create an inconsistency in that piece of legislation because you won't find the definition of horticultural society in the Agricultural Societies Act. The Agricultural Societies Act, and this is the last piece of information, is a piece of legislation that is designed for a particular purpose. Its purpose is to provide grants for smaller little societies. I was born and raised in rural Manitoba, for example. North of where I was, there's a Holland, Manitoba that had a little agricultural society. It did a summer fair, and that was about it. And it allows them to get certain financing. It's a piece of legislation that has a specific purpose and is designed for a purpose that is totally different than the Municipal Assessment Act. And that's why earlier on in my presentation, I went through all of the examples of where in the Municipal Assessment Act there was a predisposition and a purpose to help farmers and agriculture in a favorable treatment of their property that's owned by them. That is a purpose set out in the Municipal Assessment Act in the various sections and even in the classification and portioning. If you start to apply a definition in a different piece of legislation that has a different purpose, then you don't achieve the purpose that was intended by the Municipal Assessment Act. The dairy farmers could, I guess, theoretically apply to be under the Agricultural Societies Act, but it's not required to get the school tax exemption. It has no need to because it's financed by dairy farmers solely. They're the ones who provide the revenue. I mean, they'll apply like any other organization to get some funding for different initiatives. But the purposes of the legislation are totally different. And especially given that there is no express requirement in this exemption that they be under a particular piece of legislation, we say it's not the purpose of the Board of Revision to do what the legislature should do. If the legislature decides in its wisdom to change the Municipal Assessment Act, so be it. If they decide, well, listen, we made a whoops, we shouldn't have defined the exemption the way we did, they can change the legislation, but it's not the job of the courts or the Board of Revision to add words to the legislation as the assessor wants. Sorry for the fairly lengthy explanation, but it was requested of me. I didn't intend to read the whole brief. The brief and the facts are set out in quite a bit of detail with supporting documents. It's essentially what's been put in front of the court and was presented to this Board of Revision on 2 previous occasions. And I am open to any questions. And just yeah, I'm open to any questions. If anybody's that's both parties. You know, if a judge decides, Mr. Echo, you're wrong based on the facts, we're going to add these words and we're going to deem them to be included. I guess then we may need further clarification to reverse that or vice versa. But we've set out why these principles of interpretation apply on ordinary words, why when the legislation sets out that it wants a particular definition to be used, that the legislation in this section has done that, and why if we start adding those words within the meaning of the Agricultural Societies Act, which is the city's position, that it creates an inconsistency in that section, because then no matter what horticultural society exists, and there are quite a few that exist, none of them are incorporated under a particular piece of legislation, and none of them are included in the Agricultural Societies Act.
Okay, thank you very much for this additional information. I think it's helpful. Given that it is substantial additional information, I'll turn back to Mr. Pohl and restart the questions there. Mr. Pohl, do you have questions?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, we seem to have lost one of our panel members.
Yeah, we'll need to take
Ms. Billinghurst is gone.
Oh, no.
Let's take a quick recess and see if we can connect with her again.
All right, we will recess then.
2, 1, you're live.
Okay, thank you very much. We have concluded the recess where we reestablished connection with Ms. Billinghurst. Ms. Billinghurst, do you require Mr. Acko to give us the tail end of his presentation again that you would have missed?
I believe I heard most of the, if not all. He had concluded by the time my internet had cut out.
All right, thank you. In that case, then, and because this is a fair bit of additional information, I'll go through the circle of questions again, beginning with Mr. Poole. Do you have questions at this point, Mr. Poole?
Yeah, I'll be brief, and I'll just ask her maybe to confirm a few things, just so we're all on the same page. From what you established from Dairy Farmers in Manitoba, would you agree that they manage the supply of milk in the province? Being their primary role?
The background is set out in the brief, Mr. Poole. It's one of their roles, but it isn't if you go to the brief of pages 4 to 11, it sets out a number of other functions.
I'll get to those functions. I'm just confirming. So they manage the supply of milk in the province. Would you agree that they provide quality control for the product that farmers sell?
Yes, they do.
Would you agree that their interests are in delivering that product to the masses of the province effectively?
Well, it's the farmers that deliver it, but together as an association, they do quality control.
So primarily, we're looking at the day-to-day overall. They're looking at quality control, sales, and management of milk, testing, production, and ultimately from farm to consumer.
That's one of their functions, correct?
That would be their. Would you not agree that that's their primary function?
No, I wouldn't, because there's all the additional activities that they do that are equally as important for farmers.
Let's rest on that. If you took away those, what I declare as primary, if you took that away and they did not do that anymore, would this society still be here? Would they do the remainder of their duties?
In my view, and I can't speak for the board, unfortunately, they would still have interest to participate, for example, annually in the Royal Manitoba Winter Fair, discover agriculture at the forts in Winnipeg. They also have ventures at the Glenlee Research Station. They also, and I'm not going to go through everything, but there's a lot of other activities, including education in the Manitoba Children's Museum, Children's Museum, Open Farm Day, organized by the Manitoba Agricultural Association of Agricultural Societies. They participate in those activities. So there's a host of other activities, and they also educate dairy farmers. They do various activities to improve dairy agriculture and ensure milk quality. So there's, like 5 or 6 pages of worthwhile activities that this association does for dairy farmers.
But the fees that they collect for the ultimately delivery of the product to the consumer are paid by the farmers. And unless that sale, management, quality control occurs, the farmers wouldn't be funding dairy farmers, and there would be a completely voluntary, with all funds being voluntary, they couldn't have any funding to continue on.
Well, it is financed by dairy farmers on a voluntary basis, Mr. Paul. Nobody forces them, but they understand the importance to to their group of having an important association.
And that's where I'm trying to establish what the fees are paid. The fees are paid for to conduct, correct me if I'm wrong, the quality control, sales and management that would have been done on the farm, individual farms, but instead of that is being done by Dairy Farmers Manitoba. The fees aren't being paid primarily to conduct, for example, at the accident, if they had a bidding, stuff like that is not their primary role.
That's not my understanding. A significant portion of their budget, to my understanding, deals with all these other activities that are listed in the 7 pages or so of my brief that's marked as an exhibit in this proceeding.
I'll move on. I think I made my point on that. The next point is where I really have a bit of a sticking issue as well is the society. I grant you that it doesn't say in the Act, explicitly doesn't say the MAAS in the Act in reference to, but you're using the definitionary definition of society, correct? Obviously.
The ordinary meeting,
yeah,
correct.
The ordinary meeting. So what would be the difference between calling any two parties could be an association, but what would be the difference of calling this a union or this a association? All those words fit this.
So
there are a body of people organizing for a profession to carry on their primary role of establishing the interests of the members.
So actually, if a union is an association of people, it doesn't qualify because usually they aren't incorporated, number one, and they wouldn't have as a purpose agricultural or horticulture. So that is why when there's association of people towards a common goal, and the union would be that, they wouldn't qualify for this exemption because the exemption is only there to help associations that get together that are agricultural, well, that would be grain or dairy or stuff like that, or horticultural, which there's quite a few in the province too.
I was more thinking along the line of what just the definition or definition is, not the particulars. I'm just trying to define what the society is that you're pulling from. So basically what I'm hearing is any group of people, as long as it's incorporated, can call themselves a society, and realistically then any management for a particular group of people like we have here today could call themselves a society. Any business in particular, as long as they're incorporated and they're all like-minded for a particular purpose, they can be qualified as a society. Is under your rationale. You're speaking to multiple businesses that are incorporated and provide pretty much what this Dairy Farmers Manitoba does, which is quality control, sales management.
Well, there's a number of things that you put in your question. You said primary purpose is quality control management. I have to disagree and point you to the 5 or 6 pages which talks about the types of things. So if we get into the history of this legislation, which is not in here, which I looked at, and how societies existed, there wasn't always an Agricultural Societies Act. That was created for a specific purpose of getting grants and other approvals for unincorporated associations. So they get registered under that piece of legislation. They can apply for grants for their fairs and stuff like that. This exemption existed because there's a bunch of agricultural societies that existed throughout the history of the province, which existed to do fairs. For example, the Brandon Fair. That existed. Farmers got together, did a trade show, a little bit like the dairy farmers do. And that is why we also believe, and this is more legal argument than evidence, that the word society and incorporated just meant that the province needed to know, listen, it's not a temporary thing. I've got a company that's incorporated that files annual returns each year. I know who the directors are. I know how it works. And then it was never intended that this legislation kind of restricted to another type of legislation, because it wasn't that way historically. That piece of legislation got created for grants. When I talk about that piece, the Agricultural Societies Act. So it gets into a different analysis than what you're suggesting, Mr. Paul.
All right, with that, the two questions I really have, I'll address the rest in my short summation for my brief.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Billinghurst, questions?
I do not have any. I believe I have enough information. Thank you.
Ms. Nesbitt?
Thank you. Mr. Hucko, did the activities of the organization or the society, whatever we're calling it, has it changed over time, or has it been kind of the same over the years?
It's been pretty much the same over the years, and the school tax exemption was granted and existed for this property for a long time. And then at one point in time, I think it's about 2018, there was a reassessment and there was a change not only in the quantum, which we had appealed, but there was the city took the position that the school tax exemption should no longer apply. And that
okay, go ahead. Sorry.
That caused an appeal to be made to say, well, listen, we've had that exemption. That isn't a sufficient reason to continue to get the exemption, but nothing has changed substantially in what they've been doing as a group of dairy farmers associated to promote their activities and to work for a common purpose.
Okay, I just want to circle back to part of your answer there. You said that the city had, or the dairy farmers had an exemption previously, and it changed. That exemption was removed in 2018, 2019. Is that correct?
I think it was 2018.
I got to answer it. This was a new building. They had the exemption based on land. Once the building went in, we put the building on and removed it for the portion of the role that they occupy. So dairy farmers of Manitoba, my understanding, Red River, not dairy farms, Red River exhibition ground, like it is a large parcel of land. They're only occupying a small sliver of it. You can see it on my page. If you go to page 10, you can see where it says Festival Drive and Portage. The red indicator indicates the property, which is the roll number. I can't show this parcel of land in one picture because it's very large, and they're actually carving up some of it. As you can see, it's being subdivided, but this is merely the first property that really went up.
Excuse me.
The exemption applied to the entire parcel of land, but now that it's occupied, it's not being used as such. So this would qualify for a change in classification.
Okay, I see that an exemption could have applied because under the Agricultural Societies Act, the Red River X is an agricultural society.
Yeah, and that's basically the entire, if I had a picture of the whole thing, I could show you that. And they still qualify, but not the roll number as it was carved out. It's not being used as such anymore. So
you're saying that because of the lease by the dairy farmers? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to sort it out.
I think maybe we could get into this more with Mr. Poole's actual evidence.
Sure, that's fine. Thank you.
Did you have any more questions for Mr. Acco?
No, I think most of my questions are for Mr. Paul.
Okay.
I would add, though, in response to that question, Ms. Nesbitt, that if you look at tab A, the lease was in place since 2011.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
Just so we're clear, the lease was in place, but the building wasn't added on for a few years later. So.
Okay, we can get into that, as Mr. Bresky said, a little bit later. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions of the applicant.
And neither do I. So we will carry on then with Mr. Pohl's evidence.
Okay, so if you turn to my page, well, we were just there.
Just if you could just wait for a second while we get there.
Yeah.
I have it.
Yeah.
Okay. We all have it.
Okay, so if you turn to page 9, this is the property that's under appeal. You see it's been developed. It was vacant land, agricultural land. It's no longer agricultural land. If you look on page 10, see the photo of 1055. Next to it, they actually built another one at 1057. So as we go along, it looks like this property is going to be carved out and developed a little bit, as we see. So if you can just go through the pictures, this is the property as it's been developed. Build was in 2013. It didn't go on the roll until about 2018. As you can see, it's your typical building. 1 story, slab on grade, nicely finished. We're not talking quantum, so we don't need to get into anything like that. But you see that there is a boardroom. You see that there's reception. You see that looks like there's office area. We see that on page 17, there's labs. And then 18, there's storage area. So effectively what they do here is management, as indicated, on site. They do management. They do quality control. They do sales to establish the delivery of their product from farm to ultimately to their consumer. We go buy milk. We all know then use a lot of just retail stores and different places as such. So on page 19, we've already been through the act. I'm not going to go through it too much. They are a tenant. They have the right to appeal. They occupy the property in totality. My understanding, there's a lease in place that at the end under the lease, there's the property reverts back to Dairy Farmers of Manitoba. So they have full right to appeal. If you look on page 20, which the questions that I was getting to is their outline of what they do. They manage supply. They manage the supply of milk to the province for dairy farmers, individual farmers. The selling of milk and dairy farms to producers and scheduling its transportation. Again, delivery of their product, selling sales, representing interest in Manitoba dairy farms at the provincial and national level. If you're selling something as a business, whether you're a small proprietor or you join an association, a society that we're considering today, you are going to want to be established as such. You see it everywhere in business. So developing and implementing advertising and promotional programs for fluid milk and real cream. Ultimately, that means your product's being used more. You're going to be trying to do these things. It effectively sells more for your client that your individual farmers that you're representing. And then delivering nutritional and dairy agricultural education programs. Again, you're selling a product. This all goes hand in hand with management, sales, and quality control from farm to end consumer. But you're not doing it on site for every individual farmer. You're merely, as a farmer, paying dairy farmers to do that for you. You're contracting out the on-site management, quality control, and sales that you would have been doing on your own to this body, which effectively is essentially what many businesses do. Many small proprietors do. So regardless of your product that you sell. So for me, that indicates that this is nothing more than an effective business plan. You're contracting out your day-to-day stuff that you do on site, and you're handing it off to your body that you put in place for you. When you look at that, that's why I was questioning the appellant. That's their primary goal. That's why they're paying fees. If they weren't doing that segment, no farmer would be paying $1 to carry on any other advertising, such as, like I walked through the Dairy Farmers Exhibit at Red River X this year and everywhere else that you kind of see little logos around. That's merely branding. That's merely being out in the public eye. They're not paying for that and wouldn't be paying for that to happen if they ultimately weren't making money off of this to sell the product. So from that point, you see where their primary duties are. So when we go over to page 22 is just a little bit more of what they're focused on in there. But again, their primary goal or their primary duties is sales, quality control, management for individual farmers. So on page 23 is the Manitoba Association of Agricultural Societies. They are not registered on it. All 62 societies are registered, and they are not one of them. I show on page 26 that a search indicated that they're not, and I actually contacted them to confirm that they are not. So on page 27 is the Dairy Farmers of Manitoba company directories, Manitoba Business Information System. It's just a listing of what they do, and it confirms basically what they said on their website. So as far as what they do. So from that, that's pretty much the end of the brief. We don't need to get into quantum. We're essentially making the same argument that we've already made today, that we had changed by the border revision. We obviously have issues with that. We're waiting on a court date and a decision to come from that to determine what the outcome will be on that. And then I guess it would be our legal side of it, as well as the appellant's legal side of it, to review and make the decision forward. So I would expect that either party here, regardless of the decision you make today, is going to appeal. And ultimately, we'll worry about that order when it comes. But today is a de novo hearing. And our position is that it is not a society. For the reasons I've outlined, it's merely contracting out of their day-to-day sales, management, and quality control, which is what any business does. So with that, I'm open to questions.
Mr. Ackle, questions?
There's only a couple members of the panel. Your presentation today is based only on what you pulled up from the website, correct?
Correct. And obviously we've been in hearings listening to your testimony today, so yeah, a little bit more than that.
So you didn't conduct an interview of any of the staff members of the Dairy Farmers of Manitoba? And you didn't conduct an interview of a sampling of dairy farmers as to what value they see or pay for in their voluntary fees?
No.
And as a result, you don't have any information which would contradict any of the facts set out from pages 4 to 10 of our brief?
I don't believe, from my knowledge for this hearing, no.
Okay. And on page 18 of your brief, you've put what you have indicated as being a storage room, do you know what type of documents and information is in that storage room? And what its purpose is?
I couldn't tell you that. I haven't inspected the property. The picture indicates storage.
So you wouldn't know, for example, that a lot of these boxes are material used for fairs and used for their school education program? You wouldn't?
I didn't open all the boxes, I can tell you.
Now, you'll agree with me that in the pages that you've extracted from the website, in particular page 20, this is not information which is as complete as the facts set out in our briefs on the activities.
This is what they publicly declaring, so.
But it's not as detailed.
No, you're the representative.
Yeah.
I for this level of hearing, I'm not going to question that you don't have your position according to what the owner provided to you.
So it suggests to you that then your statement of what is the primary goal lacks a factual foundation because you haven't interviewed farmers and you haven't interviewed key persons at the dairy farmers. So that is your view based on what's on the website of what you think the primary goal is.
Okay. Let me just qualify that or answer that properly. I don't believe that any individual farmer or group of farmers will pay voluntary fees to the dairy farmers in Manitoba to set up little sideshows at fairs or whatever they have going on. I believe that is to provide the funds for them to sell the product, which obviously would have an indirect ability to pay for the residual. If you took away their selling of their product, their managing of the product, and the delivery of the product, the quality control of the product, I don't believe anyone would pay. If that is different, your opinion, okay, but I don't think that's a reasonable position to stand on. That's my interpretation. If I'm a farmer, I'm paying you, I have to make money. We all collectively have to make money. Otherwise, I'm doing all this on site myself. And if I'm contracting out to you through fee or however you want to say it, I'm essentially giving you money to do this for me. I have to have a return. Indirectly, then, I can talk other things that we do. If you take away this primary reason for this society or this association or this business management, I can't pay you anymore because I'm not making any money. I don't believe that they're putting on fairs as a primary or putting on, I shouldn't say fairs, but putting on their secondary things, if you want to phrase it that way, for the main reason.
Okay, but that's your personal opinion. It's not based on a review of the amount of funds they use and how they allocate those expenses. You don't know that, correct?
I can't, I'm not in a meeting. I haven't interviewed the property directors, but based on my position and what I would generally think.
Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Billinghurst, do you have questions of Mr. Pohl and his evidence?
No, I do not.
Ms. Nesbitt?
Yeah, just a quick question. Mr. Pohl, did you speak with the provincial municipal assessor on how on this exemption and what its intention was?
No, I did not. I'm not aware of anything that happened beyond the border revision. We had legal counsel. There was my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, I had no disclosure of anything that happened as far as the judicial assisted review. So no, I don't know if those conversations took place above my end, above my desk, so to speak. But my involvement personally was to review the act and prepare an affidavit for going into what Mr. Halku and Ms. Bondac went into. But aside from that, I didn't contact the provincial municipal assessor or have
Okay.
further.
Okay, that's fine. Did you examine how other industry organizations such as the beef producers, egg farmers, pork council, similar to the dairy farmers, how were they treated under the act?
I didn't investigate any further than the subject.
Okay. All right, that's all my questions then. Thank you.
My question has to do with how broad or how narrow one should interpret the word society. Mr. Acco argues for the fair, large, and liberal interpretation. That similar argument was made with respect to seminaries of learning a few years ago, where the city said a seminary of learning did not include portions of the property of the Manitoba Law Society, but the courts differed and granted the exemption. Is this similar or not similar to that circumstance?
There's different factors that go into that clause. I honestly, typically when we review these things, when you go in private discussions, they differentiate between different portions of the act, and they try and box it in exclusively to that clause. I don't know if it's necessarily a good indication to go to another clause versus a different one for this argument. I wouldn't be putting my mind right to it, put it that way. Which lawyers typically differentiate between different arguments to make them distinct to themselves.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions. Therefore, we have concluded this item, number 1 on our docket. Thank you very much for your presentations on this. We will, following deliberation, prepare an order and send it out as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can we take a short 2-minute recess, please?
We could take somewhere between 5 and 10, I would suggest.
Okay.
Thank
you. Perfect.
I'll just complete the withdrawal here on the amount.
Okay, thank you very much. We are resuming with the second item on our docket today, which is 201 Portage Avenue. Mr. Lund, I see on our agenda there's an applicant brief, an assessor brief, but there's also one entitled BR Commercial. What are we using here?
That is a corrected page, I believe. Is that correct, Mr.
Yeah.
Assessor?
I have two studies today. One is an OFB study, marketplace study, and an OFA. There was a copy paste error for the A's. I copy paste some of the shortfall and some of the shortfall non-recoverables data by mistake for the B's into the A's. There's no change in value. There's no new evidence. It's just the information, the percentage, and the rates are on the next page of the OFA. So highlighted in blue, I think I forwarded is just a correction. So
okay.
It's seamless if you go from the revised. Other than that, it's exactly the same brief.
We just used the brief called revised then.
Yeah. So if Mr. Slaughter has that as well, yeah. And you have the page that has just the blue, but that you can just have one page.
Yep, that's what I'll do.
Or I sent an email earlier. Wasn't sure if you responded or saw it.
Okay. And pardon me.
I say every now and again I can make a mistake too.
Are we only dealing with value, or are there any preliminary issues here?
I think just value.
Just value.
Just value. Okay. In that case, Mr. Pohl, could you proceed?
Okay. Roll number is 13096109100201 Portage. The 2023 assessment is for $130,401,000. It's obviously class 60 and taxable. So
sorry, wait a minute. Can you repeat that value?
130 million.
No, that's what I thought. That's not what I'm looking at here. Oh, you know what? Hang on. Wrong one. Sorry, my apologies.
Let me know if you can hear me. Usually mics might not pick up so great. You can hear me loud and
I can, yes.
perfect.
Okay, I'm now on the same page as you. My apologies. Go ahead.
Okay. Property's effective age built in 1990. We see leasable areas 519,600 and some odd 11 square feet. There is parking off-site, but not on this roll. There is an associated park gate with it. As we go through it, this is a fairly large brief because it is a fairly large property. I'll go through in sections a sale for the property in 2014. We'll go through the subject property as far as leases and their NOIs and everything associated for a number of years, as well as an updated OFA marketplace study. I updated both A's and B's because I left out commentary. I wanted to speak to them rather than present a wall of text, so to speak. But in brevity, it seems that's not the right way to go. It's better to put a few pages of commentary in so that you may see it or read it after I'm gone. Given the nature of the hearings, it's been a little hard to present everything given the amount of volume we have to go through. So when we go through this, we'll do the subject property description on page 3. This is straight from their website. We all know this property, I would think. Living in Winnipeg is 201 Portage. They have a BOMA Gold ranking. The overview of the property is as such. Class A building. We see the features of it on page 5. I'm not going to go through every single little wordage because we'll be here quite long. On page 6 is what they're redeveloping their front lobby to be. At the time, there's been substantial work on this property. As we can see on page 7, there's a total vacancy of 71,497 square feet on their website, open for market, of the 510,790 or some odd square feet that they have on their IME, which equates to about a 13.9% vacancy. So as we go through here, this is basically the rounding up from their website, straight from the ownership group. It gives a good description of what the property is. It's declared as the premier, one of the, realistically, anything at Portage and Main is a premier, but this is one of the 2 premier OFA properties in the city of Winnipeg. One Lombard or 375 Main Street. It's called the Richardson Building for a reason. It is still a premier building, but its predominance has a large factor of owner-occupied or associated tenants in it. So it's not as quite open to the market, but these 2 properties are. So when we go through, as you can see, wards are BOMA Best certified gold. You can see that they're renovating the lobby area. They're improving the property. As we go through, these are not actual. These are file photos, or I should say architectural photos from file, obviously from the website. As you see on page 16 is what the website is, or is what the concourse area is. There used to be, and I've sat in it for years, there used to be a food court with numerous smaller CRUs, small businesses. They basically gutted the entire thing a couple of years back, and they replaced it with a business conference center. They replaced it with a pretty much a single tenant for as far as a restaurant, food court. There's a couple of smaller tenants as well that offer a sushi place as well. But realistically, it changed from a multiple tenancy to one large tenant and a couple smaller ones for the food court area. And it was quite modern. It's quite nice. Before it was very, very dark. I wouldn't use the word dingy, but they did quite a wonderful job down here. So it is, as you see in the pictures there. As we go through the site description, it ends on page 19. That is straight from the ownership group. If we go down to, and I'll start on page 26. This is a layout of the roll, highlighted in purple. As you can see, it's at Portage and Main, and the following pages indicate it's obviously a Class A high-rise building. Underneath that is again from the website, just some other pages as well, indicating what's currently there. For a bit more detail. On page 37, I looked at permits for this building. I went back to the start of 2000 and I did a history of what was actually spent for capital investment in the building. You can see the type of work being done. I broke it out to every 5 years just to show what's been invested. Typically in a Class A and Class B buildings, there is no functional obsolescence of any kind that bears market from entering. These are economic engines. They control the marketplace. They are Class A. So you invest in them because you know you can recapture your money when you put it in. So as we go through here, we're going to do a bit of an exercise to see what they've actually put into the building. So from 2000 to 2004, they put about 3 million, a little over 3 million for 46 permits. In 2005 to 2009, they had 46 permits for roughly 7.3 million. In 2010 to 2014, approaching the sale that occurred, and I'll get to the sale in a moment. There was about 30 permits for about 18.6 million. Then from 2015 to 2019, there's 59 permits for 41 million, approximately. And then from the shortened year from 2009, not quite 5 years, but from 2019 to 2020, there's 23 permits for 10.2 million. So you can see for the total number of permits over the last several years that we reviewed, there's about an $80 million investment into the capital of this building. Below that are a few of the tenant fit ups that were put in place. And I'm not going to read through every single thing. There's highlighted at the bottom is the actual permit value, and then the description is as per. You see that some of them are interior alterations, tenant fit ups for tenancies that are coming in. As you go down, you see exactly that. And it's just a brief, a bit more who the substantial anchor tenants are, dollars associated with their tenant fit ups, as well as the concourse area that was redone. So just a bit of history there. Page 51 is the Toby Award. Won the Toby Award in 2015. You look at the next page over, 52 is the actual sale history. Caveat on this is the actual quantum value was never released to the public. There was a sale done. We know the parties involved. There was a reporting of it. The actual sale price was not listed to the public, and nor has it ever been. But I'll go through as much sale detail that I can. The sale included the building, the parkade, and there's a building site as well associated with it, adjacent to the property. So as we go through here, we see that it is purchased by Harvard Developments. You can see here on page 53, terms of the deal will not be released and no further comment will be provided until closing. So there's obviously, this is a big building, it was on market, it was being listed. But their listing of the sale never actually, the disclosure never actually occurred. So on page 54 is a bit more sale information. And I'm not going to read everything. Projected price was probably north of 150 million. Again, that's just speculation. We view it as one of the premier buildings. You can look here, highlighted in blue, read the whole article if you wish. There's obviously substantial buyers involved for this building. On page 57 is Thompson, Dorfman, and Sweatman's listing. It is the largest office building real estate transaction in the city of Winnipeg's history. That is significant. It is the biggest sale that's ever occurred. Below that, I researched the title, status of title. You can see it was purchased. This is the status of title. This does not include the parkade. This is just the building. So as we go down on page 7 of 10 of the title, scroll down, highlighted in yellow for your ease of use. We see that it was a purchase, 2014. We do not know what the purchase is, but we know the mortgage was taken out at 97 million. We know that typically in the marketplace, you're not going to get a purchase of a property with a zero down. It is roughly about a third down. That's your standard mortgage. We know in order to get this mortgage, there's an appraisal done on the building. That's obvious. That appraisal, obviously, we don't have access to, and we don't have access to what the sale price was. But we do know the property registry that mortgage was taken out for 97 million. And again, standard down payment would occur on that as well, I would think. So when we go through page 69 is the analysis of the INEs. When there's a bit of a typo here, I apologize. It says 2011 to 2017. It should say 2011 to 2020. So we'll start at the 2020. Highlighted in yellow are things that we would redact out, as they do not and are not allowed by the municipal assessment case law. We redact out the free rent, obviously. The rent obtained for vacancy, that's fine. That's what they're declaring. But that's just highlighted because there'll be an issue for vacancy as we come along here. So essentially everything added in there, I've done an analysis as we go down. And on page 71, we see that major recoverable major expenditures are roughly $3 million in cost. So for the unadjusted NOI, what they're declaring, it's $4,187,244. I adjusted that from my perspective. When we look at it, the free rent cannot be included. That's a tenant inducement free rent, which case law speaks to that. I'll briefly touch on that. But the RM, major expenditures, and obviously $3 million is not an annual recurring expenditure. That's obviously, from my interpretation, what was going on the building would lead into capital costs. Capital costs are not something that is to be incurred on a expense or an operating statement. That is a capital cost. You don't have major recoverable expenditures on an annual basis of $3 million. That is, there's no argument on that, but we'll wait to hear. So this is one that picked up here. Below that, if you look at the leasehold improvements, leasing commissions, all the rest of it, those are all below line items. Those are not operating expenses as well. So you would not be putting them back in to derive what an NOI is, a net operating income is. We're not deriving what a net effective to owner would be. We're doing what a net operating income is. Simply, what is the operating income? What is the operating expenses? You're subtracting that out. Clearly here, the free rent and the major expenses or capital repairs, capital expenses, at roughly $3 million should be included. So when we have an NOI, the adjusted one is roughly $8 million. And that is inclusive of all the vacancy that's occurring within the building in this particular year. So when we go back up to, and I'll briefly touch on this, when we go back up to the NOI that we have highlighted on page 23, we have a net operating income of approximately $7.8 million. So even with all the vacancy that's occurring on site in that given year.
Sorry, do you want us to turn to page 23 at this point?
No, I'm just roughly touching base. I'll get back. So I'm just highlighting that. So, and that isn't critical. Please keep that in mind. So as we go through here, I've looked at this in pretty good detail. When we go through the next years, it's similar to the same idea. Every year I've looked at curves of vacancy. We have an unadjusted NOI, what they're declaring in 2019, 3.8 million. When we look at 2019 and we adjust for what's there, we see that it is roughly 6 million when you put in the free rent and the major expenditures back in. And as you go along, you see the same thing for 2018, what they're declaring 5.7. It's adjusted back to 6.3. All the vacancies there, not being accounted, it's being accounted for properly. So as we go through the years, you get a good feel for the property, what the actual ones are, what they're declaring, and then obviously what we would take off for the free rent and capital expenses. So I'm not going to go through every single year. You can read them. They're highlighted in bold and below. So what we're going to do is we're going to also look at the sale. We see the sale broken out. There's a bit of accounting change. Obviously, they changed ownership, so the INEs look a little different. But the same analysis goes through.
You're on which page?
91 now. I'm not going to read through every single year. This goes back to 2000. I'm just showing this has been looked at a high level. So as they all have. So when we get through here, when we start, highlighted in yellow, when we start on page 98, we have the reported vacancies and the new space in the concourse area. Obviously, there was vacancy for a significant amount of time as that concourse was being redeveloped. At the reference date of April 1st, 2018, or I should say it was finished at April 1st, 2018. Currently at the reference date we have now, it's obviously finished. So, but this accounts for that as well. We see that there is a 9.24% vacancy attributed to the building, which is for the 2018 year. And as you go along on page 100, You see the grand total is again 9.24. The next page over is the 2019. Is the 2019 year. Again, they're highlighting a 30% vacancy. But what they're also highlighting on 102 is a tenant inducement of 4.7 million. A total tenant inducement of 4.7 million. That is significant. We've already, and we'll get to this, we don't include tenant inducements of any kind for our analysis. So that's what they're declaring there. So for the next year, as we go along, for 2020, which starts on 105, same idea, 23.51% vacancy, no issues there, leasable area around 510,000, okay. We see that the tenant inducements are 6,691,209, which is on 106. So you see you have over $10 million in tenant inducements within 2 calendar years. That is substantial. To go along with the R&M or major repairs or capital expenses as well, which again, we wouldn't be accounting for. Below that is just the COVID questionnaire that we put out. Indicated it was a significant impact. We see then below what the questionnaire indicates. Typically, we see that COVID really hasn't been all that much as far as cost to the owners. They're recovering most of the costs, if not all the costs. And relative to the income stream, it's pretty minor. So, and again, it's a short-term thing. You wouldn't be examining this on a long-term investment horizon of 10, 15 years. Like it just wouldn't be. So it's there for your review. On the following pages, starting on page 109, is the starting of the rent roll. Highlighted here, we see all the rents that are in place. I highlighted in yellow. Anything that's out of line, I highlighted in red. You can look into that as well if you want. And associated to the left is the tenants, the step-ups that were known to be for the property. So with that, we're not going to get through an entire rent roll for all these properties. We would be here forever. They're there for your review. But highlighted through all this is the rents themselves as well as the vacancy. So we do see that the vacancy was reported on page for the tower or at 119 at 20%. And then if you look on page 120, again, we have a bit more detail. The rate is inclusive of all tenant inducements, free rents. So, and that's the vacancy that you see on page 19, just blown up so that you can actually see it. I have to work on a regular sized piece of paper as everyone does else. These little numbers don't typically show well on a PDF, but that's what we have to bring in. So as you can see, the rest of the rent rolls are there for your reading. So at that point, before I get into anything else, I'm going to go up and go through the workup, how we come up with it. And then I'm going to go to our case or our market study that I completed. And then I'll get to the associated case laws that are appropriate to apply. So starting on page 20 this is the concourse area. We have approximately 11,582 square feet. We have $33.39 per square foot average rate attached to it. Our standard parameters are all there. 10% for vacancy, $16 for shortfall, 3% for non-recoverables, to produce a net operating income of $319,144, capped at 7%, gives us our value at 4.5, approximately $4,559,000. Really minor compared to the overall income stream of the building, but it is separated out as it is a concourse area. The main value in the building is obviously in the office building above. And that starts on page 21. We see for 508,029 square feet, we have $18.74 attached to it, which produces a net PGI of approximately 9.5 million. Standard parameters apply 10% for vacancy, 3% for non-recoverables, $15 for shortfall, for net operating 7,550,000, capped at 6%, gives us our $125,842. So from that, you get the synopsis on page 23, which I already spoke to. 10% vacancy, 3% non-recoverables, $15 shortfall, and then ultimately an NOI of 7.8 million, 7,869,000. So basically 7.8 million. Cross-reference to the 2020 income and expense mailer, which they declared, again, free rent, which we don't allow for, and they declared major recoverable repairs, which are obviously capital in nature, and which would be reduced, which would be taken out, and I've adjusted for that to show even with the vacancy that's on site in this referenced year, it's roughly $8 million. We're model predicted just under that. So from that on, I will move down to the actual marketplace study. This starts on page 129. I'll wait for everyone to get there. Just let me know when you're all there and I can continue.
I'm okay.
Okay. For both the OFA and the OP marketplace studies, I completed them in their totality. They were done and crafted by me, reviewed by me. I reviewed every single INE, every single rent that was declared on the INE for 6 years for the entire OFA and OP marketplace. This study is the same as a few that I presented, with the exception of the commentary that's attached. There has never been a study like this done at the municipal board level. There's never, quite frankly, there's never been a study released to the marketplace that I'm aware of that is in depth as the one I completed. That's not tooting my own horn. That's just essentially what I've done to make sure this property type class, both A's and B's, are appropriately and equitably assessed. So when it's used properly, it produces an incredibly accurate marketplace. And I'll go through the commentary now, and I'll do it once so that I don't have to keep doing it again. But it's there for your reading. We had a bit of problem. I had a bit of problem with presentation hearings that came before because of the timing of all the what you have today. I'm trying to be as succinct as possible. So the summary of the marketplace is the OFA marketplace study's main purpose is to ensure that fair and equitable assessments of property type class. The study is also being used for the appeal defense and the board revision for the 2023 reassessment. The study is sourced from a 6-year review of all OFA property that operated on a net rent basis. The study encompasses 6 OFA properties, 257 commercial rentable CRUs, and over 2 million square feet of leasable inventory. The study examines individual OFA properties and the global marketplace and cross-reference its findings against outside sources in terms of owner advertised leasing and activities. All parameters in the studies are isolated to individual years and are in relation to each other. And that's key, in relation to each other. We are not going from one year to the next, a different year, they're all isolated to each year. So to each other to ensure that proper and accurate year-by-year analysis of the marketplace for assessment purposes. The study yields the best and most complete market evidence to determine assessments on a fee simple basis. Again, fee simple, we look at the actual contract rents that are in place. I always do, but then you look at the marketplace as well and you make a judgment call on how it's performing. Is it at market and all the rest of it. So averages and weighted averages and means.
Averages, weighted averages, and medians are in use to ensure that derived values are not distorted by smaller data set sizes or outlying data. Generally, employing all three metrics yields a better understanding of the marketplace data sets. Meaning, if you had a large office building that had a high degree of vacancy and several smaller ones, if you just took an average, it would skew the result. You're looking at the whole marketplace. So when you're doing weighted averages, medians, and averages, you get a better picture where the nature of that wouldn't occur. You'd be able to get a better result. So stabilization. The 2018 and 2020 years were stabilized to ensure older income and expense information, which may not be at market, were eliminated from analysis. A 3-year stabilized review allows for proper establishment of individual and marketplace parameters and limits any distortion caused by potential outlying data. Old rent gets eliminated. Anything that may be high or low, and we'll get to the min-max ranges, which may be tenant induced, gets normalized. And when I review it, I'm not taking the individual 2020 year. I'm giving you each an individual 6 years, but I'm stabilizing the last 3 years, because realistically, when you're looking at an investment, when you're looking at these type of properties, you should be exploring a stabilized look for at least 3 years. And that's the window of the marketplace for from typical one cycle to the next. And taking that. Usually most people want to look at the 2020 year. I didn't think that was enough. I think from an investment standpoint, considering we cannot look forward, everything would be post-reference, we look backwards. The 3 year leading up to the reference window or reference date, that 3 year window would be appropriate. So you have the individual 2020 year or any other year you want to look at, but I've stabilized the last 3 years for these studies. Exclusion of the partial 2021 year. The delivery of the 2023 property assessment roll is June 3rd in 2022, and this date did not allow for the inclusion of income and expense data for a partial 2021 year, and that would be January to March, as it's not available to the assessor until May 5th, 2022, and further time would be needed to properly review and include any return data. As well, this 3-month block of data has limited availability within the marketplace, or limited utility within the marketplace approaching the reference date of April 1st, 2021, as opposed to established prior 36 months of data. And if you want to go beyond that, the other 3 years as well. So you've got 6 years of data looking backwards. Furthermore, directive guidance from the municipal board also indicates that a complete year or years with income and expense items in relationship to each other should be examined. Given the above rationale, the assessor has not examined nor included the 2021 year for the OFA marketplace study. And below that is obviously the return date for the 2021 income expense questionnaires. And the municipal order we're referencing is A18471, which essentially was the tax issue that Altus brought up. And I'll just quote from it. The board agrees that an expense item, whether fixed or variable, cannot be isolated when valuing a property for assessment purposes. The board is not willing to vary from common practices of stabilizing the 2009 income and expenses to establish a base for stabilization at the reference date. And that reference date was obviously April 1st, 2018. Essentially what the argument was, you can sort of make out the taxes for the following year. We'd like to use those. The board said no, but more than that, because it would be post-reference, but more than that, it is looking at each individual year. In this case, they only looked at the 2009 year in totality, meaning you don't grab the future taxes and pull it back, because you can look at the future rent and pull it back or whatever. You just look at the line items as they are in that individual year. So that's what I done here for each and every single individual year. And it is a good quote, and it is a good way to look at it. So for each and every year, the 6 years are individually looked at. Rent, and this is where we get into more of the rent. The rent data shown consists of new leases or term step-ups signed in an individual year. Minimum and maximum asking rents, minimum and maximum asking and achieved rents ranges are also examined to ensure outlying rents, usually below market, induced by affected by tenant inducements, are identified to minimize their distortive effects for assessing purposes. The assessor is satisfied through proper use of the study, any outlying rent will have minimal impact on the marketplace results. And below that is just a quote from one of numerous, and they're in my brief as well, numerous board orders indicating that we do not use tenant-induced rents to affect market value. You don't use leasing commissions, leasing incentives, or things of those nature to reduce income to affect the market value. Getting into the actual study, the 2022 marketplace, or the results from the rent, the 2020 global marketplace rent average for the OFA property were $18.69. The weighted average was $19.94 with a median of $18.90 per square foot. The 2020 minimum rent was $14. The maximum rent was $24.45. The 2018 to 2020 stabilized averages was $18.69. The weighted average was $19.21, and the median was $18. The 2018 and 2020 stabilized rent data is further examined with standardized bell curves with an empirical rule standard deviation of 68%, 95%, and 99.7%, and it produces a near perfect distribution pattern. I'll get to that in a minute on the next page. I looked at it with a proper textbook look at how you look at statistical data, the proper confidence intervals to ensure that we have a true result for the marketplace. So on page 130 or page 2 of the study of the commentary, of the 152 new leases, 92 are assigned within one standard deviation, which is $17.22 to $21.20, or 68% of the marketplace. 43 are signed within two standard deviations, which is $15.23 to $17.21. And then on the opposite end of the range would be $23.19 to $24.50, which is 27% of the marketplace. And 16 are signed outside of the two standard deviations, which is past the 95% confidence interval. And then those ranges would have been outside of the $15.22 and $23.20. So further analytics determines that 129 new leases, or 85% of the market, signed within $15.23 and $21.23, with a mean average of $18.10. 7 new leases, or 5%, were signed within $21.21 to $23.18, with a mean average of $21.89, and 81 new leases were signed, or 53% are signed within the $18 to $22 range, with a mean of $18 to $19.18. So below that is referenced on the reference date. The assessor is satisfied that for below average performing OFA properties, and I'm saying below average as in none of these are, they're Class A office buildings. So there's no below average, or this is just the values that they're determining. They're Class A rank for a reason, but within the Class A rank, the ones that are performing a bit below the average, the range is between $17 and 18 cents. The average performing OFA is between $18 and 22 cents, $18 and $22. Is that right? $18. The low average is between $17 and $18. Pardon me if I misspoke there. The average performing OFA is between $18 and $22. And for above average, greater than average, the stabilized rate range is between $22 and 24 cents, or $22 and $24. The findings are supported by the outside sources. The outside sources are listed below. And again, municipal orders do cross-reference what the Johnson report is saying for vacancy, what the Johnson's report is saying for advertised leasing rates. These are not contracts. These are just the leasing rates with what's being held out to the market. So outside sources indicate from Cushman Wakefield that the 2020 average asking rent is $20.53, and the stabilized 2018 to 2020 stabilized average asking rent is $21.14. The Johnson report indicates that the 2020 average asking rent is $20.60. The weighted average is $20.28, and the median rent is $20. Johnson report has an inventory. You can go through the inventory and make these calculations. Cushman Wakefield does not. But of these two outside sources, they are the only ones that I'm aware of that continue. They give a linear projection of what was offered to the marketplace. So these are the best two sources to actually go from when you're looking for data, as it's the same consistent every year, whereas other reports change. Some years are omitted, some quarters are omitted. It's hard to get a feel. I think this is more than enough for outside source reference. So vacancy. The vacancy data shown in the vacancy experienced in an individual year. The 2020 global marketplace vacancy is 21.3%. Weighted average is 20.3%, and the median is 18.9%. The 2018 to 2020 stabilized global marketplace average is 15.8%. Weighted average is 16.4%, and the vacancy is 11.1%. Here's where it changes. And then that's why we use the medians, and that's why you use the weighted averages and the vacancies to get a true reflection of what's going on. But here's where we see a bit difference. The outside sources, when I examine the outside sources, Cushman Wakefield indicated an average of 9.5%, substantially different from what they were showing on their IMEs. And the 2018 to 2020 stabilized vacancy was 9.1%. So that's their report. The Johnson report indicates that 2020, the average is 9.5%, and the weighted average is 13%, and the median is 13.2%. And for 2018, the stabilized average vacancy is 7.3%, and the weighted average is 9.7%, and the median is 8.1%. Those are substantially different from what we saw, what I examined, what I looked at. When I went back through and looked at everything, and you're seeing, what it revealed is that these properties aren't advertised in all their spaces. Some are significantly less advertised than what they're showing on the INEs. So some commentary here to review. Further analytics reveals that the unoccupied spaces reported to the Assessment and Taxation Department on their INEs, much of it includes spaces that were already having leasing commitments and or were not offered to the marketplace in general, or advertised to the marketplace. In general, vacancy occurring within a property, real property, requires effective management, which includes active advertising of vacant space. Unoccupied space within buildings being withheld from the marketplace for various reasons, such as amalgamation of CRUs for new anchor tenants, renovations, movements of tenants within property does not meet this test. Furthermore, numerous municipal board orders support the use of market exposure and advertising of vacant spaces before considering adjustments to vacancy rates. Generally speaking, did you advertise your spaces? Have they been vacant for a while? Are you trying to market it? You've had a significant amount of years waiting. Okay, maybe we'll make an adjustment here. Flip side of that, other side of the coin. Are you advertising these spaces in the market? Why not? Do you have committed spaces already? Do you have anchor tenants waiting? They're brokerage. These are Class A office buildings. There's brokers that are actively working these buildings. There's clientele lists. People are waiting to get in. When you only see vacancy not being advertised at the rate that it's occurring within a property, that's cause for pause. And that's what I did here. So after reviewing everything, given the rationale above, on the reference date, the assessor is satisfied that a vacancy of 10% is appropriate. And that's a stabilized look over 3 years. So 10% is appropriate for the marketplace. Non-recoverables. The board has heard this numerous times over the last few cycles. I'll just generally speak to it. Non-recoverable data shown consists of non-recoverable costs experienced in an individual year minus any below-line item or non-operating costs, often included as tenant inducements, improvements, leasing commissions, incentives, free rents, and so things of that nature. The 2020 global marketplace average non-recoverable cost is 4.5%. The weighted average non-recoverable cost is 4%, and the median non-recoverable cost is 1%. The 2018 to 2020 stabilized global marketplace average non-recoverable cost is 3.6%. The weighted average non-recoverable cost is 3%, and the median non-recoverable cost is 0.9%. Shortfall consists of the reported shortfall cost experienced within an individual year. The 2020 marketplace average shortfall is $14.06. Sorry, bear with me here. There should be a revised page in here. Is this not the revised? Sorry.
Are you referring to page 131?
Yeah, I thought I gave the correct page. Do you have a copy of the blue page? Sorry.
You need this, Chairman?
Yeah, please. Bear with me. Nope, not that one. I thought I sent it. It was highlighted in blue. It was very clear.
Okay, I was looking at the brief that you yesterday, consents, just give me a second to go.
What you're reading here from the, I'll wait to get the updated page to read it in. Since we're going to, do we have it readily available?
We're gonna have to print it, so we should take a 2-minute recess if we can.
Sorry, we need to go.
All right. We'll recess for the time that it takes to provide this to us.
Okay, so I apologize for the corrective, the last two paragraphs, but I'll review the non-recoverables. Same what I just stated, except these are with the proper figures that match the chart on the following page. So the global marketplace non-recoverable cost was 2.2%. The weighted average was 2.6%, and the median was 1.6%. The 2018 to 2020 stabilized average non-recoverable cost was 2.3%. The weighted average non-recoverable cost is 2.6%, and then median non-recoverable is 1.6%. Moving on to shortfall.
Before you move on, just again for my clarity, so those are the revised numbers. Former numbers for the non-recoverable costs were 4.5%, 4%, and 1.0. Is that correct?
Yeah, and you can redact it out. That is the OFE portion study, which isn't what we're doing in this particular appeal, but we'll hear it when the OFEs come around. So,
all right, thank you.
I apologize for the copy paste error. I missed it, and I caught it after I submitted. So,
okay.
Shortfall data consists of reported shortfall costs experienced in an individual year. The 2020 global marketplace average shortfall was $20.03. The weighted average was $19.31, and the median shortfall was $20.71. The 2018 to 2020 stabilized global marketplace average shortfall is $19.59. The weighted average was $19.32, and the median shortfall was $19.40. Outside sources indicated as such. The Johnson report indicates for 2020 was $18.34. The weighted average shortfall is $19.08, and the median shortfall is $18.49. And again, the 2018 to 2020 stabilized shortfall is $17.80. The weighted average is $17.92. $18.34 is the median. Our numbers are a little different because I just do a pause on this for a moment. I'm looking at the 6 that rent, right? Whereas there's a number of other ones that don't rent, or our model would also be looking at the cost for those. Costs are costs regardless if they're paid by the owner or the tenant. So our shortfall may be a little off. I'm just reviewing based on the marketplace that we see here for the 6. So stepping away from the commentary, I put this in because quite frankly, it was getting very difficult to speak to in the short amount of time that we have. You can reference this and you can use it to your will. Below is where we get to the nitty gritty of it. As you see on the following 3 pages, you have an entire marketplace of significant portions on 3 pages. I did my best to show everything that you need in a very concise format for your ease of use. So of those numbers that I just spoke to, we see them on the chart for the OFA marketplace, global marketplace. I use min and max rents to ensure that there is no cherry picking of rents, that there is no low rents, or high rents, whether assessor or agent or panel member would be reviewing. Simply because if they are outlying rents or approaching it, usually there's a reason for it. And you would redact it out. In this study and in the OP study, I do my best to normalize any tenant inducements, but there are some that have made it in. But I'm satisfied if this is used properly and we're not going to extreme ends of the range, we're not including any of those tenant inducements. So, or at least we're not including in a way that gives significant difference. So you see the vacancies that are applied. You see the shortfall that's applied. You see the weighted average that's applied. Below is the chart. One standard deviation in green is one standard deviation. In yellow is where the second standard deviation are. And then beyond that, you get out to your more outliers. Below that, you see for the 152 rents, we actually have categories because it was a bit difficult to explain, and I had some questions from agents. We're actually putting in the rent ranges per dollar where you see the tenants leasing up in. We see that the majority is in the green, and there's a bit more strength to the underside of the marketplace in the second standard deviation. That's where I got to not every OFA performs at a $20 level, $22 asking rates and around there. Some of them are 18, some of them are, hovering around 19, and they, 400 St. Mary's is a good example. We have a class that's an OFA, but it's a little less than achieving what others are. So you have a good rent range of what you see here that is associated with the graph. This is textbook standard statistics. Anything outside of that green range, you should really be looking at why you're going outside. 311 Portage Avenue, Class A building. You see that on the study, it's that is the outlier there. You see every building or every CRU in there, they're ranging from $23, $22 and greater. That's because it's a new OFA. You see that it is beating the marketplace. So at the other end of it is if you have properties such as 4 St. Mary's, which I've talked to, you see it's at the lower end of the scale. A good test for this is to see what's actually occurring within the property, meaning should we put 311 Portage in at the average when it's every rent in there is beating the average, or say 4 St. Mary's, should we put it in the average when most of the rents are below that? This is an indicator of market. You still have to look at the subject property to see how that's performing and make a reconciliation between the two. And I've done that for each individual properties here today. So when we see here on page below that is the OFA studies.
On which page?
Same one, 131, page
131, okay.
Page 3 of the actual study. We see the outside sources for the vacancy medians. There's one caveat here that I will note. Cushman Wakefield groups in the True North complex into their OFA reporting. You can see how linear it is at around 19, hovering around $20, and then in 2018 it jumps to nearly $26. That's because of that's influence. That is a greater. It is what it is. It is you can call it triple prime or however you want to call it. They have that included in here. I cannot segregate it out. Whereas the Johnson report, I can segregate out. I did not include anything from that building in the study. As you can see on the following pages, as it is a superior new build. So for the next page, we'll go through the comparables inclusive of 201 Portage. So you can see now we're getting into the individual properties. There's only 6 of them. I'll touch on 201 Portage. You can reference the other ones as you will. We see that only 1 year they report any non-recoverable reporting of any kind, and that's in 2016. They don't report anything else that I've seen. Please note the vacancies is where we're really going to get the issue here. You see from 2015, 17, 18, 19, and 20, you see 5.1, 17%, 13.1, 33.3, 30.7, and 19.8%. Overall, that's 27.2% for a vacancy. Associated with that, we see the rents that are in place. We see that they're achieving in 2015, $19.89 a square foot, $16 a square foot weighted average, $18.06 in 2017, $18.28 in 2018, 2019 is 18. And in, $17.30. So a drop there. And then in 2020, we also see $18.43. So overall, it looks like it's a bit below. And we see that it's $7.87 for the stabilized look. Again, we have nearly $10 million, over $10 million in tenant inducements, inclusive of free rent. I'm capturing that here. I can't redact that out. So that is included in it. There is a bit of that in the study. Will be note of that. But speaking to the vacancy, you can see in the Johnson report, which I was indicated on page 5, for the 2015 year for 201 Portage, they report 1.5% vacancy. 2016, they report 4%. In 2017, they report 5.8%. And now the numbers start to differentiate between what they're actually reporting to the marketplace as leasable, advertising, effective exposure. They're reporting 8.9%. Then they're reporting 2019
13.4%. And then in 2020, they're reporting 17.6%. Those 2 years, they're reporting 10.3 and 13.4. They're at 30% on the 90s. So there's a substantial difference, 300% difference from what actually is going to the marketplace is offered to what's actually being shown up on the INEs. So this is why I reviewed the marketplace and chose the 10%. When you look at what happened in 360 Main, when you look at what happened at 21 Portage, these are large portions of the marketplace. They were reserving rent, they were reserving space. There's committed spaces. Obviously, if you have this significant a vacancy at 30%, you're advertising it. You need tenants. If you're not advertising, you're not putting that out there on the marketplace, it most likely is committed and often is. Or you have brokerages in place where you don't need to actively advertise it because you have security that will be moving into those spaces. So that's why we chose the 10%. That's why I chose the 10%. So from that point, I'll move away and step away from the study. The study's there in full review. If you need, it's numerically there. Below that, the comparisons are for the concourse area space. Concourse area space.
Right, where are you now?
Page 134.
130 what?
134, right below the study.
Okay.
So this is just for the concourse area space. We have a weighted average of $31.43 attached to these spaces. Again, the concourse area had a major renovation. It's changed from a small space. There's obviously the older TD space that's still there, but it is now more of a median area. One large restaurant or a couple smaller franchises and a meeting room. So when we go back up, and I know this is a lot of information to grasp and take in, but you know, it is a high level appeal. So when we go back to the actual study, actually, when we go back to actual work up on page 20, starting at page 20, we see that the average rent put in place is 32.
Just a second.
You got Class A buildings today.
All right.
You see it's $33.39, well within the average in the marketplace. The 10%.
Just a second. Sorry. We're looking at the income stream 1.
Yeah. And I'm just highlighting.
Average 33.39.
Yeah, and I'm just highlighting what we already went over for comparables in the study, or indicating what we have in place here today.
Okay.
So, and then on the building, the main portion, obviously the primary portion of the building, we have $18.74. So we're literally $1 more than what the rents show, but there is also literally over $10 million in tenant inducements inclusive of free rents in that. So when we look at the individual workup as far as vacancy and non-recovery.
Do you mind if I stop you there? The 1874 or the 1873 is inclusive of inducements. Which one?
No, the study. Maybe I misspoke there. I'll go back. If we go back to page 132.
One moment. All right, I'm at 132.
Yeah, you see that in 2019 year for 21 Portage, the weighted average is $17.30, which is $2, at least $2 below where it should be. And
Sorry, I'm obviously a little slower than you. I'm looking at 2019, 2001 Portage Avenue.
Weighted average
at
$70.30.
1730 weighted average. Okay, all right.
And then you look at 1843, and then the 3-year stabilized out. Again, you should be looking at stabilized at $70.87. What I'm saying is, with all the free rent that's in place, the new rents, with all the tenant inducements, which is over $10 million, that has to factor in here where it's a drop below where the market is. So I'm indicating to the panel that it shouldn't be the $17.87 that we should be using. The average marketplace is $19.94. So when I'm looking at what we have on model, which is back up where we were just discussing.
Sorry, but hang on a second again. Where's the $19 and something or other cents?
It would be on page 131. The
Okay.
gold marketplace.
Sorry,
average.
but you're going too fast. There's an awful lot of numbers here, and you're going a little too fast to understand exactly what we're looking at.
I know, and you need to pause it. Well, I'd like to get this right. So,
all right,
average. We see that the stabilized is $19.21. That's inclusive of the entire marketplace, properly weighted. And then we see for the year for 2020, it's $19.94, and then for 2019, it's $20.57. So when we see those two cross-reference, what I'm saying is $17.87 seems low. It's not at market. It's been influenced by tenant inducements and free rents, which is indicated on the INEs, which total for the 2 years of these years that we're looking at, 19 and 20, over $10 million. You can see it in their income statements, which I've shown the free rents in yellow. So when I'm looking at the overall average for a premier building, one of the two, premier, the other one being 360 Main, you would think that that would be hovering around where the average should be, at, stabilized at $19, a bit over $19. So when I go back up to the actual income stream, which is on page 22, the average is $18.74. What I'm saying
I'm
is,
going back to page 22 now. Hang on.
what I'm saying is,
All right.
I'm comfortable as an assessor reviewing all these properties in full, including the subject property, that a model rate of $18.74 is fair. It is a representation of market. It's just under the average. It's above what the stabilized look for the 3 years is, but the stabilized look for the 3 years is inclusive of free rent, as we can see. And more than anything else that I want to get to is, after review of all the parameters that we put in place, the deriving of what the model did, and the proven work of the study, when you go to this net operating income, you see that we have 7.8 million put on it. That's what our model projected. And when we go down for the year in place, I've given you the years in place with the adjusted free rent out and any capital costs adjusted out. And you see for the 2020 year, it's a little north of 8 million. Our model's bang on for the NOI. So from that point on, I'll move on to capitalization rates, and it'll just be a few more minutes. I realize it's a long presentation, but I'd like to do it once because I'll then do it again. So for direct evidence, I've looked at 2 sales. There has been no other sale other than the subject property in 2014, and I'll touch on that just once more in closing. Page 124 is 240 Graham, an upper B prime. We see
Just a second, please. Just a second. Page 124, you said?
And again, this is direct evidence in the marketplace of a sale. This isn't projection from a outside source study. This is me reviewing it, part of my due diligence with the municipal board. We see that this hovered around 6.31%. This is a class B prime, a bit below where the subject property would be, obviously, this being a class A.
You mind telling us what this building is so we have a bit of an idea?
40 grand.
Yes.
Cargill building.
Cargill. Okay, thank you.
So right up on it is above. You can see the square foot areas. You can see the rents, the net OIs that are in place. You can see looking up to the reference, or up to the what would have been the sale. We have our process stabilized at 6.31%. And then on the next page is 220 Portage, which is a property we have on appeal today. Leading up to this sale for 2010, 2011, and partial year of 2012, which we've reconciled out, we have an overall capitalization rate at 6%. Excuse me. They also declared, and we'll get into that, at 6.4% when they purchased into their shareholders. That was the issue that they bought it at. So there's direct evidence of where the capitalization rate should be. We see it should be between 6 and 6.4% for Bs. We see a B right across the street, which had significant vacancy on the customer purchase, and they're still declaring it at 6.4% to the shareholders. My independent work was 6. They may have a bit more inside knowledge of information where it came in at 6.4, but I'm okay with either number. So below that is just from page 126 to 128. Numerous sources indicating we do not look at tenant inducements of any kind, free rent, stuff of that nature. Clearly, I've redacted that out of the income streams to show what they are. Capitalization. I'll touch on if need be. I will touch on capital costs. We don't allow that as well. I can do that in the rebuttal if need be if it comes up. But overall, when we look at the property, we see that the marketplace that I reviewed is quite indicative of what the actual value that the model predicted. And further to that, after we look at the one sale, which did occur, we don't know the quantum value. We see that because it was never reported. We see that the actual, let me get back to it. The actual mortgage on the property is $97 million, and usually it's about a third down for purchases such as this. So when you do that, that correlates right back to where not only market, but it appears that may have been the sale at $130,401,000. So with that, I think the assessment is well proven. The studies support it. The sale itself, although we hasn't disclosed the value, the mortgage that's on the property is a good indicator. So with that, I'm open to questions. I realize there's a lengthy presentation, but we need to take a break, or you'd like to get right into questions. I'm open to either one.
Well, I'd like to commend you on the extensiveness of this information. It must have taken you at least a couple of hours.
Sorry, I don't know.
I haven't seen this quantity or depth of information before, and it is very interesting. Thank you very much. It is now noon. Would you care to take a half-hour break at this point, and then we'll resume with questions, or are there burning questions?
I'd prefer to go through questions, if it's okay with the panel, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of information that I think it's good to address if we can.
And I would agree that Mr. Slaughter should have his choice on that, whether you do an hour or wait. So if he chooses,
proceed, Mr. Slaughter. Questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Pohl, if we can summarize, now you spent a lot of time talking about the study that you've completed on page 131. And on page 132, you have the findings for the subject property. And just to reiterate what you had mentioned, the stabilized 3-year vacancy on page 132 for 201 Portage is 27.2%. And the stabilized 3-year weighted average rent is $17.87 a square foot.
correct.
You suggested, though, that number one, the vacancy, which is what the owner has reported to you under every single annual income questionnaire, should be ignored because Johnson doesn't say that that was so. Is that correct?
What I'm stating is they're factually shown on unoccupied CRUs. I don't believe that to be in error. But what I'm showing is they're not advertising all those CRUs to the marketplace.
Okay, so because they're not advertising, as far as you can tell, we ignore what they have given you in sworn testimony and annual questionnaires.
I'm stating the facts that I see it. We see a advertising of outside source, which is based on what the owners are advertising. It's straight from any individual owner, and they're reporting the rates and the associated space that they're offering or holding out to market, exposing to market. We do not see that a correlation, whereas we do, say, the OFB market, where it's more tightly bound. So,
and similarly, for the weighted average of the rents, you stated that they were, in your opinion, $2 less than your study shows, and therefore they should be ignored as well in the site-specific valuation in the applied market.
What I'm showing is, and you can go through the rent roll, I highlighted in red and green and yellow, is inclusive of the free rents that are being shown. So there is tenant inducements involved in this. There is, in the 2 years alone, there's over $10 million reported
Sorry, can you explain that? There's tenant inducements involved. Do you mean that the rents are inflated because of the tenant inducements? Which
No, I'm showing that their rents are lower than what should be. It's lower what the marketplace is indicating, and it's lower what's in place. So if you go through the actual rent roll, and here's to get more in depth, go through the rent roll highlighted in green. There's an awful lot of $20 rents. And then you see highlighted in red, you see the rent that's in place and then the step ups that are associated with it. It's all there if the panel wants to go through it.
And trust me, we will be going through this at length today. Let's talk about what your study does show on page 31.
31.
No, sorry, 131. So this is the global marketplace for OFA, and you're showing here the statistics. So you'd agree that if we go from 2017, which is effectively the last reference date for assessment, to the current end of 2020, rents appear to be fairly stable. The face rents, fluctuate a little bit up and down, but generally they're stable. Is that correct?
If you look from 15 to 2020, you have 1922 to 1994. And there's, again, a little bit of fluctuation in there. I would say it's bang on. It's very stable.
So fairly stable rents. The vacancy, as you show, went from 7% or 8.3% to 20.3%. So significant increase in vacancy.
A vacancy is what it shows.
Yeah.
So.
And expenses recovered or non-recovered are up nominally. But if we take those figures, does that not suggest an aggregate decline in income for the downtown OFA office market?
How by as far as
the rents are stable, the vacancy is skyrocket, and expenses.
No, that's the reported vacancy that we have for unoccupied CRUs. And we'll get into this at 360 Main, and we'll get into this here because these are the two primary buildings. They're the largest OFAs sitting on the corner of Portage and Main. There appears to be a number of spaces that the owner is holding back from market because they have new tenants coming in, anchor tenants. And when you do that, you have to amalgamate your spaces. But those spaces shouldn't be looked at on a long-term horizon as being a true vacancy.
Yeah, Mr. Cole, is this based on interviews with owners or managers, or is this your hypothesis?
I walked through 360 Main with a former agent. It was CR space that was being withheld from market because they're agglomerating all the CRUs to account for the move from 320 Broadway to there. And then it appears to be without any going through 2-1 Portage or those spaces, because I haven't done that. But no interviews with the property owners, just simply looking at what the tenancies were in place and look at what was being advertised and seeing what was going in that building as well. So it appears that both properties were doing the same thing. They were amalgamating spaces for large anchor tenants.
Okay, bottom of page 131, you show the outside sources. Mm-hmm. And again, these are asking rents, not actual. Is that correct?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So at the top is your summary of your study of the OFA marketplace that is leased.
Which page one? 131.
131. So I'm just differentiating.
131 is the global marketplace.
Yeah.
Below that is the stabilized look of the rent and the rent ranges. Below that is the OFA outside sources, which would be sourced from page 5 of the study, which would be 133 of the PDF.
Okay, so at the top of 131 with the global conclusions, and you mentioned this earlier to the panel, that the OFA weighted average in 2020 was $19.94. That's at the top, near the top right, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Just to be clear, because I want to make sure I understand, because to be frank, Altus Group does exactly the same kind of study every single assessment cycle. We represent all of these properties. I know the ownerships and management well. We know what's happening in the properties quite well, and our conclusions are a little bit different. So I want to make sure that we're apples to apples in what we're talking about. You mentioned that for each of the 6 years, that on page 132, you would examine the rents signed in those properties for each year. Is that correct?
Yeah, it comes straight from the rent rolls, and when they would be put in place.
Okay, and we can. I assume that you wouldn't have included restaurants or main floor retail in this.
None of that is in. None of that is in.
And would you have made the proper deductions from gross or semi-gross leases to determine the true net?
I looked at only net. If there was any semi-gross, it was, like I said, like it's highlighted in the brief, that was removed from the analysis. It's on a net rent basis.
So you would remove anything that was gross or semi-gross and not include those. Okay. All right. And how about non-arm's length leases? Would you have included any of those?
Where there were any, I would have removed that. I believe I went through the entire populace of both A's and B's and removed all of them appropriately. If they're checking off as owner occupied, I'm not including it. If there may be one that is owner occupied, they didn't let us know. It may snuck in.
Okay, and so and just to make sure, and I think because you've gone through everything very carefully, we have the conclusions of the study, but we don't have the actual what was included and what wasn't. Is that correct?
Say that again.
Well, we don't have the actual units that you looked at for these conclusions.
Not getting today here at this hearing, no. But you and I and Mr. Reimer entered into a discussion where I provided each and every single CRU to Altus. The point of that was for you to verify everything and that we would not have to do several hundred CRUs at appeal because there's no way to do that.
Sorry, Mr. Wall, I remember getting the study. I don't remember seeing a list of units, so.
I gave you the entire CRU.
Okay, I'd have to go back again and see that, but okay. So just to clarify that, what we have here is in each year the lease is signed, and by doing that, we're looking at what's happening in the marketplace. What are the meetings of the minds in the marketplace as of this year? So lease is signed, correct?
Step ups or
it includes step ups.
any lease. So when we're looking at, just so we're clear, if it is a new lease, if it is a step up, it is caught in that individual year.
Okay, would you not agree that a step up is not an indicator of the meeting of the minds in a given year? A step up is an indicator of the meeting of the minds when the lease was signed. Is that correct?
It is a reflection of what they're currently paying in that calendar.
Okay, so what this study actually is showing then is what's being paid in certain years, not what was being signed in certain years.
It's either or and both. There's no way to really differentiate because, quite frankly, as you go through the IMU roles, the reporting is not the greatest on some. They vary. What we're catching is the rents, the current rent in that year, the current expenses in them, the income and expenses in that current year for CRUs that are leased up. And then when you go to the shortfall recovery, we're looking at that actual data as well for that year and the vacancy reported as well. So each and every single parameter is in relationship to that year.
I'm glad I asked that question because I did not understand that this would be including step-ups and considering those as actual commencements of leases. On page 133, you show 311 Portage Avenue.
Yes, I do.
And you show from 2015, I'll just pause for a moment for the panel to see this. On 311 Portage, there is the number of CRUs leased. It's just below the vacancy line. Okay. And this is the property that you said was kind of the anomaly. It has by far the highest rents.
Yes. Yes.
So the lease is signed here in 2015. There are 4. In 2016, there are, I think it says 1, 2 in 2017. I feel like I'm at the optometrist here. I can barely read this. 2019 is 3. 2020 is 2.
Yeah.
Okay. There are 2 office tenants in that building. Is that correct, Mr. Cole? And you have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 entries of those same rents.
So I'm sorry. Was there a question? I heard a beat. I don't know if anyone else heard it. Maybe it's just me. Like I said, number of CRUs. It doesn't go by tenant. It goes by CRUs. Separated demisable commercial rentable units. There are 2 tenants, but those are the CRUs that they occupy. So every year they report on their INE what the rents are. So you go from year to year and you catch any step ups that are in place. We are being reflective of what's on the rent roll and the current rents that are being paid in that year that are in relationship to the expenses that are in that year.
Okay, so you're capturing those same rents multiple times in each of the years.
No, the rents change. We're capturing what they were paying.
The rents are 10-year leases signed in 2015. So you're capturing them.
And those are the rents that are being placed in that calendar year. So if there are step ups, that's what we're catching.
Okay. The non-recovered allowance that you said you've studied as well. You mentioned that let's see, what page was that on?
For the global, they're on all of it. There's global, and then there's
Sorry, bottom of page 131, is that correct?
No, there is
That's all
no,
right.
just no, the global is at the top, there's non-recoverable there, and then the individual on pages 132 and 133 have it as well for this, for the comparables.
Right.
But there is no non-recoverables reported in either Cushman Wakefield or Johnson report, so we can't do that for that.
Okay, so at the top of page 131, then the global summary of non-recovered, and I think it, again, my eyes aren't great, but somewhere around 2.6%, I think it says. What is included in that non-recovered category?
I include everything that they report, but I redact out anything that are below line items, like I've already stated. If there's any, and this is where I'll pause for a moment. Sometimes, and this is OFB or OB, if they have a non-recoverable line item and it's just a number and they don't have any breakdown, that's what they're reporting. Other property owners give you a breakdown of all the non-recoverables, where you can take on a line item and make an adjustment for. So whenever there is anything that case law says that they can't be included in, such as tenant inducements, allowance, leasing commission, leasing costs, free rent, things of that nature, I take out. But I'm glad you brought that point up. I may have glanced over it. If they just report a lump sum, I can't. It is just a lump sum. So I'll usually will defer include it in, but it'll also show up in the analysis. Like you'll see in the OFB portion, I'll show you through that stick way out, where you know that's not market in there, including capital costs or other things involved in it. You just is out of relationship to the income expenses for the property.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, are we okay? So I had those questions and I'm rushing a little bit, but those are my questions on the study. I now wanted to go into the actual property. Are we okay to continue?
Proceed.
Yep, great, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Paul. So let's talk about 201 Portage specifically.
Sure.
Okay.
We still touching on the study, or we touching on the?
Nope, just the evaluation of property. So let's see here. We'll turn to page. Now your leasable area on page 1.
Okay.
519,611.
Mm-hmm.
And where is that sourced from?
That would be coming from the INEs that are coming in. I also took a look at what they reported on their website. So that's what we have.
Okay, so let's talk about that for a second. On page 7, you've done a calculation. If I could ask the board, please turn to page 7. We'll be coming back to this again. But on page 7, you've done a calculation that you think is the vacancy, not what they reported. And your denominator is 510, 790, not 519, correct?
Yeah, like I said, that's from the website. This is what they're currently listing. And if you look down on page 12, you see that they showed the leasable area at 506,412 or 13 square feet.
Right.
And I just want to make sure that the panel is aware, and you're obviously aware, buildings of this size, that number isn't stagnant. It can vary a little bit one way or the other based on tenant bid ups, changes to the property. When you have a significantly large building, it's going to fluctuate a little bit from year to year to year.
Okay.
You would expect that.
So that fair enough comment, Mr. Poole. But already we've established that the website actually is about 12,000 square feet less than you stated. And I asked you, where did you source this from? You said the website. You said from the INE forms. Can I ask the panel, please, to turn to page 123? This is the 2020 rent roll.
23.
Yeah, boy, this is testing my eyes today. But they've reported to you on page 123 that the total gross lease.
Just a second, not there yet.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. And I have to look sideways, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
sorry. Yeah.
This will be the aggregate of all the different portions of the building that I'll be talking about, Mr. Chairman. But Mr. Poole, again, the total that they state is 510.
Yep.
I think that's the 780. So again, I asked, what is the source for 519,611? It's not from the web. It's not from the owner.
It may have been from other INEs, like I have most of them. I don't think I have the right roll in a couple of years, but it may have been from that. But I want to make it clear. When I see 510, 519 into 500,000, I don't even give it a second glance. I mean, it's a nominal difference. I would expect it to be a variance. And there's no way that realistically, we can, are we going to release a supplemental assessment every time there's a nominal change in square foot area for when we go to appeal? I don't think that's appropriate. For a building of such size and such nature.
Okay, so on page 21, we have the valuation. This is the nuts and bolts of your valuation. This is where you said, well, forget about what actually happens there. Let's look to the market. And now we find out that the market includes step-ups. But anyway, this is your conclusion, and this is based on your market study. Have you inspected the property, Mr. Bill?
I've been in there a number of years. Time to time, I don't think I've ever done a complete inspection for an appeal.
Have you been through what's called the Unitel building inside?
No.
No. Have you been inside the bustle?
I don't believe so, no.
Have you been inside the lower storage areas?
No, I have not.
Okay, so you can't tell me, I guess, on page 21, which unit is which. I mean, this doesn't show unit numbers or tenants, it just has areas.
No, it doesn't correlate the same way. And for appeal, it would be a little bit difficult. You can see from the substandard basement finish at $4.96 for one of the CRUs for 4,000 square feet, or 4,031 square feet would be one. Obviously, that low rate, but the majority, we have another 475 square foot space of storage. But the majority of that, it wouldn't correlate the same way on what we have.
Right, so the Unitel and the bustle, which I'll talk about, Mr. Chairman, indirect, because this is a very important part of the story of 201 Portage. But my point here is that constitutes about 40,000 square feet in total.
What are you referring to, Mr. Slaughter?
I'm referring to a certain area of the subject property, Mr. Chairman, which is substandard storage space. And I'm trying to determine where in the valuation on page 21, the city has recognized the site-specific nature of that 40,000 feet. And again, Mr. Pohl, I guess the answer is you're not sure.
Well, no, I'm saying it doesn't correlate to 40,000 square feet. If you're saying this is true storage area, let me rephrase it a different way. This property's been under a number of appeals through case management. Have you asked for us to go through it to show it?
I've worked this property for 15 years, Mr. Pohl. I know it quite well, and I bring up the same arguments each time. Yes.
Well, let me rephrase it a different way. If it was a significant error, why haven't you requested the department to come out even outside of the appeal process?
Well, okay. I every time we have this appeal, I go through the subject property site-specific analysis or description very carefully. This is not new. This is 15 years of appeals that this has been brought up.
Right.
Anyway, the point being that we can't identify here what space is what.
Well, since it seems to be might be a larger issue than most. We have one picture on your.
Yeah, Mr. Pohl, I think it's my turn for questions, and I'll go through that in direct. Thank you. Okay, again, on page 7, I asked the board to turn to that page earlier, and I'll come back to that. Because now we're talking about the vacancy allowance. So we have established what the owner has communicated clearly to you is their vacancy experience. And on page 7, you've taken a listing of units and you've calculated that in fact the owner is incorrect. Their vacancy is 13.9%. Is that correct?
No, I'm showing a reflection of what they're showing to the public.
You say 13. You say the total vacancy is 13.9%.
Let me phrase this correctly and clearly. On this page, there's 71,497 square feet being advertised by the owner on the website Helding Out to Marketplace, which correlates if you use 510,790 square feet at 13.9%.
Okay, can you please turn to page 120?
Yeah.
So this is what the owner has provided you. And it shows 456 square feet, 17 units, which is 20.07% of a denominator. Mr. Chairman, this is what I'd like to point out, of 477,442. Is that correct?
Numerically, it's exactly as you stated.
Okay. And then if we go to the next page, 121, we'll see an income statement, or sorry, a rent roll, which is a little bit different. And it says rent roll for 201 Portage Unitel. Now, Mr. Chairman, I will be coming back to this. I know I'm moving fast. And this is what I want to get to in my direct evidence. It's one of the issues. This is now the separate area I referred to. And Mr. Pohl at the bottom,
Page 122,
121, moving to 122 summarizes, yes.
highlighted in yellow.
Yeah.
4.91% of the Unitil building
Is
is occupied.
occupied.
I'm
So
sorry, but where are you?
page 122, Mr. Chairman,
Okay,
summarizes.
not 121, 122.
Yeah, it's 122 summarizes 121. I'm sorry.
And you're finding what figure? Vacant square feet, 95,000? Or is that 95? Oh, 95%. Sorry.
So to be clear, this is the Unitil building, which is in addition to the 477,000 square foot tower. And with that, and the concourse, we would come to 510,000. But I'll just pause for a moment. Mr. Cole, on page 123, we have the food court.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that leasable area is 3,834, I believe it is.
If you don't mind, Mr. Slaughter, in your questioning, you're referring to the Unitel building. There was no reference to this building, as I recall, in Mr. Pohl's information. Could you tell us a little bit more about this building as opposed to the tower? What is this building?
Sure. Yeah, I have this all in my direct evidence, but Mr. Chairman, if you'd like, I'll describe it
Well,
now.
just so we know what you're talking about. I mean, it's important in your questioning, so we need to know what you're talking about.
Yes, certainly. When 201 Portage was constructed in 1989, there was a number of buildings that circled Portage and Main at that time, from turn of the century or the 20s or 30s. All were obviously demolished except one, and that was the 4-story Unitel building. And the reason it could not be demolished is because it housed the telecommunication equipment for downtown. So they built the tower around the Unitel building. And the leasable area that you see for the tower includes the Unitel building.
Now, we do not see this as a separate building. It is actually within the shell of the tower.
Exactly. It's part of 201 Portage. It actually constitutes 7% of the gross leasable area. And there's a bustle, they call it, which is another area to the side, I think probably for engineering purposes, I'm not sure, 2 stories. And that constitutes 10,000 feet. And again, I have this all in direct, I'll go through, but I'll give you the short story now. This is not office space, Mr. Chairman. This is a 1941 aged building with minimal fenestration, with mechanical systems that are dated. It basically was only used to house the switching equipment until MTS vacated in 2015. So it's one of the very important points. If we're looking at the gross area, and first of all, let's make sure we understand what that is, 510,000. And we talk about vacancy. Well, the only space that will be listed by the owner for office space for lease is going to be office space, not this space. One might actually suggest that this shouldn't be part of the GLA at all.
So you're saying the bustle is 10,000?
Correct, 5,000.
And the Unitel building is how much?
It's 29,000. I have all this in my direct.
Yeah, it's listed,
All right.
highlighted in my,
So I have an idea of what we're looking at.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you.
Okay. Pardon my interruption.
Nope, no, that's good, because you're right. You probably want to understand. If I'd gone through my direct first, you'd understand what I was asking. But this is a very key part about this property. So my last question about the rent roll, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cole, is on page 123. Then we have the last part of what makes up the GLA, and that's the food court. And that area is 3,834, correct?
For leasable area, yes.
Yeah, but on page, on your valuation, and I'll just pause again on page 20, which is the city's valuation of the concourse. Your leasable area is 11,582, correct?
Right. And that would include the bank space as well. So that would be the increase there. The bank space is
Not quite, but I'll go through that.
well, and within realism, I have yet to inspect the property. And just so we're clear, there is a municipal board that is outstanding for the 2020, which we'll be going to, obviously. Part of the review for that is to get the areas of the concourse here, right? They had a substantial renovation down there. But as I already indicated, it is a very nominal point to the rest of the building. So that may change a little bit depending on what the renovation was.
We've talked about the rents, the actual rents versus what you've applied. We talked about the vacancy, actual versus what you've applied. Back to page 132, please. Your study.
132?
Mhm.
Okay.
201 Portage, as I mentioned, we talked about the actual rents, talked about the actual vacancy. The actual shortfall on page 132, stabilized at $17.81 a square foot, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you've applied $15 in valuation.
Yeah, like I indicated. And if you actually look at the stabilized, if you look at page 132, and I'll touch base on this, it goes from $19.20, $19.40, and then it drops to $15.29. You would think that it would have dropped $4 or so, but COVID did experience some difference, and I'll generally speak to that. I've looked at INEs for buildings that obviously were a couple tenants where most of the tenants probably weren't there anymore. They turned the lights off, the occupancy costs down, and because people were remotely working. You saw some properties drop. Other properties didn't. So there is a bit of variation for the 2020 year because you are catching the portion of the year, which is obviously COVID related for costs. But getting back to the overall global, that's what we use to put in as far as the shortfall. But moving back up to the analysis that the model provided, I should say model provided shortfall, which is on page, page 22 and 20 for the concourse area and 20 for the main building. We're using $15.
Right, but
now
there's nothing to substantiate
that $15 derived from all the OFAs, which the model offers. We're looking at to grab the owner occupied costs as well, because they're reporting costs and renting out properties reporting costs. So there's another section. There's quite a few OFAs that are owner occupied, which may have influenced that value. So I'm just looking at the ones that rent.
Okay, but Mr. Pohl, if it's coming from your model overall, on page 131, you have the global marketplace shortfall weighted average. And that's 1982 a square foot. I think that's 1932.
Well, they're hovering around $19.
Okay. So there's nothing to support the $15 being applied, is my question.
What I'm saying is the modelers use a bigger populace. So for the actual shortfall for both A's and B's, they're looking at the total because regardless of the cost is paid for by an owner or by a tenant, the cost is still the same. So they are looking at the expenses on an even footing throughout the base of any of both stocks of property. So from that point, I'm not going to really differ from what that shortfall would be, because that's going to be a bit more accurate than what I can capture just from the INEs for the few that are the ones that are reporting.
Okay, let's turn to please page 71. So this is the conclusion. The total income statement is from the income items are from 69 to 71. But on the bottom of page 71, and you talked about this in your evidence, the 2020 NOI stated by the owner is $4,187,244.
Yeah. And
then you've made adjustments. You've removed the erosion of free rent, and you've removed the item 6018, which is recoverable major expenditure.
Yeah.
Okay, so you basically doubled the NOI effect by doing these two things.
If you look at it another way, the NOI is influenced downwards by $3 million and another $800,000 in 18.
Let's look at it this way. Page 69 shows the base rent revenue that the property could attain. That's $8,443,988. And we then deduct vacancy of 2 million, so it's over 20%, 2,079,622. I'm going to leave aside the free rent for the moment. I maybe disagree with what your opinion is on that, but we'll leave that aside. So the effective income, when we take the total potential minus the vacancy, would be about 6.4 million, say.
The vacancy is obviously larger. Yeah, I'm reporting exactly. It's hovering a bit over 2 million.
So from the effective gross income, we would then have erosion further for shortfall, the expenses that aren't recovered because of vacancies, and other items. So one would expect that your NOI, especially when you have 20% vacancy, is going to be less than your effective gross income. Is that correct?
Say that again.
Well, you have an effective gross income,
Yeah.
6.4 million. And from that, we have to recognize that a lot of your expenses are not being recovered because of 20-something% vacancy.
Okay, yeah, no, I hear what you're saying.
So the conclusion has to be that your NOI would be less than your effective gross income.
I'm just showing a reflection of what's there. Like, I mean,
You're showing a reflection of a manipulated statement, Mr. Cole. That's what you're doing.
no, absolutely not. We're taking out free rent based on what is there, and case law states not to.
Okay,
And then capital costs, which I can go to in my rebuttal, if this is a particular issue, which I thought it might obviously highlighted, we do not include. There is no way that a major recoverable expenditure or capital cost, which I've highlighted the renovations that are going on to the property, brought in the permit values as well as the actual permits, indicating what's going on, that this is an annual recurring cost. It is a capital cost.
This cost is annually recurring.
There's no way that there's a $3 million annual recurring.
So it's not an annual recurring.
It's not an annual recurring cost that comes again and again and again.
Okay, so I think I
It wasn't
understand.
there prior,
I think I understand
and
part
that's
of
why I
what
went
you're
through
saying.
the whole rentals and INE statement showing that it wasn't there.
Right, so let's pause for a moment. Let's talk about what you're trying to do, which I understand is you're trying to stabilize the income statement. You're trying to say, what is an anomaly? What does not typically occur? Let's be careful about that.
Not just an anomaly, but we're using case law, which governs us today. And again, it's a hearing de novo, but it's quite clear that we do not use capital costs because that's an improvement to the physical real estate, and it's not a part of the annual operating expenses. It's not.
I'll come back to that item, Mr. Cole. Let's talk about free rent for a moment. So in 2020, the item that you've added back, you're saying that $818,109 were not attained by the owner, but you're suggesting that no, we're going to put that back in.
That's what they're telling us.
That's what they're telling us. Okay, and this item, if we go back to 2019, that amount would be $910,000. If we go back to 2018, I'm going to move fast, Mr. Chairman. I apologize, but I'm reading off each statement just to be clear. 2018 would be 833,000. I could keep going, Mr. Chairman, but my point is this is not an anomaly. It's constantly recurring. It's an erosion to the income. Mr. Cole, is this not an erosion to the income?
No, this is a physical improvement to the capital.
No, free rent.
Free rent is being shown as it's being shown, but that is also part of where I look at on two income statements, they're claiming over $10 million in tenant inducements.
Right, so let's talk about that.
Sorry, excuse me, Mr. Slaughter, so I can understand your question. Are you asking Mr. Pohl, does free rent reoccur all the time? Or are you asking him, does this amount of free rent reoccur year after year after year?
I was trying to establish, Mr. Chairman, that if I understand correctly, the free rent is removed, and I thought it was because he was suggesting it's an anomaly. And I'm showing that it actually occurs at almost the same amount every single year that he has in evidence. And so I'm asking, what is the rationale then to ignore this erosion that is continuous and sustaining?
I'll go through this in a general state, because I mean, we're going to get into major issues here today. Case law says we don't do it. I'm not going to undo 25, 30 years plus case law because you say so today. On a better look, when you look at these rents, you don't see free rent for a 3-year lease, typically. What you see free rent for is you're going to sign a long-term rent as a tenant. You're going to be here 15 years with an option for another 5. I'll give you a break on the first 5 years. You get a couple bucks less than what everyone else is under contract currently in the building. There's your free rent as an inducement to come into the building. As long as you complete, and you go through leases, as long as you complete your totality of the rent and you're not in default, you get a bit of a discount on the first little bit of the rent for the first period. The rest of the periods you're paying usually.
Okay, Mr. Cole, what is that done?
That is your tenant inducement. You wouldn't expect that to continue throughout the lifespan of the horizon of the investment, or throughout the length of the entire lease. There is another instance where, and this is more for anchor tenants, whereas if you're not occupying a small CRU or a totality of CRUs that is a large portion of the building, you'll come in and I will give you a discounted rent and you will improve my property for me. And then at the end of the lease, my option is to keep that capital investment improvement or to get you to scrape it back to base. Now, there's going to be a discounted rent there because you're improving my physical space. I'm the owner. You're paying for your tenant fit up. I don't have to charge you back. You're going to get a little bit of a lesser rent for the first portion of it, or the first term usually. And there's sometimes, depending on what it is, maybe a little bit into the second term. But that's a strategy that is atypical for leasing. That's a strategy that's both good for the tenant and the owner, but it's atypical because you're having a tenant that is going to an extreme end to pay for improvement of a physical capital of a property they don't own. And more so for an anchor tenant, it secures you in my building. You're not going to walk away from the rent. You've improved my physical building. You're taking an older, outdated space. You've improved it at your cost. And there may be, again, some looseness in numbers there, but generally that's what happens. And that speaks to the risk of the property, the capitalization rate. I have a desirable building that allows an anchor tenant to be agglomerated spaces for. I'm going to give you a break on the rent. You're going to improve my property. I'm going to have you for 15, 20, maybe 30 years, depending on what the lease breaks out at.
Back to the question about free rent, Mr. Poole. You mentioned that the reason that that you're not deducting is because it happened. It already happened at the beginning of the lease, and it doesn't happen in the rest of the lease.
I'm deducting it because case law is quite clear, and every single time I've read every order, I've yet to see one that says we should be including free rent.
Well, we'll get to that item. That's a different question that's being asked the board. I'm asking you the rationale, and you said it's because it happened at the top of the lease, and it doesn't happen through the rest of the lease, and therefore you wouldn't remove it.
Numerous leases in this building. I'm telling you what typically happens within the marketplace, and it's usually the anchor tenants that owners make adjustments for, but those aren't typical leases. There's extraordinary circumstances that involve in that, and we don't include that.
Okay, now the second item that you deducted is the recoverable major expenditures. And please explain to me again why you just ignore this item.
Because it's obviously capital cost in nature.
Please stop there. Why would the owner not call it a cap? Below the line, we see a number of items. Non-capital building improvements of 6.5 million.
Yeah.
So why would the owner not have included this in the proper line item if it's a capital improvement?
If you go through the rent rolls or the income statements that I've shown, can you show me major, whether they call it major expenditures? Can you show me that occurring at $1.5 million to $3 million each and every single year over the length going back to 2011?
I can show you on page 75 that it was $1,556,713 in 2019. But that's not my question. My question is, why would you assume that this is a capital improvement when the owner has clearly stated it's not?
Look at the amount of investment that's been done in the building. Look at the permits that I brought in. The capital investment in this building, if you go back to the actual permits themselves, and that's highlighted from my pages 37 and onward. If you look simply to page 39, page 40, you have from 2014 to 2019, $41 million in capital investment in this building.
No, it's not capital investment, Mr. Poole. Most of those are tenant improvements.
Yeah,
and I'll get into that in my direct evidence. If you go through the permits that you show in your evidence, you'll see the names of the tenants they refer to.
Yeah, and I'll
go through that in my direct. That's not my question. My question is, why would you remove an expense item and say the owner is wrong? It should have been a capital improvement.
Because it is a capital improvement.
Because it isn't. What is it, Mr. Poole? What is this referred to?
This is part of discovery. If you want to refer to me,
you made a major decision to manipulate a financial statement, and you don't know what it is.
No, I'm caught in every single permit.
I don't care, Mr. Poole. What is this item that you removed?
Maybe we could tone things down just a little bit, please.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, Rod, I brought in $41 million worth of capital improvements to the building that occurred within 5 years.
No, you haven't, Mr. Poole. You brought in tenant improvements with some capital.
It's
And they're
not-
listed on the income statements.
So please go down to.
I think we'll wait for that for
No,
your
no.
evidence, Mr. Slaughter. Let's just stick to questions.
I'm trying to go down to the last two. $8 million and $5.2 million. We'll go down to the last two. The second one above is $8 million interior and exterior.
Sorry, which page, Mr. Paul?
Page 40.
Page 40.
That's $8 million.
Yes, and most of this is going to be tenant improvements which are necessary to generate the income upon which our valuation is based.
Exterior and interior alterations.
That's not 40 million.
No, it's 8.
Right.
Which is nearly 2.5 times the 3. So since this is part of discovery and I brought in the permits that are associated below and you can read from, can you show me, and since you brought it up, why you would think that this $3 million is somehow R&M?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's my questioning, it's not yours, so we'll continue on with questioning. The item is called recoverable expenditure. So recoverable typically has a revenue associated with it, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So if you remove the revenue that they recovered for this item,
Pardon me?
will there be a revenue in recoveries? One would expect if it's a recoverable item. In the income statement, have you removed that recoverable revenue?
No, I don't believe I saw it in there. You can see it from line to line item.
Okay, so we didn't see it, so we won't remove it. So we take the expense out, we leave the revenue from the recovery. Okay. If I can ask you please to turn to page 69, that's where the revenue portion of the income statement is.
69?
Yep.
Yeah, right here.
So now we're on the 2020 income statement and we're looking at the revenue portion, not the expense portion. And we talked about the base rent revenue being $8,044,000 and the erosion from vacancy alone was over $2 million. Free rent would be another $818,000 if we included it. But some of the other items, straight line rent revenue, what does that refer to, Mr. Paul?
Which line? Sorry.
It's the 3140,
Yeah, third line.
0100.
That is what it states. I can't tell you. I haven't deducted it. I have left it in.
Okay, so you're careful to what to deduct, but that one you leave in. That's about $1 million. How about on line number 3174000? Lease cancellation buyout restoration. It's over $1 million.
Yes, I noticed that too. Yes.
Yeah. Would that be a recurring income item?
I would not think so.
That's probably an anomaly, isn't it?
Again, they had a couple, 3 major anchor tenants leave. I believe they had filling of those spaces, some of them. I'm not sure the portions of. I believe there still is one that hasn't been. You tell me. You're the representative of the owner.
Yeah, I will. So I guess my last question on this is that, there's a lot of questions raised, I think, but would it not be more typical in the analysis of an income statement to review the items, understand what they entail, and stabilize if possible, rather than just pick and choose what you wish to include or remove?
No, I stabilized the global marketplace. I stabilized what they reported on not just the global marketplace, but the individual property. I went through all the way back to 2011, all their INEs. I looked at every single thing. I'm looking at it from a leasehold interest, and I'm also looking at it from a fee simple interest. I'm not sure where you're getting. Don't think I did enough due diligence?
I think your due diligence gets a little cloudy, Mr. Paul, at least from my perspective, with all due respect.
Okay. Well, let's just stick to questions and answers rather than that sort of comment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will pause there, Mr. Chairman. That's all my questions for the moment. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Billinghurst, do you have questions? Is she still here?
Can't hear you.
Sorry.
Is she mute?
No, I'm off. I had it on mute because I've been coughing. Right. I have one question, sir. There's been a lot of information presented here, but I wanted to go back. Mr. Pohl, you referred to the title search and you referred to the mortgage that was registered in 2014 a few times in your presentation. Did you actually see the mortgage commitment or the terms of the mortgage?
No, that's not how, it doesn't report that from property registry. That would be.
No, I know.
Yeah,
So I was just wondering, because in your statements, you were stating how that they had most likely put down 1/3 down and advanced the 97 million. So is that just based on your assumptions?
I think I made that quite clear. That's your typical mortgage for commercial property is usually 1/3 down. I haven't seen what the mortgage is. They didn't declare it. But it speaks to it speaks to the value that's there. They didn't put down no security. Like there's no way that you get a mortgage unsecured for 97 million. So when
I just found it interesting, unless I'm missing something with all these numbers, but on the INEs, I didn't see mortgage payments listed there.
I don't believe it's there. No.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Ms. Nesbitt, questions?
You're on mute. Sorry. It's okay.
I'm on mute too. I actually do not have any questions either. There's been a lot of information presented and a lot of questions already. So I think we've covered the major points for me. Thank you. Might have something pop up later.
Okay. From me, Mr. Pohl, are the Unitel building and what is referred to by Mr. Slaughter as the bustle, are those included in your leasable space?
Yes, it is.
And are they actually leasable?
Well, see, that's part of my questioning that would have been in line to the appellant, the representative. I'm not sure if they're actively marketing this. It moved out in 2015. I didn't see any advertising for this particular space. This may play into it, but I couldn't answer that. Like, I don't know. We see a Class A office building, and the synopsis of what Mr. Slaughter presented as far as the building going up around it because it couldn't be moved is correct. That's what's there. But as far as are they actively marketing it, they may not be. Not sure.
Can you describe it to me a little bit more? Because the only knowledge that I have now of it is that it was for switching equipment. Is that office space? So like how is this configured?
It's essentially communication, mechanical equipment. There would have to be some office space for your day-to-day stuff, obviously.
No, Mr. Chairman, I can answer that in direct if you'd like, because I have pictures. It was again.
All right, well, fine. We'll leave it for later then.
Sure.
We could go to page 132 and thereabouts.
Yeah.
I did have some trouble following you.
Okay, sure. Go
I
ahead.
hope I was the only one. So from my understanding, at the bottom of page top of page 131, the first box in the table says OFA Global Marketplace. That is your analysis of those many, many buildings that you went through, correct?
The entire marketplace, all 6 buildings are factored into that chart.
Yeah.
Appropriately weighted with means with medians, weighted averages, and averages.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Appropriately looked at with averages, weighted averages, and medians, and of course, max score.
Yeah. Okay. Then OFA outside sources. Here's where I have some confusion. We got Cushman and Wakefield. There's only 2 rows of data coming from them.
Yeah.
Then the Johnson report, there is considerably more.
Yeah.
Concluding with the row that says shortfall median. Then on the next page, we have 360 Main Street. So at this point, I start having a little trouble because we're into apples and oranges here. Why is that first box a place? Is this Johnson report reporting on 360 Main Street, or
Johnson report is the synopsis is on the bottom of page 131 or page 3 of the of the study.
Yep.
That's just the outside sources.
Yep.
Cushman and Wakefield do not give an inventory building by building. Johnson report does. So
Okay.
You can do a more refined research and analysis on that, or the Cushman Wakefield doesn't do that. Johnson report's the only report that does that.
So in the cell that you call Johnson report, that is actually summary of all the following data, where Johnson report breaks it out by building. And so you show what Johnson has done building by building. Am I correct?
Building by building for the comparables that you see. If you look at the second box, you see the vacancy unadjusted OO owner occupied buildings.
I'm sorry, second box where?
Second box, fourth line down.
Oh, on page 131 or 132?
131.
131.
In italic. That's what they actually reported for the overall. And just so we're clear, that's including the owner-occupied buildings. There are several that are owner-occupied. I redacted that out. They don't participate in the marketplace, so if you include them as 100% occupied, it artificially creates a lower vacancy, which occurs. It shouldn't be done. So because the Johnson report actually gives individual properties, you can go through the individual properties and do proper analysis on it. It's
right. And that's what you've done on page 132 and then following on to 133.
No, 132 is my exclusive work from our INEs. From our INEs. So this is what the property owners are holding out to us in the income expense questionnaires. It's
okay, so hang on a second then. So on the top of page 131, that's your summary information.
Yeah.
And then once I get to 132, I'm into your individual property by property information.
Based on the INEs.
Yeah. Okay. So the only place where I see outside sources is at the bottom of 131. There's 2 rows for Cushman and 10-ish for Johnson report, correct?
But now you go to page 133.
Yep.
400 St. Mary's and 400 St. Mary's and 311 Portage is a continuation of my study, which
yes,
again highlighted off-play market study analysis. Below that is the Johnson report data. This is the data that they have in the report every year.
Okay.
So,
my difficulty was it jumps around a little bit. Your stuff, Johnson, your stuff, and then Johnson again. Yeah. Okay. Now I understand.
You see outside the tribunal process, and I want to make it clear, I might as well do this now. This is a report used for leasing activity. It's showing what's being advertised and the rents that are associated with it. And of course, applied to the rents would be the costs of occupancy tax, common tax. So that's what they're holding out. And as you can see, there's quite a bit of difference in the OFA for the subject property. So one thing I'll make a caveat on here, I've done a report that is for tribunal. It's done at an expertise level. I don't want to pat myself on the back, but it's in an expertise level. It's the greatest amount of study work that has ever been presented at tribunal. It hasn't made its way to the municipal board yet. Its first go is at this board of revision for the 2023 cycle. This is specific to property assessment. Outside of that, I reference the Johnson report and outside sources just to see outside of the tribunal process what the actual owners are advertising in the marketplace. Is it what their costs are? So what you actually see, if you look at the vacancy, which is occurring as being advertised for these buildings, you see what the actual rents are. And you see for 201 Portage, they're advertising $20 all the way through. We have it at 1874, I think, overall. And you look at the marketplace where I derived, it was just a little under $18 based on some tenant inducements, which are clearly in play. And the overall global, which is hovering around $19+. So when you look at this and assessed value, which includes $18 and approximately 74 cent overall rent, is right in line with market.
So the Johnson report data that you show here is rents asked for, not signed, whereas yours is signed.
Johnson report is just leasing activity, asking rents, associated costs. There is no contractual leases in place in the Johnson report. It's just advertised.
Right. And yours are coming from the INE, so that is not asking, that is
Or contract.
actual.
So those are actual. So what I've done to make it really easy, you can, for any individual property, you can see what they're holding out as far as what vacancies occurring within the building, what they're advertising, and what they're asking for in that current year. And it goes all consistent with the years that we've looked at. And if you look at the individual properties, you can go then and look at any individual property, see what they're at. And then you look at the global marketplace and you see what they're in that. So what you're looking at is totality. You can't really bring in anything else. It's all here in a few pages. So when I'm looking at this, what you should be looking at is, what does the rent roll reflect? Is there any tenant inducements in there? We'll redact that out. What is the costs that are operating costs? We'll include them in. What are non-operating costs or capital costs? It should be redacting them out. That's here today. And then you look at what the global marketplace is indicating. And everything lines up with, it should be about a $19 rent. $20 they're asking, they're getting about 19 for the average. We have it in an 1874. It's one of the two premier buildings that rent in the marketplace. I don't know what else I can really bring to the board that will show what the marketplace is any better than this. It even accounts for tenant inducements. If you look at rents that are in place, and a better example is in the OFB study, is if you have a couple of rents that occur at the minimum rent, and if you look at the global average, if you look on page 131, you see $14, $15, $14, $14, $14, and $16 for those years. Those are outliers. You shouldn't be looking at putting it in anywhere near that rent. Unless, when you look through the rent roll on a building, maybe every single contract rent in that building is about $14, and there isn't a $19 rent never been achieved. Okay, that's something you should be looking at. But if you look at the rent roll in this particular property, and if you look at it, it's hovering around $19, $20, $18, then the average is a pretty good indicator at $19. We're evident in 1875 versus if, say, the model came in at $25. And I looked at it and went, well, yeah, there's a couple outliers at $25, being 311 Portage around there. But what is the actual performance of the building? What's the performance of the marketplace? That's too extreme. That needs adjustment downwards. In this case here, it's really easy. You look at what's been placed, what's at the market for the CRUs, and it's clearly at the $19 mark. And then you look at what's advertised, and you see what's advertised for space in this property. It's about $20. So
I think I need to move along here. So there's a considerable difference between the Johnson information and your information with respect to what is being represented. When it comes to the Johnson report information on vacancy and on shortfall, is there a similar, call it systemic difference between their information and your information? Or is this, just like yours, actual reported vacancies and shortfall?
Johnson report for 201 Portage and again, I'll just do the last 3 years. 2018 is 8.8% for vacancy with an asking rate of $20 and with a shortfall of $17.70.
All right, but where are you again? You're on
page
132?
133.
133.
So for 2019, they're in at 13.4% for vacancy. They have a $20 same net asking rent and an $18.49 shortfall. And then for 2020, 17.6% for vacancy, $20 for asking rent, and $18.49 for shortfall. So even though the owner showed a little less on their INE, that's the numbers I have to work with for 2020 for shortfall. An $18 shortfall seems reasonable. A $20 asking rent which correlates pretty much to
Okay,
what-
but my question is, where is Johnson getting its vacancy data from? What does it represent?
straight from the owners. Straight
Right
from
from-
the owners.
Straight from the owners, just like the INE is straight from the owners. Is that correct?
And that's my whole, okay, I think we're hitting the nail on the head. We're showing unoccupied CRUs is what they're declaring to us. But when they're actually exposing the vacancy to marketplace, which I've had it in the commentary, they're literally 300% under what they're at, what they're showing on the INEs. So part of this will be discovery. Are they actively reporting to us spaces that they're withholding from the marketplace, i.e. for amalgamation for anchor tenants, which is typical for an OFA, which you see 360 Main? Is it space that are being renovated, which can't be occupied at that time because they're renovating it, which sure a lot happened in this building. You see the permits that are attached. Is it movement of tenants? Once you get in a building, maybe you don't want in that particular CRU, you want a better CRU in the building. You'll move your tenants around based on the rent they pay and their longevity of a tenant. All those things, if they're not exposed to the market, shouldn't be included in vacancy. The test for market vacancy is, are you advertising it? What's the
Okay, so then can I move along to shortfall? Does the same apply there?
Well, yeah, the shortfall is just what the costs are reporting from the ownership group to your potential tenant. If you're paying X amount for a net rent, you're going to balance that out against what your costs are. Your owners would know that cost. Johnson report doesn't come up with either one of those. They get it straight from the owner.
Mm-hmm. And what accounts for the difference there between Johnson's figures and your figures?
My figures come straight from the INEs that are held out to us from the ownership group, or at least, or the agency that takes over.
Okay. So in other words, you're not entirely sure why Johnson's figure would be different than yours.
I don't do the Johnson report.
Yep.
I can't tell you what me and Johnson's doing.
Okay.
I can tell you that is solely based on what the advertising is from
Okay.
property brokers.
I think I got the answer. Thank you.
It's gonna be a long day. It's okay.
On the free rent issue. So am I right in concluding from what you said that free rent has to be accounted for one way if it is a incidental thing? But does it get accounted for differently if there's always some amount of free rent, and consequently it's not an incidental occasional thing, it's constant? It might not be for renter A this year. Renter A got it last year. Renter B maybe gets it this year. At what point do those inducements not become something that you need to account for by taking it out, but is actually just part of the total rent?
Because you're only looking on a 1 or 2 or 3 year window. You're not looking at it over the long-term lease. The amortized costs that would have in those few years aren't going to be that tenant getting free rent for a 15-year lease or a 20-year lease with a renewal for another 5. It's only going to be usually in the first term. So that would affect your market value. I can't be any more clear, and this is the best way I can describe it.
Okay, but just a second. Sorry, Mr. Paul, but no, it's not clear to me. That's my issue, not yours. But if tenant A gets the inducement for the first 5 years out of 15, it's not going to be carrying on. That is an inducement. But doesn't potentially renter B get it the next? It just so happens the next 5 years. Isn't somebody at some point or at every point getting an inducement? And so why is that being abstracted from the total rent?
Well, let's look at it from an equity standpoint. You have a single building or a building with a single tenant. They get it for 5 years of the first 20 years or 25, whatever the lease is. And you don't give it to them because you don't affect it with tenant inducements. You redact it out. But now if you go to a building that has multiple tenancies, as these large OFAs are, there is always going to be some variance of new tenants in there because there's so many CRUs. You have a 30-story building here that has multiple CRUs. Are you then going to give a tenant inducement to the ones that the small amount that normally reoccur? You would be curating an inequity in how we value.
Okay, so your point then is it's an equity argument. I don't remember you saying equity or saying that it's essentially done in order to ensure that there's equity in a much broader perspective than just this building. So that would be the reason why then, is that correct?
One of the main reasons, yes. Like
All
I can't get into like my view is for stuff like this, I'm not gonna move away from case law that's been established any more than you don't compare assessments or you don't do post-reference information. I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. It's been stated. When I go through things like this, I went an entire last cycle. There was significant argument against or inclusion of things like this for tenant inducement, leasing commission, leasing costs, free rent, and things of those nature. I didn't see one municipal order that said, please do it, we order it. Not one agent can produce one. At that point, it's an argument that this board shouldn't entertain. And if you do entertain it, you better produce a substantial argument to include it, to move away from the case law that's already been established. Sorry. But I can't reinvent the wheel every time we come to the tribunal, such as the Board of Vision, because in these multiple properties, like if you want to include a tenant inducement or a free rent or such nature, that's a
just to be clear, I'm not asking you to do that. I'm only trying to clarify what is that difference in the argument between you and Mr. Slaughter as I read into his questions. Well, those are all my questions for now, at least. This may well be the sort of thing where we circle back eventually. But given that, I suggest that this is the point where we take a break and that we resume at 1:45. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh.
2, 1, we are live.
All right. So we are resuming with 201 Portage Avenue. And we had gotten to the point before our lunch break of the questions being completed for the assessor. So now I believe we're at the point, correct me if I'm wrong, but Mr. Slaughter, your evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have some rebuttal evidence, which you prefer that I go through direct first and then rebuttal?
Yes, let's do the direct first and then rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. There's obviously there's a lot to cover here, and I thank you for your patience as we move through some of the questioning there. There's a lot of page flipping and a lot of points being made. I don't know how far we'll get today on Class A, but I'm just going to give a couple opening remarks about what we intend to be talking about, just to put things in context. April 21, downtown Winnipeg office market is in what is referred to as a tenant's market or lessee's market. And that means the leverage is more on the side of the tenant in negotiations than for the owner. The reason predominantly is, and we saw this in evidence from the city, the significant increase in vacancy, which caused more competition. So this actually dates back, Mr. Chairman, to probably late 2017, when True North Square came on market. True North Square is a double-edged sword, not really part of the competition here, but what it didn't do was bring net new AA tenants to Winnipeg. Instead, it attracted current tenants from other existing buildings. And that, of course, caused the vacancy to go up, and that began what we call the tenants market. And one of the symptoms of a tenants market is that because the tenants have the bargaining power, because of the ample supply and static demand, owners have to entice tenants to their buildings. And that is why, mainly, you see significant permit costs. And I would suggest that a good 80 to 90% of those permit costs are actually tenant improvement costs, which landowners or landlords typically are paying. And that then becomes amortized into the leases. Now, one of the advantages, I guess, that we have at Altus is that we now work for most of the downtown offices, and certainly all the A's that we're discussing in the study today. And I feel very honored that we do, and I have very strong relationships with those owners and managers. And I really try and make sure that we understand not just the what is happening, but the why. To the best of my ability, there's a lot of information. But so in that sort of research that we do continuously before appeal, like all through the year, we're doing studies much like the city has to try and understand what's happening. I will interview the owners about many of the leases to try and get the backstory and what's happening. And I can say that exactly what I stated as a symptom of a tenant's market is what's happening. People are paying significant amounts to induce or entice tenants into their building. Typically, a TI allowance in the past might have been $20 to $40, and now we're seeing it well over $50 and up over $100 in some cases. And Mr. Chairman, this is one of the key concerns that we have. It's in this market that we're in that the City of Winnipeg Assessment Department has significantly reduced the allowance for non-recovered expenses that, in our opinion, is trying to reflect things like tenant inducement. I'll get to that a little bit further later. We have a separate study on that. So that's what we head into in about 2020 for the office market. And then, of course, what happened is the pandemic. And office actually withheld fairly well through the pandemic as far as financial performance because people kept paying their leases. Maybe parking, there was abatements, and certainly on the retail side, but for office, it was strong. But what came out of the pandemic, Mr. Chairman, is, of course, everybody's well aware, a bit of a revolution in how we utilize office, and that is the hybrid work model. And that is, I'll call it the specter that overhangs owners of downtown office properties as of April 21. So I'll just conclude with my brief introduction there by stating, number one, we're in a tenants market. Number two, what the effects of a tenants market is. And number three, that we now add to that, the potential threat of what we refer to as the hybrid work model, which could ultimately result in further disruption to the demand-supply balance. So that's the overview that will kind of be in place for all of the discussions we have on the offices today or whichever day Now I'd like to talk about 201 Portage. So one of the things we talked about in questioning was the how it was built. And I mentioned the Unitil building. So if I could ask the board, please, to turn to our direct evidence. Altus Group for 201 Portage.
Which page?
We'll start with page 1, the assessment summary, or page 2, sorry. And just a quick note that our leasable area, which I'll go into as well, is a bit different than the cities. Now, if you could please turn to page 6 and 7. And I'm going to give a very brief overview of the building. And as I do, I'll ask the panel to turn to some subsequent pages with some photographs. So as mentioned, when 201 Portage was constructed in 1989, there was a building that could not be demolished, and that was the Unitil building. And it was a 4-story with mechanical on the 5th floor. 1941 vintage building that was used to house the telecommunication equipment for downtown. It constituted about 29,871 square feet when you include the lower level. If I could ask the panel please to turn to page 28. That is the main floor on the top of the Unitil building. It's basically an unfinished space, original mechanicals from the 1940s, electrical, there's asbestos. It has no fenestration on the first couple levels. And this is not in any way office space. And once MTS vacated in 2015, it really has very little purpose. So you can see the main floor, you can see the second floor. The third floor, subsequent to the reference date, but we're talking about current physical condition. The tenant who occupies the third floor decided they would utilize the Unitil building as well. So they had significant work done to open up into that rear area that's kind of more of a storage area. And they had considerable investment done to make it what you see on the third floor here. And that now is actually part of the GLA of the building. But the fourth floor, again, is like the first and second, no windows, just storage, or just empty. And they've taken some areas to try and get some storage income, but demand is only so high for storage. I don't here have a picture of the basement, but I can say that it was it was an interesting labyrinth of brick, and it was very not leasable, let's put it that way. Now, the second part of the building that's interesting, Mr. Chairman, is on the north side of the building, facing the parking lot. They had to build a 2-story addition. It's called the Bustle. And you'll see that on page 30, the pictures of the main floor and the second floor of the Bustle. MTS historically occupied that second floor for storage, but they've also vacated out of everything here. And it's since been vacant. The HVAC isn't even connected in these areas. It's not leaseable in its current state at all. So this is one of the main things that we need to recognize in this site-specific valuation of the property, is that these two areas, which constitute almost 40,000 feet, or about 8% of the area, are not really office space. And when the city applies model rates to all of this different area of the building and includes this in it, right off the top, I think we're off to a wrong start. This should be applied a much lower market rate. Now, secondly, this area, because it's not office, would not be found in leasing brochures for office space to lease. So that's one of the reasons why automatically when you see what's for lease from the owner, and whatever Johnson may state, I'm not going to answer to that. They don't. I know what Wayne Johnson does. He does a very good job of what he does, but it's not coming from owners. So I certainly would suggest that we put far more weight on the actual statements from the owners. But if you do look at an internet listing for the property, you won't find the Bustle or Unitil in that listing because it's not office space. So the remainder of the building is office up to floor 33. The upper floors are actually, they're originally designed as one unit, so they only have one elevator access to go up. And that was a difficulty in leasing it after Can West had moved out, because you kind of have to take it all, or else the owner would have to spend a lot of money for a separate pathway to the other elevator. The other important thing, Mr. Chairman, about 201 Portage that we need to discuss for the valuation today is that effect of True North opening in 2018 that I mentioned affected 201 Portage more than any other hill. In 2018, they knew this was coming in 2017 actually, but in 2018 into 19, 201 Portage lost their three largest tenants. They were TD Bank, who occupied multiple places, including the Concourse Bank and various levels to the offices, almost 40,000 square feet. They left in June 2018. They didn't go to True North. They actually went across the street to 360 Main. And this is, again, in keeping with what I described with the tenants market. You get a musical chairs of tenants being enticed to other buildings. But Thompson, Dorfman, Sweatman, who had 65,000 square feet, vacated and went to True North. And Myers Norris Penny, who had just under 50,000 square feet, vacated and went to True North. We had 153,000 square feet of vacancy in this building within basically a 1 year period. And at that moment, the ownership of this property knew they had a huge problem. And they started off on a plan to bring this property, which was frankly falling behind its competition, and bring that up to a competitive standard. And in doing so, they had to invest considerable dollars to entice tenants in. That is the majority of what we see in permits. And I'll go through that in a bit when I talk about the rents. And so far, they've done some improvements in both capital and expenditure items to the building. There is a lot to go. The building is 30 years old, and basically it has many deferred maintenance items that need repair or refurbishment, or in some cases replacement. So yes, there has been a lot of money invested in the property, and that is because it was decimated by the increased supply. And the owners basically had to invest the money to bring this back up to a competitive state. So we've seen since then that they've managed to bring in two major tenants, Taylor McCaffrey, again, musical chairs. They were enticed from 400 St. Mary. And I'll talk a bit about that deal when I go through almost every rent in the building in brief. But the cost to bring that tenant in, tenant inducements, is over $100 a square foot. That was the record amount ever spent for a tenant. That's what they had to do to bring Taylor McCaffrey over. But it was an important move because they needed an anchor. They needed that key tenant to even retain the status as a Class A. They did a similar deal with Bank of Montreal. So they moved out, of course, the beautiful building across the street and came in for the main floor bank. And they also took some office space. And lastly, with BDO, who they enticed from $200,000. You'll see a pattern as we talk about each of the buildings. It's just tenants moving from building to building. There's very little, if any, net new tenancies in the downtown Winnipeg office market. It's a very important point. Static demand. So on page 11, Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned, we do have a rebuttal. And what we've done in the rebuttal is compile the sort of research that we do every assessment cycle with all of our clients' properties. And we did that to basically test the city's study. Because I commend Mr. Cole for the amount of time that must have taken. I know from the amount of time that it takes us, he must have spent considerable time. But we will have some disagreements. And when I get to the rebuttal, Mr. Chairman, I'll just summarize this. I think Mr. Cole's analysis of the vacancy is bang on. In fact, you'll see our numbers almost exact. But with the market rents, I couldn't understand why, but now I think I know why, is because we wouldn't have included step-ups. I don't think that's appropriate. That's not an indication of behavior in the market as of a certain date. That's a lease that was negotiated years before. But anyway, that's a difference of opinions. So on page 11 is some of what we'll find in our rebuttal evidence study that pertains to 201 Portage. These are the leases that were actually signed in 2020. So you can see them going from floor 300 up to floor 2800. And I'll quickly talk about each of them. Generally, what I will conclude when I go through each of these different rents is that, and this is corroborated by discussions and interviews with clients, when you see a rent in a Class A building over $18, you can almost guarantee there's a TI involved. And if you see a rent over $20, you can almost guarantee it's a significant TI. There are other stories that may influence it, but that's generally the rule of thumb. Sometimes we see lower than market leases, and I'll explain why. Unit 300 is an inferior unit in the building, and Wellington West moved down to that floor, and they took occupancy of the entire 10,992 square feet, but they only paid rent on 8,000. And until the renovations are done in the property, or in that unit, sorry, they will continue to pay that, and then it will increase to their base rent of $15. So what you see here is the blended rate across all square footage of the amount that they're actually paying. This is a summary of what's actually happening, Mr. Chairman. This does not mean that we're going to apply it in our analysis. I want to make that clear. And you'll see that when we get to our potential market rent discussion. Floor 8 is TELUS. They had also tenant inducement work done, but they had moved and expanded into new space. So they're actually at a higher rent than typical at $21. On the 9th floor, we have $17 rent signed in 2020. So another thing that I'd like to make clear is that in my mind, this is just my humble opinion, that when you see a rent that is not inflated by the amortization of tenant inducements, that rent is more indicative of the market rent for the space. It's as is. So the $17 is an as-is space. $21 again is with inducements. Unit 1610 has significant inducements of over $40 a foot. Unit 1700 is BMO. Now, Mr. Chairman, we may remember the permits that were in the city's evidence. And some of these tenants, you can clearly see, actually the city's evidence is quite helpful because you can clearly see the amount that the landlords had to spend. So BMO, and I won't, I'll just state this, and if you'd like to turn to that page, it's in the city's evidence, page 46, but they paid $3 million in improvements, which are amortized into the rent of $20. We have 1850, 1650 as one of the rents in 2020. $19 is the DO, and that's another one that has very, very significant TIs. And lastly, 2800 is a lower rent of 1434. It's a similar circumstance to Unit 300, where the tenant only pays on a certain part of that total 3486 square feet of the United States. So that, Mr. Chairman, is a snapshot of what's happening in 2020 in the subject property. I'm not talking about step-ups. On the next page, page 12, is an exhaustive list of every rent paid in 2020, sorry, as of April 21 in the property. So that's it. And this is another point I'd like to make, that we're going to be doing similar exercises to what the city did, but we want to make sure the board sees that our values, our conclusions are realistic, supportable, and transparent. So page 12 is every rent on the property. And at the time that I compiled this, I tried to my best of my ability to note significant over $40 or $50 TI rents in red. And the other thing I'll point out, Mr. Chairman, is that I don't know if you can see this, or perhaps on the screen, but you'll see a blue for some of the rents on page 12. And those rents are for RBC. And what that blue is the deduction of an annual rent credit. Remember the discussion around free rent? And I said that, this is happening every year. And one of the reasons it's happening every year is a significant part of it is actually this tenant who, it's not free rent, it's a rent credit. They pay a face rent and they receive back, or well, it nets out of what they actually pay the landlord, $9 a square foot. And the reason was because that's a tenant that actually paid for all their own improvements. So they said, hey, we're going to do our improvements, not you, and we want a significantly lower rent. But the owner didn't want to have a face rent that appeared low. So they put a face rent and then a rent credit. That's a market negotiation that is real. And I summarize that here. Again, that's not necessarily what will apply as the fee simple market rent to that space. But the exercise here is to talk about what's actually happening with the property. There's some other notes. Unit 300 we talked about, that's the blended rent. Unit 830 is a gross lease. We want to be careful about gross or semi-gross rents that don't occur often in Class A, but increasingly actually we do see them. And we want to make sure that they're appropriately treated because that can skew numbers drastically. And then we talked about RBC. So on page 13, then, we now have kind of a snapshot of what's actually happening at the property. And just to back up on page 12, when I talked about all the actual rents paid in the property in 2020 or April 21, the actual rents, they blend to $17.28 a square foot. And you'll remember, that's not far off with what the city study said for 201 Portage. But what you'll also remember is that then the assessor said, we don't want to look at the actuals because they don't appear to be at market. I disagree with that statement. To me, this is market. In a tenant's market, especially. So back to the Unitil building. This, we don't feel should be applied anywhere near the sort of rents that are being applied to the office space or the bustle. Historically, MTS leased part of the basement, part of the second and third level, and the second floor bustle. World Reimer continues to lease part of the basement storage space at $7 per square foot gross. Okay, so now we have a bit of a barometer for the basement. Ben Moss had leased that third floor space that I showed you that had been improved by Wellington West. Well, they had leased it for a while at $8 a square foot. And UGG, who was a tenant at the time, leased the fourth floor for $8.55 gross until 2017. So now we can start to see what sort of potential rent these areas might attain. And what I suggest is that we apply $8 per square foot to all vacant Unitil and bustle spaces. Remember, the bustle doesn't even have HVAC working right now. Except for the floor that I showed you that had been improved, third floor, I propose that we apply the rent that the tenant pays for the finished part of the third floor. That's $15. So $15 on that part of the Unitil, $8 on the rest, and then the basement at $5 a square foot. And these would be, of course, net. So it's a very important part because this is a very, very large area, relatively a significant amount of the area that currently in the city's valuation is being applied to office rents. On page 14, and again, we have a separate study that will go very in depth about Class A market, but on page 14, we just have a snapshot of rents throughout the Class A downtown Winnipeg, signed between 2018 and 2020. You can see all the same buildings that are considered in the study. There's 400 St. Mary, 1 Lombard, which is 375 Main, 201 Portage, 360 Main Street, and 200 Graham. And these seem to average, $17.62 a square foot. And again, we're seeing a pattern. So $17.62 is our snapshot of the entire Class A market. $17.28 is our snapshot of the actual rents attained at 201 Portage. There's an interesting quote on page 15, Mr. Chairman, that comes from the Collier's Winnipeg office market report for Q1 21. And this corroborates what we saw in the city's evidence, that face rents are stable. Basically, they're hovering up and down between 15 and 20, but they're generally stable. And this statement from the Collier's Winnipeg office market report states, in general terms, rental rates remain relatively flat, but lease inducements have increased, compressing net effective rents in Winnipeg CBD. So, to be clear, we're not using net effective rents. That is the subject of the board decisions that we've heard about from the municipal board, talking about what to do with tenant inducements. We're not talking about net effective rents. We're not proposing we deduct tenant inducements, which I know every one of them, from the rents. We're using the rents as they are. But we have to recognize that it costs a lot of money, especially in this market, for the owner to attain the rents upon which we're basing our valuation. Very important point. And secondly, when we apply a market rent in cases where it's a non-arm's length lease in place, or it's vacant, of course, or any other reason that leads us to believe that a market rent should be applied rather than the actual rent in place, which is the best indicator for market. If we apply a market rent to, let's say, a vacant space, and we use a number of rents that are inflated by significant tenant inducements, we're not comparing apples to apples. In the same way that if you were trying to value a house and a very similar house had been remodeled, $100,000 put in for beautiful kitchen and bathrooms, and yours was last remodeled in 92, you would certainly consider that in your estimation of price. And I'm saying the same thing here. We have to be careful about just taking rents without any understanding what they may include and applying them to vacant space. So then, Mr. Chairman, what we do is we undergo an analysis basically of every single rent in place in the building. And we'll discuss with the owner to the best of our ability, ask a lot of questions, many of them probably not very smart, and we try and determine where do we need to recognize that maybe this is not at market. And if our rent is high or low, that doesn't necessarily mean it's not at market. It might not be equal to the average or weighted average that we see, but there might be a very good story of why it's at the rate it is. We need to understand that. This is an interesting quote, Mr. Chairman, from Municipal Board Order A94-196. And the board asserts that the subject property's contract rents are often better indicators of market rent than the rents attained in other buildings. The reference date in this case is quite old, it's 1985. They state, and this is a very key statement on page 3. The board notes in this case that 20 leases were executed in 1984 and 1985. Appendix C. In the board's view, this direct evidence gives a more reliable indicator of 1985 market rent than the Dawson report, which was like the Johnson report of its day, of evidence of the rent paid in other office buildings. The use of these rental rates as subject rates, as opposed to rental rates in other office buildings, overcomes the need to make adjustments for differences in location, age, amenities, etc., between the subject and comparison properties. So I come back to the point that we are completing a fee simple market analysis, site-specific analysis of property for assessment purposes. And we apply market rents, but the contract rents are typically the best indicator of market. For the space, Mr. Chairman, that we are applying a market rent to, based on the evidence before you, the blended average rent is $17.28. The average rent of rents signed in 2020 of $17.98. The market rents of $17.62, we've applied $18.50. I think I'm being very fair with that, because my gut instinct was $17.75 or $18, but we went $18.50 on all space except, of course, the aforementioned Bustle and Unitel building and concourse. On page 16 and 17, then, you have a summary of every unit, of every tenant. And you will see rents applied. And if the rent is in blue, that is a market rent override. And if the rent is in black, it's the contract rent. I'll summarize at the bottom. And this income stream includes everything, Mr. Chairman, except the lower level concourse and vacant bank space. So it's 502,482 square feet. And the total of our market rent and contract rent analysis blends to $17.49 a square foot. That's inclusive of the Unitel space. So, in my opinion, we have done all the tests to make sure that we're providing a realistic and supportable market rent analysis. We're looking at contract rents in place. We're asking questions about ones that stand out. We're trying to find out about tenant inducements that are amortized. We're finding out about the ones that appear to be low. We're making adjustments where necessary. And we're doing an analysis both of the subject property and the market for the market rent. Now, I mentioned earlier a few rents that were below market. There was the third floor. Remember, there was a blended rent. There was space that they occupy but don't pay rent on. And the same thing on the 28th floor. Just to be clear, we have used the higher rent in this analysis on page 16 and 17. So we haven't used the actual. Similarly, for the RBC space on the upper floors, we have included the face rent before the deduction, annual deduction of the rent credit. We've used that at $22 a square foot because in my mind, and as Mr. Paul was saying in his evidence, if something just doesn't seem at market, sometimes you have to step back and say, well, for this type of analysis, which is trying to build a year one stabilized income, perhaps we use something else. So that's where we varied, and I think it's being very optimistic and conservative in our analysis. And that's why our market rent is actually higher than what we've seen signed in 2020 or attained in 2020. And it's also corroborated by the city's own studies, 4201 Portage, not the aggregate global model. Vacancy allowance. The city has applied the market vacancy allowance of 10%. I'll just pause on that for a moment. What Mr. Pohl was describing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Pohl, but when he mentioned 20% as the Class A vacancy, that was only using a denominator of the leased offices. So it excluded owner-occupied properties like Manitoba Hydro, Great West Life, Investors Group. And you'll see in our rebuttal evidence, we came to exactly the same number. But that's not the vacancy that the brokers report, because they quote how much vacant space is out there divided by the total denominator, all Class A space. And that works out to, depending on the source, somewhere around 10, 11%. And that's why I assume where the city had determined that the market vacancy in April 21 for Class A is at 10%. But the subject property is far higher than that. We have a summary here on page 18 of the vacancies. And I personally, I can't stress this enough. The owner on an annual basis completes a questionnaire which states their vacancy. And under review, I can state that that is correct. To suggest that a secondary source takes precedent over what the owner is actually experiencing and reporting, I think is, well, I don't agree with it. So here's what actually happened at the subject property. It performed at market actually quite well around 2013-14. Those were its greatest years when it had a very low vacancy. But it started to creep up in 2016, and then things went sideways. I described when the tenant market started. 2017, the vacancy went up to, I can't quite, 15.76%, I believe it is. And then it shot up in 2018 to 32.8%. 2019 sustained itself at 30.87%. And they're spending money and they're enticing tenants and they're trying to do their best they can to fill this because they're now in a financial, a very difficult position financially. And in 2020, despite all those efforts, their vacancy is still 23.51%. The 3-year stabilized is nearly 30%. The 5-year stabilized is nearly 25%. As stated, skip that. There's a quote at the bottom of page 18, Mr. Chairman, from the Cushman-Wakefield report that talks about the effect of True North. Well, I'll just read it anyway, because this is backing up to why this building had such difficulty. The pending completion of True North Square in the third quarter of 2018 continues to impact downtown office market. MNP LLP, formerly Myers Norris Penny, announced its relocation from its current premises into 53,500 square feet located in the new development. MNP's departure from 201 Portage Avenue in the fourth quarter of 2019, along with Thompson Dorfman, Sweatman, TD Bank, and TD Wealth Management also vacating the building, will create a large amount of continuous vacant space. The Manitoba Municipal Board has continuously recognized sustained vacancy issues in properties. As an example, in the Municipal Board Order A02382, which was concerning the 2002 realty assessment for an office building at 310 Donald Street, the actual vacancy at the reference date was 62%, dropped to 39% by the end of the year. The city applied a 25% vacancy allowance, 25 for a 10 in this case, but the owner sought 35%. I'm not using this property as an example in any way to 201 Portage. I'm using it to state the rationale that the board applies. And I quote the board decision. The board accepts a 35% vacancy allowance for the subject property. In making this finding, the board considered the subject's actual vacancy experience, the quality of the space being offered for lease, and the type of tenants attracted to the space. Again, I'm not comparing the buildings. I'm just saying that actual vacancy needs to be considered. The market would consider that, and that's our exercise today. Try and put ourselves in the shoes of a potential prudent purchaser at April 2021. There's a recent decision, actually, Mr. Chairman. This is brand new. It just came out of the municipal board. Order A22353, and the board states, the board will follow the precedent set by the board that the board cannot ignore actual vacancy rates in making a valuation of income. In that case, the board applied a 25% vacancy when the 3-year stabilized vacancy was 50%. And this is something that Altus prefers to do is 3 things. We examine market, we examine site-specific performance, and we make sure we're not seeing blips, that this is actually sustained. And if it corrects itself, then it can be addressed in the following assessment cycle. But when we see a historical sustain of vacancy, we do a 3-year stabilized, we do a 5-year stabilized. And then we try and look at what the trajectory of that vacancy might be. Is it getting better? Is it getting worse? Is there a reason? In that board decision, basically they found a middle point between the market vacancy of 9.5 and the stabilized 3-year of 50. In our case, the stabilized 3-year is 30 and the market is 10. Sorry, stabilized 5-year. Yeah, stabilized 3-year is 30, stabilized 5 years. Mr. Chairman, I see no reason why we would apply anything less than 15% vacancy allowance to the subject property. On page 20, we talk about the shortfall rate. And again, just to be clear about what this item is, it's the recoverable expenses that can't be recovered from vacant space. The actual recoverable expenses in 2020 were approximately $19. I think the city had very similar numbers in their study. Actually, they were a bit lower in 2020, I think because of the pandemic, but stabilized. Stabilized, why not? Shortfall, 1781 in their case. And I had calculated 19. But we're not going to use that full amount for a couple of reasons. The Unitel building has lesser expenses associated with it. But we don't feel that $15, which is below any of the shortfalls that we see in evidence from the city and you'll see from us, is appropriate. So we've applied $17. $17 a square foot for shortfall. The last thing I'll mention to close off the NOI before moving to a separate study on non-recovered expenses is that in addition to the adjustments we made to actual income revenue that I talked about, the rent adjustments, very favorable market rent, adjusting certain rents from actual to market. In addition to that, we've included nearly $200,000 for sign and rooftop income. I don't think that's in the city's analysis. That is sustained. And for the same reasons, again, I'm trying to be fair and appropriate in our valuation, I would apply that. So that's below the deductions. That's basically a net amount that's added to our valuation. You'll see that in summary. But at this point, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to a separate study that deals with the non-recovered expenses. There was an additional document called the Altus Group Limited Non-Recoverable Expense Study, 2023-2024. I'll just pause until everybody has a chance to open that. Everyone's okay? Okay, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I think you're on mute. So, all good?
Sorry, I forgot.
Okay, thank you. I'll move through this pretty quick. I know that each of you have heard this probably at length, but I want to touch upon the key points. A Originally, the assessment department had applied a combined allowance of 7% that was deducted from the effective gross income in every assessment valuation. And in 2020, that was reduced to 2%. There was a lot of discussion in 2020 about what this expense really is. And I think we're past that now. Some had said, well, this is a management expense and that's recovered. I don't think that is really the issue. We all know that management expenses are recovered, and this never referred to that. What this referred to originally in the language of the model, way back when, in 2002, was a non-recovered expense related to management of the property. So what that means is when you have expenses for the property, you end up with two buckets. You end up with the expenses that the leases allow you to recover from the tenants, and you end up with the expenses that you can't recover from the tenants. And those become the non-recovered expenses or landlord costs. Included in this allowance, in our opinion, based on history, was not only a combined amount of various types of non-recoverable expenses, but also a structural reserve, much in the same way a condominium might have a reserve for a rainy day fund. From a valuation perspective, in taking courses through the Appraisal Institute, I'll quote from the case studies in Appraisal 1. This is from the Sauder School of Business at UBC. This is at the bottom of page 4. I'm just going to kind of skim across the main points, Mr. Chairman, because again, I know we've gone through this many times. But some of these quotes are very good. The non-recoverable expense allowance is firmly rooted in appraisal and valuation theory, as illustrated by the following commentary in the text case studies in Appraisal 1. And this is the quote: the appraiser should also account for non-recoverable expenses, also called non-rechargeable expenses. The most important non-recoverable cost item to be aware of are space marketing costs, which include both tenant inducements and leasing costs, and an allowance for structural or mechanical repairs. The other cost associated with leasing space is leasing fees or commissions. I described the tenants market at the beginning of this presentation, and I described that this is the sort of scenario where owners have to increase the amount that they spend in these costs that they can't recover from tenants. And so I find it concerning that this is the time that we actually decide to eliminate or reduce that amount. I go further, and this is from an office property valuation course I took through the UBC. This is on page 5. And I like this one because they really make it clear what we're dealing with. They state that the operating costs and property taxes, that's the bucket I described as recoverable expenses. Operating costs include such items as payroll, cleaning, utilities, maintenance, repairs, grounds and parking area maintenance, management fees, different than what we're talking about. That's a recoverable management fee, and insurance. Then below that, you'll see leasing and capital costs. So we have a slightly different term for it, but in brackets, non-recoverable expenses. The appraiser should also account for non-recoverable expenses. It's actually the same quote. And again, most important to be aware of are space marketing costs. So that's what valuation methodology teaches us. That's what appraisers are made aware to watch for. We then looked to SEM, which is the neighboring assessment authority for Saskatchewan, and we examined their assessment model, which explains things quite well, actually. And this is on page 6, and they go on to say, where leases are signed on a net rent basis, the tenant also agrees to pay his or her share of the operating expenses associated with the property. That's bucket 1. In a typical office building, the operating costs, such as real property taxes, heating, air conditioning, and cleaning, are usually apportioned amongst the tenants on a square foot basis. Net rent analysis attempts to reflect the value of the income net to the owner. That is, the income after all expenses have been paid. Even on a net rental basis, however, there are 2 areas where the property owner must cover expenses. Those are non-recoverable operating expenses and the vacant space shortfall. Again, we want to be clear. We're not talking about shortfall here. That is unrecovered, recoverable costs. It's a different bucket completely. So they go on to define unrecovered operating expenses. Unrecovered operating expenses is the term used in this handbook to refer to the total of the operating expenses that are not recovered from the tenants. This includes non-recoverable operating expenses and vacant space shortfall. So for the first category, non-recoverable operating expenses, this is what we're talking about, typically not covered in the lease. The operating expenses that are typically not recovered from tenants under the terms of the lease are as follows. Legal and audit fees, I usually call those professional fees. Structural repairs and repairs which are capital in nature and outside standard maintenance and repair work. Such things as roof and wall repairs. Advertising and promotion, so again, space marketing costs. Leasing commissions. Now just pause for a moment. I described a market in which we have musical chairs of tenants being enticed from building to building. Leasing commissions are through the roof. We need to recognize that. An owner needs to recognize that. They have to pay this money in order to bring the income that we're basing our valuation on. Leasing commissions. In time of high vacancies and when the building is first being leased up, leasing commissions, even though amortized over the term of the lease for which they are incurred, can have a large effect on the net income generated for the landlord. Leasing commissions should be taken into account when establishing the net effective rent paid by a tenant. However, if they have not properly been accounted for in the determination of rent, they form part of the deduction for unrecovered expenses. Page 7 and 8 go on, Mr. Chairman. We'll see a very similar language. And now I'm just going to start moving a little quicker. But this is now from MPAC, the governing authority for assessment in Ontario. And again, they have a very similar language around non-recoverable operating expenses, which are included in their valuations. So on page 9, we begin what we did at Altus, and that is both for the 2020 cycle and the 2023 cycle. We took a sample of properties, various types, and we analyzed over a 3-year period what these costs may be. And what we looked at are the following items: leasing commissions. Yes, so we have leasing commissions, professional fees, owner building maintenance that's not recovered, tenant improvement allowances, free rent, asset management fees, marketing and advertising, various financing fees we took out, depreciation we took out. So sorry, these are all the items that I could include, but we haven't included those. Let me scroll down. So out of these, what we have not considered, we have not considered owner building maintenance, like Mr. Pohl says, as capital. We're not deducting for that. We haven't deducted for financing fees or mortgage interest. We haven't deducted for depreciation. We haven't deducted for utilities for vacant units, that's a shortfall. And we haven't deducted for bad debts, which is included in the vacancy allowance. So what we were left with, what we were left with is leasing commissions, professional fees, asset management fees, and advertising and marketing. And we looked at a 6-year period, 2015 through 2020. And that will be found with a summary on page 11. And we did it in 2 ways, Mr. Chairman, because TIs are a very controversial item. So we actually analyzed the 6 years of these expenses for these properties with TI and without. And I'd like to draw your attention on page 11 to the second last column. That's the non-recovered expenses as a percentage of EGI without TIs. And scroll down to the bottom. This is for all different types of properties, including offices. The average was 6.64%. And so the big difference between what the city did in their study and what we're doing here is what's included in the analysis. And I'm pretty sure that it was stated that the city does not include leasing commissions, and they have reasons why, and that's fine. But in our opinion, based on realities of the market, direction from appraisal authorities, and behavior of other assessing authorities, we think we should be including those. Now, one of the only arguments that we can think of why we wouldn't include a deduction for these full non-recovered expenses is if someone was to say that they're inclusive of the capitalization fees that is blended in the cap rate. Well, there's 2 things I'll say about that, Mr. Chairman. Number one, show us. Where is the evidence of the cap? How do we know who's done what when somebody says this broker report states this or there's this sale in this cap rate? We don't have any evidence. I can say that when we do have the scant evidence on capitalization rates, we make sure that we include the 7% non-recovered expenses. The reason is, and this is the most important part about valuing income producing properties, is that what you do in your methodology for your capitalization rate comparisons has to be the same methodology that you use for the subject property. You can't mix and match. And that's what we do. So my point to that is, if we establish what an appropriate capitalization rate is, but then it was decided that no, we don't want to remove the full 7% non-recovered for whatever reason, well, then I would ask, that whatever cap rate we concluded is appropriate be increased by the equivalent amount, which is about 25 basis points. So in other words, we can properly deduct the non-recovered from the NOI and then apply a proper capitalization rate derived on a similar methodology. Or we can ignore, against market behavior, against appraisal text, against other assessing authorities, we can ignore this allowance, but then we need to adjust our capitalization. We're going to hear a lot in evidence that refers to a number of quotes from board orders. And this will come up again, likely, I'm questioning, but I will state this in conclusion on those board orders. I've reviewed as many as I can. The question being asked the municipal board in most of those cases, Mr. Chairman, was we would like the board to deduct either the tenant improvements or a free rent that occurred when a lease was signed. So in other words, make a deduction from the face rent to a net effective rent as I described earlier. And I agree with the board's conclusion. It's that, well, that's not appropriate. Because number one, like Mr. Pohl said, sometimes that free rent is a one-off. We've got to be careful about anomalies. It happened at the top of one lease, and we don't see it happening again. It's not recurring. Let's be careful. And from the tenant improvement side, well, the answer would be, if I buy that property, I'm not too concerned with the last owner may put in to entice their tenants. They're getting that $20 base rent, and that's what I'm buying. So what the municipal board decided is exactly right. But let's remember another thing. In each and every one of those municipal board orders, 7% was applied as the non-recovered expenses. So now, we have to be careful about trying to read into what the board's saying. But I think it's very plausible to assume that what the board was saying in each of those cases is, we've already accounted for these things. We've accounted for it in an amortized allowance. And that makes sense, because if we go this route, every time we get a tenant's market or leasing's up or whatever it may be, there's a disruption in a property's performance because of these kind of expenses, you'll be asked to increase the cap rate. Because these are real. You can't ignore them. You can treat them in different ways. You can't ignore them. So the smart thing that was done in all of these examples, including the city of Winnipeg in previous assessments, is you amortize it. So you blend that. That makes sense. And that was what was happening in each of the cases where the municipal board was asked to additionally deduct lump sum from a face rent. So it's not saying, the board was never saying we don't consider tenant improvements, we ignore them. Well, that would be foolish. I mean, that's a major part of the market. They're not saying that we wouldn't consider sustained free rent in an income statement analysis. That's a different analysis than a direct capitalization analysis. That's a loss of revenue. It's plausible to say that it shouldn't have existed or we're going to ignore that it happened. So, in summary, and I thank you again for your patience as I go through this again, and I hope I didn't go too quick, but these expenses are real. These expenses are recognized by appraising textbooks, and appraisers are directed to pay attention to. They're recognized in other assessing authorities to some degree. And what Altus is doing in our analysis is making sure that whatever we do in our capitalization rate calculations is the same methodology as what we're asking the board to consider here, which is to deduct an amortized allowance for these very real non-recovered expenses. Now, I'll just pause for a moment because I'd like to move on to yet another document, and that is the Altus Group capitalization rate study. And I'll state, Mr. Chairman, that we don't have a contention, actually, with the capitalization rate applied. But I want to go through this report because I want to be, again, completely transparent in how we are doing or how we're approaching the valuation and why we're doing the things that we're doing. So if I could ask you to please turn to the document called the 2023 capitalization rate study for Altus. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, I know this panel is well aware of everything I'm going to be talking about. You know exactly what capitalization rates are, but I do want to hit some of these points because it ties together the valuation methodology that we're doing today. So the cap rate represents a required or acceptable rate of return on a real estate investment. It's really influenced by three major items: the perceived risk associated with the investment's income capacity, the investor expectations for appreciation, and the required returns in other investment vehicles. So comparison to other investments. Calculated, we take the net operating income divided by a property's sale price. But when we're developing a valuation, you got to be careful about the term net operating income. What we really have to do is develop a single year's income expectancy into a value indication. And so what that means is we need to do some stabilization of certain items. We need to look at appropriate vacancy allowance, et cetera, to come to an appropriate net operating income as the basis of year one. But what we don't do is try and read ahead at stepped up rents or escalations. And the reason is, Mr. Chairman, is that the capitalization rate already includes that, because if you're looking at other properties, you would expect that the appreciation expected across Class A is pretty consistent. So the capitalization rate, different from a discount rate, actually includes appreciation through the life of the income. I'll come back to something I asked in question for an item on the income statement called straight line rent revenue. And what that is the anticipated future revenue from step-ups down the road. You pull it forward into the income statement for that given year. That's an accounting decision that has nothing to do with the stabilized income. And we can't do that here because the cap rate should already include a consideration of stepped up rents. So we're not including stepped up. We're coming to what the best year one indication is. And that was the exercise that we've gone through thus far. There's various techniques to derive a capitalization rate, but the most common is the derivation from comparables. Now, I'll skip past the legislation, but what I will talk about is some methodology and market data statements. Number one, it is stated in the appraisal of real estate second Canadian edition. The appraiser must make certain that the net operating income of each comparable property is calculated and estimated in the same way that the net operating income for the subject property is estimated. That's what I already stated earlier. We have to compare apples to apples when we're applying our methodology. This comes from the International Association of Assessing Officers, IAAO, Standard on Verification and Adjustment of Sales. Various things that we have to watch for when we're looking at comparable sales to try and pull cap rates. We don't want to be looking at sales between relatives or corporate affiliates. Obviously, they're not arm's length. 5.4.2, partial interest. A sale involving a conveyance of less than the full interest in the property should be excluded as a valid transaction. Sometimes all the partial interest owners in the property may agree to syndication and sell their portions to the estate to a buyer, typically on the same day. However, the sum of all the sale prices may not necessarily indicate the market value of the whole property. These transfers should not be used as valid sales without thorough testing, analysis, and documentation. Mr. Chairman, we heard about two sales earlier today. They're both, I think the one was 2011 and one was 2013 or 14, nearly a decade ago, and both were half interest sales. Number 5.5, acquisitions or divestments by large property owners. Acquisitions or divestments by large corporations, pension funds, or real estate investment trusts that involve multiple parcels typically should not be considered for analysis. And 5.9 is leaseback. So kind of lay some groundwork of what we can or should not be looking at in comparable sales for appropriate capitalization rates. Now, I have a section here that backed up to the world before what I call the tenants market starting. And I won't spend too much time on this, but generally the brokers were saying that cap rates for Class A should be between 5.5 and 65. And we had looked at some sales at the time on page 6 that, again, I'm not putting much weight on. These are now dated. They're back from the last assessment cycle. The reason I'm going through this, Mr. Chairman, is to show the rationale that we went through last cycle when we came to the conclusion that Class A office in downtown Winnipeg as of April 18 would command a cap rate of approximately 6.25%. And this was recognizing what could be seen on the horizon. Remember, one of those three things that we talked about with cap rate is what is the investor's feeling of the sustainability or appreciation of income? When you see a tenant's market coming, that outlook is diminished. And we recognize that. And we're consistent in that in our presentations. And we would argue for a 6.25% cap rate. So I'm not going to go through the details of that, but let's flash forward. The tenant market since has begun. So now the things that we're worried about happening have come to fruition. And then in March of 2020, of course, the pandemic. So I mentioned that the statements for office properties do not appear to be affected, but there is a specter overhanging the future outlook for downtown office. Avis and Young reported in Q1 21 in their Winnipeg office market report that 67% of employees want to work in a manner that is more balanced. This transcends the return of the office where flexibility and choice are key. In my opinion, this adds to the uncertainty in the office market as of April 21. We have some quotes from the Western Investor that are more about the true north. We've already gone through that, so I'll skip that. So I'm going to jump ahead, Mr. Chairman, to page 9.
Okay.
Yeah, page 9. Throughout 2020, Altus Group, we had offices right across Canada and the States. And for all the different reasons that we value property, we needed to get a handle on, as everybody did, what the heck is going on? What do actual investors think about the market right now? And so a key assumptions survey was undertaken earlier in the pandemic, and then again, the last one was at November 2020. I had the pleasure of being involved in this. And so across the country, some of the top people in Canadian real estate, from pension funds, life companies, REITs, private companies, consultants, brokers, were asked for their opinions on the effect of the pandemic on real estate valuations. And we put out a report in 2021 that summarized some of those findings. I'll just mention some of the key points that came out of this. In the context of increased vacancy and anticipated hike in sublease space, landlords will try to maintain face rates by adding more tenant incentives, which will have an impact on the net effective rents, more so in the downtown core. Again, that's the third time I think we've seen that. Overall, leasing activity in Q4 20 was very low in general, especially in CBD. I put little weight on that, of course it was. Third one, benefiting from the emergence of a de-densification hub and spoke office space model, leasing activity in the suburbs is faring better than the core. Also more lease up velocity for smaller spaces and large blocks. Lower quality assets, especially older class B and C downtown buildings, will suffer the most from flight to quality and structural vacancy. Space never being backfilled. Flight to quality for tenants will include high quality as is spaces with flexible lease terms. For the vacancy and bad debt assumptions, it was noted by many that unlike vacancy rates, levels of bad debt are not expected to significantly increase. Bankruptcies, not too much of a concern for office landlords for 2021. Now, on the next page, 10, are some of the key findings of the study. And again, this isn't just our opinion at Altus or even a marketing brochure. This is the opinions of the top people in real estate across Canada. The question, do you expect office tenants to downsize their space requirements in the future as a result of the increase in work from home brought on by the pandemic? 57% said yes. If yes, by how much do you estimate on average? And 10 to 20% of those surveyed suggested, the largest amount of those surveyed suggested about 10 to 20%. As a result of downsizing and increased vacancy. So again, we talked about an imbalance of supply and demand. Now this is pushing it further. And so they felt that the vast majority of respondents felt office market rents would decrease in 2021. Next page, what percentage change in market rates are you forecasting for the 2021 fiscal year? And people were much more pessimistic about downtown in the light green than for suburban. And the vast majority felt about a 5% increase in base rents. Not net effectives are definitely going down. Now they're talking about the base rents. That was high quality, and for lower quality, they felt it would be higher, like 5 to 10% in downtown. They were then asked the effect of cap rates. And this is as of November 20th. Brightest minds in Canadian real estate, and they felt that cap rates will probably increase by about 25 to 50 points. You can see that actually the pessimism grew as the pandemic went on. So from June, most people were saying about 25 points, but they started veering to maybe even 50 points by November for downtown. But they felt more optimistic about suburban, and that's for high quality. Lower quality, they're less optimistic. An increase in office capitalization rates for 2021 from pre-pandemic rates was also stated in the CBRE Q1 21 cap rate, Canadian cap rate and investment insights report. So not as aggressive as indicated in our study, November 20. What they stated is, with much of the nation facing a third wave of infections to start the spring, investors have continued to take a cautious approach to the office sector. Despite the continued caution, it's expected that activity should increase drastically over the next 6 months as vaccination efforts accelerate and occupiers begin to return to the physical spaces over the summer. So they had some optimism. And I'll skip this part on cost of money. So what do the brokers say in all of this as of Q1 21? Well, on page 15, we'll see the summary. Basically, they felt that Class A might hold itself at the cap rates from last cycle. The Class B, suburban, all of those would have an increase in cap rates. Then we look to our own sales, Mr. Chairman, and this was tough because it's now in the pandemic. There isn't any sales at all. We had 2 suburban, but we had 1 downtown office that I think is very interesting. And this is what I wanted to get to, because I wanted to show the board how we try and be consistent in our methodologies. The sale was in 2019 for 433 Main, just across the street here. It was, well, in my humble opinion, it was a C building, but it was classified as a B. And it went on the market with a fair amount of vacancy, but on the market as an office property. And there wasn't much interest. And we worked for the owners, so I was in touch quite a bit with the vendor about their opinions, and they were rather nervous. A purchaser eventually came along, and they purchased the property in October 2019 for $54.94 a square foot. So 14-story, 135,000 square foot, 1976 vintage office tower. And he realized, very prudent purchaser, realized that the demand for office is suffering greatly, and that the highest and best use in his mind of this asset is actually to convert as much of it to multi-res as he could. I think that's an interesting barometer for the opinion of the office market even before the pandemic. Now, to develop the cap rate that we have of 7.66%, can I ask the board please to turn to page 21. And what you'll see is an analysis in a smaller version, very similar to the analysis that we did on subject property. We look at every single rent in place, and we determine the rents in place at the time of the sale in this case, and where we feel market vacancy should, market rent should be applied, such as vacant space, we apply a market rate. And in that case, the market rate appeared to be $10 a square foot. The vacancy in the building was high. At the time, at the end of 2017, it was at 24%. They thought it was going to increase to 34%. It did increase to 34% in 2018. Before that, it was at 24%. So your stabilized 3-year would be around 35%. And much the same way, and with much the same rationale as I asked the board to consider for 201 Portage, we applied a rather aggressive vacancy allowance, actually 20%. So again, apples to apples in methodology, not in property, but in methodology. We applied something closer to actual expenses, not the assessed shortfall, but something closer to actual. And you'll see that we applied 5 and 2%, totaling 7% for non-recovered expenses. We also include storage income, and the resulting capitalization rate, 7.66%. If we only applied 3% non-recovered, as the city is doing now, that cap rate would be 8.18%. So you can see how one impacts the other. So back to page 17 then, Mr. Chairman. We've looked at all of this information. We feel that the office market has certainly felt better in April 21 than it was in April 18. In fact, in my opinion, it's probably heading for some pretty turbulent times. But we'll figure that out when we get there. For now, all we can do is look at the horizon and say, I'm not happy with that. And therefore, we have proposed for Class A the same cap rate as we did in April 18, 6.25%. No change. That's consistent with what the trajectory that the brokers were proposing as well. So I will stop there on cap rate study because, again, it's not actually an issue here, but I just wanted to walk through, and thank you again for your patience, walk through our entire methodology. Can I please ask you then to return to page 20 of my direct evidence?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. We have yet to talk about the concourse, but I'll just summarize where we're at with the office tower. We've talked about the rents, we've talked about the vacancy, we've talked about the shortfall. Based on our study, we asked the board to consider the 7% total non-recovered expenses. We've added sign and rooftop income, and we come to the capitalization rates. I just described the rationale of why we don't think the cap rate should compress from last cycle. In our opinion, was 65%. But Mr. Chairman, actually, I'm accepting city 6%. So actually lower than our conclusions on cap rate. The reason is that because of the good work this owner has done in this building, and again, it's barely keeping them above water, but they have attained some occupancies which do have some length to their term. And in my opinion, that puts them in a bit more of a stable position for weather the coming storm. I may be optimistic here, but my gut, and I went back and forth on this many times, because my conclusions say 65. But when I look at the big picture, I felt, again, to be reasonable, that we would accept the city's capitalization rate at 6%. Okay, so for the last little piece is just the concourse on page 21. The concourse has been completely changed in 2018. They removed the food court. They put in a common area, conference room, and kind of eatery area. There's just one restaurant now, Mercantino's, and well, I guess Bon Sushi is kind of a restaurant. It's a small kiosk. So it's one main restaurant and then 4 kiosks. And in the concourse is also the vacant TD Bank, which they're having difficulty doing anything with. So the total area, as on the rent roll, when we move the TD Bank under this category, because on the rent roll it's actually under the tower. So I moved it under the concourse, but we still have an area less than the city, and that would be 9,198 square feet. And we've applied actual rents based on the actual. We apply a market rent of $50 to the 2 vacant units, and we apply the rent previously attained for the bank, TD Bank, at $18 to that vacant space. For the vacancy, shortfall, non-recovered, we're applying the same rates that we do for the tower. And the capitalization rate, we admit that any concourse or retail in this environment is really taking a hit. And so we agree with the city that the higher cap rate on this retail portion is appropriate, 7%. And so on page 22, we have the summary of the valuation for the office and the concourse. And the conclusion of both of those income streams, or the sum, I should say, is $100,235,000. And I will say again that this valuation is based on the actual performance, on the actual income, augmented by market adjustments where necessary. In other words, all of the money they've invested is necessary for this income. It's inherent in the value I propose to you today. In the appendix, Mr. Chairman, are some additional photographs of the property. The lobby just recently, after the renovations, concourse, a courtyard, 7th floor gym, a vacant unit on page 26. Actually, this is interesting. I'll pause for a minute. I think it's page 26. Well, the vacant units look pretty similar on each of these floors here. But one of the floors, I think it's on page 27. No, that's the fourth floor. Bottom of page 27, 12th floor. I believe that was the space that Asante was in. And they had an extremely built up space, granite and a lot of beautiful work had been done in the space. But what happens at the end of these leases, especially after a term of 10 years, is that everything that one tenant thought was useful is typically not very useful to the next tenant, especially with changing demands and how offices are laid out. So what landlords typically do is they gut the offices. And that puts them in a better position for marketing. Because there are some, but very few leases in this market are being taken as is. There's a few more pictures, but I'd like to pause for a moment and talk about something that we talked about earlier on the income statements. Actually, I'll direct your attention to it now. So I have the income statement also in evidence, Mr. Chairman. So on page 51. I had many questions about the approach the assessor had taken with adjustments to the income. A lot of concerns about some of those, actually. But I will point out some things that I think are appropriate adjustments that one would make when looking at this income in a stabilized fashion. We know what the base rent potential is. We know what the vacancy loss is. We know what the free rent, which is continuous through the years. I explained that. I mentioned in questioning an item that was lease cancellation. It's item 3174000. It's just over $1 million. Now, this is something that an investor would look at and say, okay, what's happening here? That's not something that typically happens. You don't get a lease buyout of that size. And so I investigated that. What that is, the panel's reference. Good Life Gym occupied the 7th floor of 201 Portage for about a decade. And when they took occupancy, they asked that the landlord do major changes to the floor for their operations. They wanted the washrooms on the side, not in the typical core. And they transformed the space, which was good for as a gym, but the landlord recognized that if you ever move out or when this lease expires, we have a lot of work to do to put this back in a marketable fashion. So we're putting an extra clause in the lease that will protect us and will mitigate the cost of converting the space back. It's a rare occurrence. And that's exactly what happened. Good Life was enticed over to 360 Main. They left, and the landlord said, hey, wait, the clause says you move everything back the way it was, or you pay us $1 million. And the tenant said, here's $1 million. Of course, that didn't even cover the cost because costs had just escalated since that time. That's what that item is. I think it's very important to know. So this is the sort of thing that I think is appropriate when you move through an income statement like this, is that you try and look at the items and discover what they are, what the expected trajectory of that item might be. This is a one-off. This is an anomaly. I don't think it should be considered. I talked about straight line rent. I don't think that should be considered either. That's future income. And lastly, to answer the questions that were asked earlier about the recoverable major expenditure, I can't stress this enough. This is not, if it was a capital improvement, it would be entered as a capital improvement. This is a category that the owner has now had to enter into starting in 2019 as part of the refurbishment of this property. Because again, this is a 30-year-old property with aged mechanicals, aged electrical, aged chillers, aged piping, aged elevators, aged appearance, et cetera, et cetera. And because of that, the effects of that age, frankly, they slipped in the competition. They were number 3 on the top 3 Class A's, and they were losing tenants from it. So
Mr. Slaughter, which page are you on now?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'm on the second part of the income statement. It's page 52. And it's the item that we discussed at length that the assessor had deducted, the 2.99 million. So what I'm stating is, again, this is, it's not a capital improvement. If it was a capital improvement, it would be entered as such. It's a recoverable expense. It's a large expense. And to the assessor's point, in a case like this, what one would do is say, well, that's a lump sum amount. You know, they expended it in this year because it's kind of year 1 of their refurbishment, and it's a pandemic, so there's not many people on site. What typically should happen is you amortize this. But the next thing that you would do, if you're looking at this income statement from a potential purchaser point of view, is try and determine what is that going to do in the future. And if you know that this is part 1 of a multi-part repair, maintenance, and refurbishment of the property, it is going to continue. And I can say that because I interviewed both the accountants and the management of the property to determine that that was the case. So it is an expense. It's a recoverable expense. It has revenue that's associated. It may not need to be deducted in lump sum. I wouldn't recommend it is, but you don't ignore it. So I'll just conclude then. I think the only other things are the pictures. I talked about the bustle and the Unitil building. We have pictures of the vacant space and completed space. I think, Mr. Chairman, that will conclude our presentation. So I ask that the board consider our evidence. I do have rebuttal evidence as well about the overall market that I'll talk about, but from a site-specific point of view, we feel that this is a reasonable, supportable, and transparent valuation that recognizes both the site-specific performance and the current physical condition of the property. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll turn to questions then before the rebuttal. Mr. Poole, do you have questions?
May I request a 5-minute break?
Certainly.
Thank you.
We'll take 5 minutes. Let's begin again at 3:15.
2, 1, we are live.
Hey, Mr. Poole, questions of Mr. Slaughter's evidence?
Yes, as it was presented in 3 phases, I'll present questions in 3 phases. I'll start with non-recoverables, then capitalization rate, and then we'll work to the main brief. So if we can go to the non-recoverable. Sure. You've been fully aware and informed of, through my brief and multiple other hearings of the case law, which say for non-recoverables, we don't include the line items from the assessor's standpoint, correct?
Correct.
You step outside of the jurisdiction of the municipal board of Manitoba, which governs provincial assessment in this province, outside of it to other jurisdictions, correct?
Correct.
And municipal board would have full say on that in our province. They don't take case law from Saskatchewan, Ontario. They work with the municipal board's case law, which applies to the Municipal Assessment Act. They have governance here. Right?
Yeah, I'm not going to answer that, Mr. Paul. I can't answer that. I don't know how the municipal board would make a determination if they would apply what you call a jurisdictional exception. That's
Let me rephrase it a different way. The municipal board of Manitoba governs municipal assessments in Manitoba. Fair enough.
The municipal board governs municipal assessments in Manitoba. I think the legislation covers. I can't answer that, Mr. Paul.
They're the highest tribunal for quantity in this province.
Outside of the courts, yes.
All right. So we've already established that we do not have many of the items that you're included on, but you're included in. You cited some appraisal issues, some appraisal authorities, which issue those need to be accounted for.
Yes.
Correct. As part of any appraisal, you would have to apply jurisdictional exceptions through QSPAP for your local area, which you're doing your appraisal for. That would eliminate these from use.
Well, no, I think I disagree on that, Mr. Paul, because I have a different, I won't say Altus has a different opinion on what the board was stating in those decisions. I think a different question was being asked of them under circumstances in which the allowance is already applied. So I don't feel comfortable saying that the municipal board must have been saying X, Y, and Z when it's not that clear to me. And this will be determined by the municipal board in due course. And I guess then we'll have the answer.
To your knowledge, do you have a single municipal board order that establishes use of those line items that were?
No, but every municipal board order, I think, in existence, because I don't think we've had many in 2020. Well, I should say that almost everyone would have either a 7 or 8% allowance. So we don't know exactly what it entails, but I'm looking to all the different language from evaluation text, appraisal text, assessing authorities, market behavior, and I'm surmising that could have been the reason why they're not going to make also a lump sum deduction from base rents.
But there's no explicit language saying free rent, tenant inducement, tenant allowances, asset management fees, leasing commission, leasing costs, and associated line items.
No, you're right. There isn't. I guess
there's explicit language stating they are not.
Yeah, but that was to a specific question, in my opinion, Mr. Flau. That was a little different. And to be fair, I don't think the board has ever been asked about the allowance because it's always been in place.
Let's move on to my next point on page 11 of your rebuttal of your non-recoverables. These are indices, but we have 8 that are office. How many of these are OFAs?
Let me see. I know that Lombard is because that's our building, the Richardson building. No, Graham's 240. So I can't say with certainty, but at least one.
At least one. Let's look at it even one step further than that. There are 17 OFBs that rent out on a net basis exclusively, and there's 6 OFAs. So generally there's 23 that rent from. Altus represents 22 of the 23. So clearly you could have done an analysis on the remainder.
Well, yes, we could have, and we probably will for the municipal board. One of the difficulties, of course, with this item is that it all depends on the activity in the property. There are times when you're going to find a very large allowance, and sometimes you'll find nothing. And that's the whole point of the amortization of it. As an example, one of the Class A buildings that we have in Evidence State, we do know what some of these items were because it's right in front of us on the income statement. The leasing costs alone for the subject property, and we've already talked about this, for the leasing commissions alone were $785,856. And the year before, in 2019, there were $1,196,497. So it's far, just that one item is far greater than the amount that we're talking about. It all depends. You'll have another property that we'll discuss on this docket where they haven't had any leasing activity and they have very low non-recovered for those particular years. So it's a little tough.
Can I move on? Aside from your leasing number 2 at 11.92%, you have one other one at 6.94%, roughly 7. Every other one is below 7 for office.
Okay.
Right.
According to this study, yes.
All right. From that, I'll move on to your capitalization rate.
Just a second.
You're accepting of the 6% and the 7%.
That's correct.
With that, given you're accepting of it, I'll withhold any questions. I'd have quite a few, but given that you're accepting of it, I may follow up with this if there is not acceptance of it and others.
Yeah, there is at least one property where I don't accept.
So we'll reserve questions to that. Moving on to the actual subject property. It doesn't show it in one of your, although you refer to 2019 rent roll and the 2018 rent roll, you don't have included in your workup the INEs that we sent, the actual hard copies, other than the 2020 year. Would you be in agreement that there's over $10 million reported in the 2 calendar years of 2020 and 2019 that tenant inducements were given?
I'd have to see that. I mean, I'll take your word for that. That's the amount. But yeah, and it's something that I hoped I spoke at length about.
How does that account for in your valuation? They clearly didn't give $10 million over 2 years to be lump sum in those 2 years that would show up on the expense.
Sorry, say that again.
That $10 million would not be put into each individual year over the span of 2 years. That would be ongoing throughout the lease of any individual tenant that received them, right?
Yeah, that's right. If I could, I'll speak in an example because I was involved. We have a space as well as Spirit and Richardson building. I was involved in negotiations when we moved to our space. So I can kind of talk a bit about that as part of my answer, if it's okay, Mr. Paul, because I can explain in that case how the amortization works.
As long as you brief, because
yeah, well, maybe I'll save it for later. But the whole point is when the negotiation comes and we had a decision, do we pay for all the improvements of this new space? Space was fine, it just didn't suit our needs as far as office size and stuff. Or do we ask the landlord to provide it for us turnkey, and in which case they'd amortize it into the lease? And part of the negotiation was the landlord said, look, we're doing that. We need 10 years of it, 10-year lease. And they did that. And then the $1,850 rent that we ended up paying was inclusive of the amortized, I think it was $100,000 that they put into the space. And all that was really moving partition, moving walls around to our desired office size. And then they had to change all the mechanical and electrical. And it ended up about $100,000. And that was amortized over the 10 years. So what we're seeing today, and this is in the city's evidence, and I also have it from the owners, the amounts that are being spent on these units aren't $100,000. Investors Group, $2.6 million. Wellington West, $1.2 million. Taylor McCaffrey, $5.2 million. And what will happen is the landlord does this work, and then they say, now we need to amortize that into a rent. The rent has to cover the costs that we put into it. And the rent became, I think, per Taylor McCaffrey, is at $19 a square foot. The net effect, it was $2. So I hope that answers the question about how they stretch out the cost.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, would this be an expected tenant inducement because we don't see it moving up to, and it's only for a few years that they're reporting that $10 million in the time frame. Would you expect that to continue on? Meaning your major anchor tenants are already in place, they've already paid. So
yeah, but
wouldn't be expecting other smaller tenants within the building
receiving these kind of tenant inducements.
I think I know what you're asking, Mr. Cole, but now I need to see exactly which line item you're referring to before I answer.
Okay, well, although it's in your brief on page, it's on your page. Paper copy, it'd be 48.
Okay, so let me turn to that now. I'll just.
And the year prior was roughly a little over 4 million.
48, did you say?
So this is from their 2020 statement that they stated? Okay. Let me find this then.
And the 2019 year was 4,734,890, just to be full.
Yeah, so to be clear, these are items that would be called either capital or leasing improvements. And for 2020, I can list exactly what they are here, actually, because I asked the owners how to do it.
My point is, with that level, would you expect that to continue on into an investment horizon of 10, 15 years out? Or is that a bubble that they paid and spent to get anchor tenants into the building? Every single other tenant who occupies smaller spaces will not receive this.
No, that's not, these costs here are building improvements that are not tenant inducements.
They reported as tenant inducements.
6 million? Okay, I have it here that these, well, they have it also on their statement that they provide. That's why I want to make sure.
You can read the line 2. If incentives inducements are given to tenants, please indicate the value of the inducements incentives.
Okay.
I.e. free rent, state of annual, tenant improvement allowance, etc.
Tenant inducements.
Okay, so on the income statement they provided, and with that statement, they have building improvements. I gotta make sure I got the right year here.
It's you have about $11 million in tenant inducements in 2 years. You've improved the capital. There has to be some capital in there. You've improved the physical spaces. That's not an annual ongoing thing that you would expect to come off in NOI every single year.
No, for that, okay, so if it's a leasing, I'll answer it this way. If it's a tenant inducement or tenant improvement, it's amortized into the rent. So therefore, the rents that we're applying in our valuation are inclusive of that money that's been spent. They have to spend that money to entice that tenant to pay that rent. If it's a building improvement, that's something a bit different. That has to do with things that they are not amortizing into any rents.
Hold on to that for a moment. Now, would that meet the test of whether this is a normal market transaction? Meaning, does a tenant usually pay for the physical improvement of capital in someone else's property that they do not own?
Sorry, state that again. Does the tenant typically improve their own space? Yeah, it can happen. So it did happen with RBC, for example. They paid their own improvements. And in that case, the rent became much less. There was a negotiation where it ends up being 22 minus 9 is $13 because they took the space as is. Back to my example, we could have taken the space as is and we would have been paying, in that case, I think it was $15. I can't remember exactly. But we opted to have them do the work and the rent becomes inflated. So in my mind, the rents that aren't inflated by tenant inducements are actually indicative of the market rent for that space as is. It's the inflated rents that we have to be cautious about.
So between the tenant,
sorry, Mr. Paul, do you mind an interruption here, just so I understand your question? We're looking on page 48, line 2, correct? The reference to 6,691,000. That.
Yeah.
Is that what we're looking at?
Yep.
Okay. So this says, if incentives / inducements are given to the tenant, please indicate the value and what the inducement incentive is. So, for example, it says free rent, state if annual, tenant improvement allowance, etc. Seems to me in part of the discussion there's been some discrimination between tenant improvements and inducements. This 6.6 million, does it refer to something to do with the rent, or is it something that is actually an expenditure for capital improvement?
I'm working towards that. So we asked incentives or inducements. Free rents are obviously included in that. When we look at on page, I guess 2 pages up, I would be 46. we have a capital cost summary where we actually ask for the capital costs. There's nothing in there.
Oh, okay. So you got to read them together to.
So this gets back to, we have about $11 million in tenant inducements that the property owner declared that they give. And then the major expenditures, RM, 1.5 million and 3 million, which is another almost 5 million. We're looking at literally a little north of $50 million in 2 years of a sum that's affecting the NOI.
No, it's not affecting the NOI. The only one that's affecting the NOI is the recoverable expense. All of these other items are below the NOI line. And to be clear, so I had trouble reading the item on page 48 that you're stating, but on their statements, what they provide, if you can turn to page 52, okay, this is their actual income statement. And it's below the net operating income is where you see these items that are not affecting the income. This is capital improvements and leasehold improvements. Capital improvements were 6,600,000. And I think they got mixed up on that line on page 48 because that's what I thought you were referring to as 6,600,000 building improvements. Leasehold improvements is the 11.823 million in 2020. And actually the permits that the assessors put in the revenues, if you look through those, you'll see who the tenant was for those items. And these are just some of them. And I listed some, 5 million for Taylor McCaffrey, 3 million for, et cetera, et cetera. They add up pretty quick. And again, that money is in the rents. You have to spend that money to get the rents, which we're basing the valuation on. Those are below the, now I even went so far as to ask exactly, if the board's interested, exactly what those items included. So the 6.5 million, main floor lobby refurbished. Talked about that. Again, I mean, the new tenants they brought in, they had promised them, because they made these plans in 2018, that we're going to refurbish our property, we're going to redo the mechanicals and repair, we're going to bring this place up to a modern look. And they finally got it done. So again, it's the income that we're using recognizes that they needed this investment. So that main floor renovations that they had to do to bring in BMO. The Bank of Montreal required all sorts of changes to access and egress on the main floor of 201 Portage. And that's not tenant improvements because it's not related to the space, but they still had to do it to get the Bank of Montreal in. This is the money you have to spend to attain income.
And that's where I was getting to
Sorry, Mr. Paul, but let me continue because leasing costs, they specifically state on the statement is 11.8 million. And they have here for me a list of every single tenant in 2020 who was the recipient of that aggregate sum. I could list them out if you'd like.
I think not.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on, major expenditures. That's not a reoccurring value year after year at that level.
How can you say that? You don't even know what it is.
We see it on the reported on that.
It was 1.5 in 2019, and now I've explained to you what it is. It's the beginning of a.
And how many other years it's reported?
Well, they just started it. I explained this. They have just started into the repair and refurbishment of the property to bring it up to a competitive nature. We're going to see this item 21, 22, probably 23.
Moving on to the next. That's leading into the next issue. How much of it has been complete as of January 1st, 2023? Meaning how much more potentially would need to be done, or have they completed it to a substantial level where it wouldn't affect?
But you're asking me what other permits there are after April 21? I don't know.
No. There is obviously a horizon, a completion of what they're planning on doing. Right. You see with the renovation of the concourse, you see the renovation of the main area, you see that their major tenants have already done those major spaces. How much more needs to be done if all your other tenancies are smaller scale tenants that aren't going to receive this? It looks like they've completed their project or near enough to it. Now, an investor purchasing it wouldn't be purchasing more income that they would have to sacrifice or spend.
Mr. Paul, you're mixing up. You keep talking about lease improvements being part of the income. They're not. They're not part of the income. They're below the line of the income. The only thing that's in here that is part of the income is the recoverable major expenditure. Everything else is below the line, capital improvements and leasing costs. So to answer your question, yeah, they've leased up some of their major tenants now, and those are the ones that cost a lot of money. In a tenant's market, I can probably guarantee you they're going to have to spend similar money to bring their vacancy down from 24% that it was at April 21. At some point, they'll have an occupied building for some time. Then other leases will come up and they'll have to do the same thing again. There's very little value to these tenant improvements once the lease expires. You basically got the space to start again. This is the life cycle of a Class A office tower.
And that's one of the, how I'm trying to phrase this and make sure we're comparing it properly. It seems like the worsening of any vacancy that occurred has already been addressed through renovation, through the due diligence, through spending what they need to do. So a potential purchaser buying it on January 1st, 2023 wouldn't be expecting any more risk of vacancy. They've already addressed it. The anchor tenants have been achieved. You have one space of bank space that may need to be converted, may get another bank tenant. You have your other smaller scale tenants within the building that are occupied fine. What risk is here for a purchaser other than buying issues that were addressed, capital invested? So moving forward from that point, you wouldn't expect the vacancy to be.
So first of all, you understand that all of the money that they spent in capital leasehold improvements were necessary in order to bring the occupancy up to 75%, because you're at 24% still vacancy. So what you're suggesting is that from this point on, hypothetically, everything should be rose in place to be occupied because they spent this money, and yet the money was specifically targeted to the tenants that are already in place. So in my mind, there's a massive amount of risk in this building.
You just stated that they achieved 2 of 3 3 anchor tenants left, and they achieved 2. So there's one space with
Well, I'm not gonna. I can count the spaces we let. They have 23.5% vacancy at April 21.
But you're not addressing what we've already kind of went through. They've already addressed all those issues that led to vacancy. They've achieved 2 anchor tenants of the 3. There's
Yep.
one major tenant remaining to be filled. Plus, we have the issue of, and we're going to get to the Unitel space in a moment. So realistically, the building has been addressed.
No, because it was at 33% vacancy, and they have to spend this money to bring it to 24% vacancy.
Let me phrase it a different way. Would a purchaser, knowing that that's already been done, pay more, or would have to pay less to address costs that have already been cured?
Already been cured.
Meaning you invested in the concourse, you invested in the main floor area, you invested in the tenant improvements, which.
Oh yeah,
so that's not money that needs to be spent.
It's the beginning of a plan to bring this property back to a competitive position as a Class A. Meanwhile, across the street, 360 Main has spent tens of millions of dollars as well. This is going back and forth where everybody has spent money to get tenants.
From a purchaser standpoint, that's money already spent, and you can see it addressing the issues. From a seller standpoint, the owners, you're going to raise that with any purchaser saying, I've already fixed, it's done. No more future investment really needs to be done.
I don't think I follow what you're saying. What exactly is your question, Mr.
My question is the risk associated with the capital improvements, with the tenant improvements, with the 2 anchor tenants replacing 3 that left, there's still 1 remaining. You have a income stream that looks much more viable than you did a few years earlier.
Yeah, you had 33% vacancy, which was disastrous.
So now, if you're going to sell it, any owner would be looking towards a purchaser addressing those matters, and any purchaser would be seeing that.
I'm not sure how the way that a purchaser would look at this is to look at the income in place at the reference date. And the income in place at the reference date, as we've gone through, reflects the amount of money that they had to spend to get into that position. So you can a lot more before.
My next point is the Unitel bustle area. That would be on your page 26 through, no, sorry. It would be 28 through 29, right? For those 4 pictures?
Yeah.
You stated that there couldn't be office area.
No, sorry. Unitel building is 28, 29.
This, now, granted, there's not a lot of fenestration here, obviously.
No,
but we see a fully renovated 3rd floor Unitel with office space.
Yes,
Why
I
couldn't
mentioned
they do
that
that
costs
too?
a lot of money.
Why couldn't they do that to the remaining space?
Well, if there was demand for it, they could, but it would cost a lot of money. You have to spend the money in order to.
Has this been actively marketed?
Well, no, it is not in this condition. So if somebody happens to lease the 2nd floor or the 4th floor, which are both vacant, and they happen to want the space, then the owner would gladly convert it.
Realistically, though, this isn't a base state, right? There's a little bit more work, small amount more than a base
No, there's
state,
a
but
lot of
realistically,
that's a
it's a base state.
1940s building. They have to redo all of the electrical, mechanical, remove asbestos. There's a lot of work that has to go into that building.
Do you have any, is there any management plan of action to address this? Has there been any permits? Has there been any study? Has there been an engineer consulted, a constructor, cost to cure?
Sure, they've been working on anything they can for this space. At one point, they were thinking of trying to move the gym onto the 4th floor bustle. That didn't work either. That would have cost too much for them, and they didn't have any return for it because it's a common area.
My rationale behind this is a Class A building. You see what they've already done for the remainder of the building. Yet they didn't do anything with this space, 40,000 square
Mr.
feet.
Paul, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry they haven't lived up to your expectations of what they can do with the space. This is the reality of the space, okay? That's all I can say.
Moving on to, I guess let's start on page 11. You have rents in place. You already stated that these are tenant-induced TIs, tenant.
Some of them are inflated by tenant costs or tenant use.
And that's only a small segment of the building, obviously, correct?
Well, these are the leases actually signed in 2020. So this is where I think you and I differ in our analysis of the market, is that I think it's wholly inappropriate to include step-ups as indicators of the market of that given year. And I didn't know you had done that. So I was doing my own analysis to say, well, why am I coming up so different? And this is the approach I would take. Leases actually signed in 2020.
This is where I always struggle with the assessment, how creates an assessment. So I think we're going to stop here for a moment on page 16. I understand exploring leasehold, what's on contract. I understand exploring fee simple as it is vacant, and what would it lease up for at the reference date, which is appropriate market rent, appropriate market vacancy, and so forth. You indicate that you're using what you feel is market. When it's contract, you're going to leave it in, but then you put the vacant space, which you've already defined as market, which is 1850. You indicated it's 1850. So why would you not, Unitel space size, or the concourse area size, the main building part, why would you not expect that 1850 would not be appropriate for the entire and totality of the office space?
I personally don't. That's not the way a
market.
Purchaser would purchase a building. They look at the income in place. And there's leases that could be going on with a below market rent, some above market rent. This is the income that they'd be buying. There's been many adjustments here to bring it to a fee simple. But the fact is, this is an income they're buying. It's completely hypothetical to state that, well, it should be getting 1850, so let's apply it across the board.
So, and that's where I kind of fall.
And if we did that, Mr. Poole, our cap rate studies, both of us, they look drastically different than they are.
So if I want to continue. You're not doing a leasehold. You're not doing a true leasehold. You're not doing a true fee simple. You come up with a hybrid approach, which you kind of blend the two together.
It's a market approach where if the contract rent is the best indicator of market, we apply it as market. And if it isn't, we apply market.
Okay.
Mr. Paul, are you questioning what is really meant by net market rent in that column?
What he indicated was, and I think he just summarized it there again, that where reflected he's using the contract rent, and where he feels it's vacant or not, maybe there's an adjustment needs to be made, he'll be putting it in at market, and he indicated 1850 is the rate that he put it in at. If you're already stated 1850 is market rent, why aren't you using that everywhere? If you're doing it through fee simple.
1850 is a conclusion drawn from an analysis of the building itself, an analysis of rent signed in the building in 2020 in itself, analysis of rent signed in 18 to 20 in other buildings. And actually my conclusions were about 1775, if you remember. And I said we were going to up that to 1850. Comfortable and comfortable doing it, but that was the conclusion. But in that study are rents that could be as low as $15 and rents that might be as high as $24.
So,
and those would be also reflected here. We have some rents that are above market and some below. It would be wholly inappropriate, I think, just to take it right across the building, because that's not representative of the performance of the property, which is what we're trying to do. So we're trying to get inside what a potential purchaser would consider if purchasing this property in April 21.
Okay, moving on. As stated, when we move on back to page 14, which is your opinion of market, we see that 201 Portage is predominantly half of the comparables, correct?
On page 14. Yeah, it's a lot of them here, yes. It had most of the most recent leases, I guess that's why.
So you have 62 comparables, right? I don't know if I phrase this the right way. That is considerably less than the study that I brought in.
Yeah, and I explained why, because we wouldn't include step-ups. And I'll go through that in rebuttal. We have our own study.
Okay, so why would you then be using older rent that are in place in the subject property and not consider that as effective you're using that in place and you're saying it's at market, why would my analysis, which catches the rents in place per year, not be appropriate?
I think your study is great, Mr. Cole, on vacancy. I think it's skewed on market rent. To explain why step up should not be included, and I'll explain why further in the rebuttal.
But you're doing essentially the same thing for your subject property.
How's that?
You're looking at the rent in place where there's no rent, you're determining its market, you're leaving it, and any other rents you're changing to the previous market at 1850. So you're essentially doing the same things, catching all the rent and putting it in place. Whereas I'm taking the rents that are currently reported in that individual year, which seems the better alternative.
Well, in a hypothetical world, sure. I mean, but there's two concerns with it. That's not what a purchaser's buying. And secondly, again, we have to redo our capitalization rates to be based on only market rents rather than a combination of contract and market, as we've done it all.
So just so we're clear, you then are not doing a fee simple analysis. You're not doing a leasehold analysis. You're doing a hybrid analysis of the two.
No, I'm doing a fee simple analysis, and I'm following the direction of the municipal board in the A94 case that I mentioned for the Richardson building, where they state that a contract rent is usually the best indicator of market rather than the rents attained for a different building, because then we don't have to worry about adjustments for location, age, et cetera, et cetera. And this is established, Mr.
And you are aware that 220 Portage, which was contested above the municipal board, that went to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal addressed that matter much later, more recently?
No, that case dealt with an anomaly rent. So the question there was, is the contract rent the be all and end all? And we don't look at the market. And in that case, there was reasons why that contract rent in the board's minds was inappropriate. I think it was $7 a square foot. And it was a lease from Great West Light. And apparently they put a lot of work into the space after. So the board was then left with the question, is that the fee simple rent when we consider that it wasn't really reflective of the condition it's in? It's exactly what I did with RBC. The actual rent paid is $13. That's not reflective of the space in its current condition. I've applied $22 as the market. In every other case, I feel comfortable that it is appropriate in the market. So that's all that decision stated. You have an anomaly contract rent, just because it's contract does not mean it's market.
Okay. I guess lastly, it's not quite in your brief, and maybe I missed it, but I do want to speak to the sale. You effectively are in the owner's shoes today. You should know and ought to know everything the owner knows. This is the last sale of an OFA in the marketplace for Winnipeg. We have direct capitalization rates for, although you're not content stating, so I didn't go into it, for OFBs. Again, a bit dated from this reference date, but those are the last investment vehicle, office vehicles that have sold. The last OFA that is sold has been this one. This has been released as who the vendor and purchaser was. The sale has never been disclosed.
What do you mean?
The sale has never been disclosed, correct?
I think the city had asked for the information, but the owner gladly gave it.
No, what I'm saying is it hasn't been released to the public, correct?
Well, no, it was a shared transaction.
Okay. So we see a mortgage in place of 97 million. Can you confirm what the down payment is?
No, I can't confirm that. I'm sorry.
You're sitting in the owner's shoes today. Can you not? Why would you not know what the down payment was for the mortgage of 97?
I don't know that it's this. Okay, well, first of all, let's talk about the sale. Sale occurred in the beginning of 2014. It's a share sale of a portfolio of properties. It's parkade, development land, and a tower. There's no allocation done because it's a share transaction. There would be nothing registered at land titles because it's a share transaction. The market knew about it. Everybody knew about the sale. I'm surprised the city is just asking about it now. I mean, everybody knew in 2014 that the sale occurred. Does it make any sense? Does it mean anything to my analysis in April 21? Not a bit. Can I determine what the tower is worth in that sale as opposed to the parkade, which they hope to expand, and the development land, which they hope to put a 20-story building on with a hotel, multi-res, and office? In fact, the city was very clear, Mr. Cole, when you asked them for the information, and they gladly provided. And the reasons why, they state that this sale has no bearing on their opinion of market today. If you didn't want to include that as well,
if I want to clarify on the answer, because I'm not asking you exactly about the sale. I'm asking you under property registry, this is the individual roll number that's associated with the $97 million mortgage. Mm-hmm. For this property, it excludes the land and it excludes the parkade. Those are different roll numbers.
I don't know that. I don't know anything about
so that 97 million, you're not sure what the down payment was. You don't know.
No, I don't. I can't even answer anything about that instrument.
All right. That's all the questions I have. I'll have rebuttal and then I'll have summation.
Ms. Billinghurst. do you have questions?
No, no questions.
Ms. Nesbitt?
No questions, thank you.
I'm struggling a little bit here with always maintaining in my mind that we need to look at the current physical circumstances, but nothing economic after April 1st, 21. And a few minutes back, there was discussion about the fact that vacancy went down from 33% to 24% because 2 out of the 3 major spaces actually got occupied. When were those leases drafted for the occupation of that space?
Which ones, Mr. Chairman? I can list any lease.
Well, there was reference, and frankly, I'm not entirely sure, but there was reference, I believe, by Mr. Pohl to the fact that a couple of those spaces did get occupied. Was that before, like, were those leases before April 1st, 21 or after?
Before. So to put everything in context and timeline, the refurbishment to 201 Portage began when the ownership realized that they were being decimated in occupancy. This was in April 2018. And that frankly, they had a uncompetitive asset on their hands. They had let it slip behind, to be fair. It had slipped behind, I think, competition. So a lot of money has to be invested in order to, number one, bring the occupancy back to something that's not 33%. Or actually, keep in mind this, that could have gotten worse. So they have to do a lot of work to make sure they protect the current occupancy and try and increase the rest. And so the permits that are being quoted are basically the work that was completed. In fact, I was at the unveiling of the lobby that was just completed. That was last Wednesday. Because nothing really happened. I mean, the permit was taken out, and what they had done is they said to these tenants who they're trying to entice, we'll not only give you X amount in tenant inducements for your space at X rent, but hey, this building is going to look very different. And I am actually very proud of what the owners have done with this building. It looks spectacular. It's good for our downtown. But not for a second would I suggest that any of that improvement would create more income than the income it has already derived. Because the promise of that work or the completion of that work is reflected in the rents that were signed. To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, the 2 tenants that they did gain, which only gained them about half of what they lost, were Taylor McCaffrey in 2019, and BDO was one of the ones I mentioned in 2020.
Okay. When was it that leasing of True North began?
It's a good question. I know that in Q4 17, the reason I know this is because it was in our municipal board appeal with Mr. Pohl and I, the market knew that 201 Portage was losing. In fact, I quote it in the evidence here. The market knew by the end of 17 that 201 Portage was losing Taylor McCaffrey, Johnsendorf and Sweatman, and Myers Norris Penny. So when were they actually leasing? I guess it was sometime in 17. I wasn't aware of those backdoor deals.
Okay. In your page 14 that shows Class A rents.
Yes.
Lease start date. I guess somehow it just seemed curious to me. Illuminate for me, please. These are all quite recent. Was there a specific time range that you were looking at? The oldest, they're what, 2018?
Yeah, that's exactly it, Mr. Chairman. And I'll say this, that when we get to the rebuttal, it'll shine more light on our complete analysis of the downtown office. This was something that I completed actually before we finished the rebuttal study. So what was done here, and I'll just back up to explain how our internal systems work. We track rents for all of the properties, and we enter them into a spreadsheet with various information. The commencement date that you see here is exactly as you mentioned. That's the date the lease started. But you'll see, and then we have a lease end date, and then you'll see a column at the end, which is the step up date. And we are very careful to differentiate between those two, because a step up in a certain year is no bearing on what the meeting of the mind said when the lease commenced. So this subset that I pulled was using the filters Class A downtown office between 2018 and I think April 21 or at least 2020, and trying to eliminate non-arm's length leases or anything else that I felt was inappropriate. And boop, that was the subset that I got. And Mr. Bull was right. Because of the fact that Portage 201 Portage was leasing the most at this time, there's more leases at 201 Portage showing in this study.
Okay, so you were looking at a date range. That's why they all fall from 18 to 20. The end dates. There are some fairly far along, like there's 9 years and 10 years and that sort of thing without step ups. A few of them have step ups. What is the rationale for some having step ups and others not?
That's a very good question. So I should be clear. When I note the step up, what I mean is that the rent that you're looking at is the stepped up rent.
So, okay. So
yeah, so step ups to come are not entered here. That was actually a big discussion in our team and analytically, because people were entering step ups down the road and we're like, well, does that mean that this lease is the stepped up? What does it mean? So we made a decision. Don't talk about step ups until they occur, then enter that rent is a step up rent. So most of these leases will likely have step ups at some point.
So, okay, so we're only looking at the steps that occurred prior to the reference date, but with some of these, there would be steps coming after the reference date, presumably.
Yeah, that's correct.
What is the buyer buying? The expectation of those additional steps or not?
Yeah, they are. It's principle of anticipation. So they would be examining a rent roll. And that's probably why we saw that item straight line rent recovery, straight line rent. And what that is saying that, we have these rents in place or potential rents in place, but we also have this step ups down the road and we're going to amortize it across to bring present value. And so that is exactly what a purchaser's buying. They're buying the expectation of future income. But here's the point I made about the direct capitalization approach, is that if you take a cap rate and you determine the cap rate based on other sales, if everybody is using a year one stabilized, that means the cap rate already reflects the income increase expectation. So it's inherent in the capitalization.
All right. Which kind of leads me to the question, the impact of True North and the impact of the pandemic on the ability to lease space gets reflected, accounted for in the valuation through the vacancy rate, through the cap rate, through the non-recoverable expenses because they're having to spend more on trying to land people. How do you reflect the impact of True North and the pandemic in each and every one of those three things, or is it more reflected in one than another?
So I got to think about that question. Certainly the effect that what True North did is effectively cause an imbalance in supply and demand in downtown Class A or downtown office market. It needn't had if there was enough net new demand to fill the space. But in fact, what happened is supply went up, demand is static. So what we see here in the vacancy and the effects on market rent are definitely influenced by that supply imbalance. But you've got other things that are happening through the way. So there has been, let's just say that the outlook from this point is going to be a bit cloudier as we look at what the effects of the hybrid work model coming out of the pandemic may do to that supply-demand balance. And so back to the point about what is the investor buying and what does the cap rate represent? You're looking at a stabilized year one income, and then you're saying, okay, I will pay this much for that income. What do I think is going to happen to it? If I think it's going to appreciate greatly, I will pay more. My cap rate is less. If I see headwinds and I get concerned, I talk about the feeling in your stomach, that income might not be sustainable, or worse, we might see further erosion. Well, that will lead to a higher cap rate. And that's kind of what we're looking at when we talk about the anticipation of the year one income, which we're trying to reflect in the cap rate. So I'm trying to think if I answered your question. The rents and the vacancy definitely are influenced by the supply demand imbalance. That necessarily wouldn't cause a unease about the future though, because it's happened.
It would not cause what?
Unease about the future necessarily because it's
Okay.
happened. So one would hope in an ideal world that now things will start to stabilize, but now we've got this other layer. But I also, I think it's, we have to be cautious about making statements like, well, we spent this much money and so everything is going to be great. I think that's pure speculation. I think if that ever happens, we have the chance to take a look at an assessment down the road. But what we can look at is what is realistically going to happen to that year one income. And again, I have my own opinions on this. You probably all do too about downtown office. What I'm really looking to is the opinions of people who are really involved in the transactions for real estate. And they were basically saying in November 20, we're in for a rocky road.
Okay. So then I would conclude from what you said that the cap rate is likely to stay somewhat more stable. The real impact is going to be seen in the vacancy rate, maybe the non-recoverable expenses. Is that correct?
Yeah, and the vacancy allowance, I mean, when we talk about it, was 33%, which is disastrous. Let's be very clear here. That's unsustainable. That's disastrous. They managed to try and rectify that with considerable capital investment to 24%. But when you have a building that is 8% basically unleased space, and then you have a realistic market vacancy, let's keep in mind the market vacancy was 20% of the leased properties. If we include all inventory, it's still 10%. That's the highest it's ever been. I mean, that's a concern.
Okay. And then with respect to the non-recoverable expenses, you're using 7%, which is what we see sort of par for the course in applications for revision. Why isn't it higher if it's been so difficult to chase tenants and try to land them?
Yes, it's a great question. Something that we deliberated well before the assessments came out. We're saying, what do we do about what's happening out there? Because realistically, these non-recovered expenses are increasing significantly. We made the decision just to keep it static, but I think it's a very good question. And let me be clear, Mr. Chairman, the decision to accept the city's cap rate was a very tough one because every instinct, from my perspective, my humble perspective in looking at these properties is that the outlook isn't good. But what I'm trying to do, to be fair to Mr. Pohl's position as well, is that this owner has done an extremely good job of mitigating an extremely bad situation. And so I'm trying to be as fair as possible to say that maybe they won't get it hit as hard as some of the other properties.
Okay. That's all my questions. So now it is rebuttal time. Do we have a rebuttal from you, Mr. Pohl?
Yes. Yes.
And we find that somewhere.
I sent it in last night. You should have it.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. It looks like the term for rebuttal, it's applicant rebuttal before assessor rebuttal.
I'm sorry, what's that?
According to our proceeding sheets, it should be the applicant rebuttal before the assessor's rebuttal.
Oh, okay, sure.
It's up to you though, as the chair, what you'd like to hear first.
Well, given that we want to hear both, I don't know that it matters an awful lot. Right now, I'm a little concerned about where the heck do I find it?
Right. So which one are you looking to hear first? Because they're titled differently.
Mr. Pohl's.
Okay, so that one is. So it's the third from the bottom. I'll have to print a copy off our applicant, so I will need a short recess for that.
So that's the one that is called AM WCR evidence docket?
Nope, so it'll be 2023 BR commercial.
Stephen, you can email it to me if you have my email.
Yeah, I'll do that for you.
Sorry, I'm not seeing what you're describing.
Fourth up from the bottom.
He's
Sorry,
on a
fifth
different
up from
thing.
the bottom.
So it's third from the bottom in yours, Mr. Chair. It's Title 2023 WCR commercial.docx. You might need to refresh your
I guess so.
are my other panel members able to find it okay?
I believe so. It starts with pictures and it's 310 Donald, historical being the first. Is that correct?
That's what I found as well. So please tell me if that's the correct.
Yeah.
That's what I've opened up.
Yeah, that is it.
Okay, perfect.
Potter, I've just sent it to you, so just keep an eye on your inbox there, please.
Right.
Mr. Chair, were you able to see it yet?
I'm just having to go back to reload. Just a second. Reload, reformat, a whole lot of things.
And Mr. Potter, did it come through okay?
Not yet, but my computer's so slow.
Okay, yeah. It might take a second to send from my outbox too.
Okay, and it is called what again?
Well, it's going to start with 2023, so it should be third from the bottom, and then it's WCR commercial docx, and then
No, I don't have it.
okay. I can send it to you by email, and then you have it.
Might as well. Let's do that.
I think I just got it on my phone, which means it should be coming soon.
Okay, so that email just left my outbox, Mr. Chair, so it should arrive in a second now.
Got it. Thanks, Stephen.
I think I'm in a black hole. There it is.
I'll be brief as I go through this. This mainly addresses the municipal board orders that the appellant has used, as well as the capital cost argument, which I'll highlight at the end, and vacancy issue, obviously. So, are we ready? Everyone's good?
Yes.
310 Donald. This was a fairly hard order to find, as the municipal board didn't have access to it. The agent was quite nice to provide it. This is the former building that they were speaking of. It is a two-story building. Much of it was non-leasable. When it went through, it was obviously heard. You can see that it was torn down and replaced with 311 Portage, which is a Class A office building. When you look at the actual order in the year, they put a 25% vacancy on it, chronic, meaning it, you know, there's issues here, or sorry, 35% vacancy on it. There's issues here. Quite frankly, when I looked at this building historically, because I honestly didn't look at it recently, I'm not sure why they didn't explore the cost approach and deduct the improvements down to virtually nothing. It was a non-leasable building. It's not an investment grade building. No purchaser would buy it with the continuation of it being like this. It was clearly a tear down, and it's not reflective of a Class A office building at all. There's no relationship here. So it shouldn't be used. It's highly irregular, and it just, in my opinion, it just should not be used. 75 Scofield, recent order that came from the municipal board is referenced to 2016 assessment. It's referenced to April 1st, 2014.
I've included all of the INEs that are approaching the reference date of April 1st, 2014. You can see that there is some vacancy issue in the building. There's some issues with tenant retention, obviously. I'm not stating that that's not exactly reported as such, and it was. And of course, they couldn't look past April 1st, 2014. We are not dealing with that reference date here today. We can examine what happened past April 1st, 2014. What we look at is we see an investment made back into the property. And what we see is no vacancy issue once that investment was made. We see that the vacancy actually is about 2,600 square feet. There's virtually no vacancy issue once it got absorbed with the capital investment made back. What I find troubling about this order is it's dated, obviously recently, October 7, 2022. When we look through it, we can't explore post-reference information in the actual hearing. That shouldn't be done. But clearly this property has been represented by Altus for a number of years. They clearly would be aware that the vacancy that they portrayed, which would be continuing forward, never did.
Sorry, Mr. Poe, which page are we on right now?
Well, I showed all the INEs in the totality leading up from 2011 till now. And then we're starting on page 23, which is the actual order for 75 Scurfield.
Oh, the recent order that I referred to.
So as I indicated, it's an April 1st, 2014 date. You can't explore anything past that. There was issues addressed for capital investment in order to address the vacancy issue in the property. The board sided with the agent, indicating that it should be awarded a 25% vacancy. But after the fact, and given the fact that it was just heard, any agent and assessor would be well aware that this actual portrayal isn't occurring, that there isn't a chronic vacancy issue into the future. So,
sorry, Mr. Poole, I don't understand what you're talking about. What happened post-reference date and why the board erred in their decision? Is that what you're suggesting?
What I'm saying is the portrayal of what the agent made for Altus, representing that this vacancy would continue, clearly didn't. And both assessor and agent would be aware of that, considering there was prior appeals afterwards, as well as the investment that was made in the property. So,
Mr. Chairman, can I object to this?
Can if you like, but that's not the situation that
What we're supposed to do.
Mr. Slaughter. Yes, Mr. Slaughter?
Thank you. The assessor is insinuating that Altus should have known that the vacancy was going to cure itself after the reference date. And that flies in the face of everything that we're told that we're supposed to do in an assessment appeal, which is be bound, according to Broadway Square, by the circumstances of the reference date.
okay. Let's revise that. Did this actually occur as you highlighted? We can look at it now.
Okay, which page you want?
Did the vacancy stay at 25% chronic leading up to today? Or did it fall back to below market?
That's irrelevant, Mr. Poole. The board's decision was based on the evidence before them, which was up to a reference date. It's irrelevant what happened after.
So I'm pointing out that the circumstances that you indicated did not actually occur.
Fantastic. In that case, good for them.
So moving on to 1 Lombard. We see that this is the order that is cited as far as using what's in place. The Dawson report predates the Johnson report, so I guess I've never actually seen a copy, but I'll assume so. This is older information. What we see here, and I want to make...
You're on which page? Sorry.
Starting on page 35. This is the order that was highlighted. This ink approach is being used. Highlighted in yellow is that it is the ink approach being used. We see that in orange that there's a vacancy rate that's being supplied, and it's from the Dawson report. 11% is being used by the assessor. We see that considerable evidence was considering the effective value on tenant inducements. The respondent ultimately abandoned their position that value should not or should be reduced to reflect tenant inducements. So again, this is one of the orders that said no to tenant inducements. But when you actually get to vacancy and rent, they were using the Dawson report. I highlighted in I guess it's magenta. I'm sorry, I apologize. Reports such as this are useful where direct evidence of market is not available. I brought you in the entire marketplace for 6 years. You have everything. This is not the circumstance for this order. Whether they were using a Crotch report, Dawson report, Johnson report, which is limited, you don't got that today. You have a complete marketplace study of the OFA, which highlights every single parameter less cap. which I supplemented with two actual direct caps. So you have complete market evidence. You have complete asking rates, vacancies being advertised, and you have the due diligence of the assessor reviewing as you've seen. So this order, key in on that, direct evidence is not available. That is not the circumstance today.
Which page is that, Mr. Paul?
That is on page 37. My understanding is older appeals from older guard assessors is they used a lot of the Johnson report and the nature of that rather than actually creating a market study, rather than actually creating more than just a few comparables you bring into assessment appeals. I've done a complete study for this purpose. They're investment grade properties. They're Class A buildings, Class B buildings. This had to be done. It's the first time it's being released, obviously, this cycle. An old order, you're not going to get this commentary if it's actually done back then. So as we go through along, we will look to the capital costs, which starts on page 40. This is for 125 Gary, a Class B office building. Highlighted is the Class B. It is a Class B. They had treatment of parking repairs. They needed significant capital investment in that. What was at that time, obviously, it's much less given the age, cost-wise back then, but still in relationship to back then. So basically what it shows is there needed to be capital improvements made to the property. What the board decided, again, clearly these expenditures do not appear to be what are normally considered maintenance and repair costs. The board's view, they constitute work of a capital nature. They are accordingly disallowed as a deduction. That's what you have here today. You have quite a bit. The major expenditures, which they've listed, are capital costs, majority of which would be tenant improvement, tenant allowance. They have about $11 million. You have a sum of $15 million within two financial statements back to back, year to year, 19 to 20. Moving on from that point, it follows up, and I'll get to the next order, which is capital costs as well. This is obviously not a Class A building, but it highlights the case law and highlights the rationale behind it as far as the UBC material. So moving from there, we'll get to vacancy, which is on page 52. This is a recent order which I participated in, the hearing which I participated in at 330 St. Mary's. This property had a large vacancy as well. We skip down to what's highlighted on page 61, vacancy. And again, the study that you have in front of you is not what they heard. I didn't have the study finished. They heard a much less version of the OFB study. So, but I'll read through what was presented. 9% vacancy rate is applied by the assessor, calculated from vacancy rates reported from 2023 income expense questionnaires of 10 comparable properties, argumented by published market vacancy rate information. Although the property had a higher vacancy at the reference date due to expiry of a lease of a significant tenant, an anchor tenant, the building had experienced much lower vacancy rates previously. The assessor expects the reference date vacancy would be normalized to market comparables going forward. The vacancy allowances as such, obviously numerically it doesn't matter. Essentially what this stated was, I looked to the rent that was in the market in relationship to that vacancy, and we put a fee simple market. From that point, there was a 25% vacancy approaching the sale of this property. This property actually sold with that. It didn't matter. Vacancy is not always so scary. You can actually get new tenants in with new rents and upgrade your building with the tenant inducements that are at play. That's what you're seeing. So when you go down to page 64, you see what the vacancy was for the agent using the agent used an average vacancy rate of 2012 at 5%, 2013 at 5%, and then of course in 2014, right at the reference date, it was at nearly 25%. The board's rationale, which is on page 71 for vacancy. The agent calculates his vacancy rate at 11.78%, using the estimated average vacancy rates of 3 years. This methodology overestimates the vacancy rate at a single point in time rather than estimating a stabilized vacancy for a property of this quality. Post-reference vacancy rates included in the agent's brief are not considered. There was a lot of information that they discluded, didn't reference. So the board considers the assessor's analysis to be more reflective of the market and will apply the vacancy rate. So the rent attached with the vacancy rate associated, they're in relationship to each other. What we have here today is a property that underwent renovations, capital cost in nature. We had large spaces that were improved. This all speaks to the strength of it, and 2 of the anchor tenants moved in. You would see everything for vacancy pushing downwards back to market, which is 10%. With the exception of the Unitel building, granted, we would have to look at that as well. But again, it looks to me that one of the spaces in there was converted over to office, so clearly it can be. So from that on, the rebuttal is complete. If you have any questions on it, I can ask or I can answer anything if you like.
Mr. Slaughter, your questions of the rebuttal.
Yeah, I have a few things, Mr. Chairman. Okay, let me go back here. Sorry, it takes me a while to scroll on this. Okay, so your problem, Mr. Pohl, with the most recent municipal board decision where they applied a vacancy allowance recognizing the stabilized vacancy is that
75 Scarfield?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that things improve post-reference date. So the board error.
No, what I'm saying is the information brought forth indicated a scenario from the assessor, which indicated a cost that was invested in to cure that and should be reflected in the market. The agent brought in, and it's highlighted well, it is, if you read it through, that no, it should be considered chronic vacancy because of the significant vacancy that occurred within 3 years. And the board awarded that.
Right.
What we
so
see after
board
the
error,
fact,
is that what you're pointing?
No, what we see after the fact, that information is post-reference, but that a situation did not occur.
Yeah,
It
I
actually
really don't
went back to
understand.
market.
The point is
So
the
you
board
created
allowed
a
a vacancy
scenario
allowance.
which the board adopted, which didn't actually work out. Use.
But Mr. Pohl, the point of the decision is that based on the evidence before them, they looked at a 3-year stabilized vacancy and they applied a vacancy allowance reflective of that. Is that correct?
Yeah, and did they also improve
No,
the
that's the
property?
only question. Thank you.
Sorry, but I would like to hear the rest of what Mr. Pohl was going to say.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
They put
There was a but there.
They put money into the property to address the vacancy issues. The board did not accept that was enough and awarded 25% vacancy because it could not, in the board's opinion, an owner or purchaser would not expect that. What we see moving past that point, that's exactly how it played out. It went right, we went below market. You can see on the INEs that it
Was the board aware of the capital investment in that case?
They were made aware that there was improvements to the property.
Right. So the board still made the determination that they can't look into the future and speculate what some investment may or may not do based on the evidence before them. A higher vacancy allowance was awarded. Right?
What I'm stating, and I don't want to be quite clear on this, the scenario that the board adopted and Altus pushed did not in fact play out. And more reasonably, if you're going to be looking at chronic vacancy at 25%, both agent and assessor would be fully aware, given the appeal history of the property past and the board revision on what you're looking at, the income statements past, that never did occur. So from there we can move on.
We can talk a lot about what happened post-reference here in a lot of cases, but anyway, Mr. Pohl.
Okay, let's move along.
Page 37, you cite or you highlight a quote from a municipal board decision dealing with the Richardson building.
Yeah.
And you state that the board is not, or they state the board is not prepared to accept the assessor's estimations of net rent based on the Dawson report, which we believe is like the Johnson report at this time. Reports such as this are useful where direct evidence of market rent is not available. But I actually quoted the rest of this in our evidence. And you agree that after that, they state in the board's view, the direct evidence of the actual leases in the property, this direct evidence is a more reliable indicator of 1985 market rent than the Dawson report or evidence of the rent paid in other office buildings. Is that what it says?
Yes, and I'm very clear on that. You already read that portion. It was into your brief.
Right.
So what I'm indicating is that there was never actually market evidence prepared for what you see at Tribunal today. It looks like they relied heavily on asking rates and vacancy on the Dawson report. There wasn't much evidence presented. And he went with, what was that?
They state that the market rent of the contract rent of the subject property is better evidence than the rent paid in other office buildings. That's what they state here.
Yeah, and what you look at is the assessor looks like they simply brought in a similar to the Johnson report. That's not enough. In my opinion, that simply hasn't been enough for this class of properties. That's why I took the due diligence to make this study. This is a study that you're going to see a cycle after a cycle. It is completely accurate to the marketplace. It's completely accurate to outside the tribunal process for as far as advertising vacancies and asking rents. That is no longer the situation here where we go before a municipal board or board revision panel and simply bring in a few rents in the Johnson report, and here's as little as we can bring in. You have the totality of the marketplace. If this report that I prepared today would be in place here, I don't think you would have got that order.
Page 40.
Right. Oh, let's move along.
Page 42. This is a decision from a building with parkade repairs, I believe it is.
Yeah.
The quote that you highlighted is, with respect to the parkade repairs, the assessor takes the position that no part of these expenses in the amount of $139,000 constitute normal operating expenses needed to repair and maintain the subject property, but rather are expenses of a capital nature, thus not an allowable deduction. So let's be clear here. In a parkade, rents are gross, correct? There's no recoverable expenses applied to parking tenants.
Different circumstances but yeah, I generally would say that.
Right, it is very different circumstances I'm trying to make. And secondly, you made a comment about $15 million spent at the subject property. To be clear, you're not suggesting that we're asking that to be deducted, as we're trying to do in this case, right? We never suggest it be deducted.
No, what I'm stating is, as just clearly states, we don't do capital costs. It's an open and shut full stop on that. Unless it's an operating expense, an annually recurring operating expense from year to year, which is expected to affect net operating income, we don't include it or allow it.
Which we haven't. None of the capital.
Sorry, but I disagree when I see tenant inducements, which account for improvement to physical capital, and I see major expenses at that level.
Did we ask for the tenant inducements to be deducted?
Excuse me?
Did we ask for tenant inducements or capital improvements to be deducted?
You see the free rent in place. Those are tenant inducements.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant tenant inducements to
like it's summed up in roughly 15 million, where we can't really decipher out.
Yeah.
You see a $3 million major expenses, and then you see $1.5 million year before.
Right, and I don't want to reiterate, but the point there is it isn't an anomaly. In fact, it's a recurring event, and I explained why. So we'll move on from that. Page 61. I can't remember what the note on this was. Okay, 61 is the recent decision for Scurfield that we talked about.
Nope. 61 is 330 St. Mary's. It's a B prime, arguably maybe an A at one point, maybe.
Oh, so sorry. Yes, is this the one where the agent had suggested a higher vacancy?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's be clear about the circumstances here. The vacancy, if I'm correct, sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Bull. The agent here was asking for 11.78% vacancy. The actual vacancies leading up to the reference date, 5% and 5.6%.
And then 25.
And then just a blip of 25 at April 14. So the stabilized certainly was not 11.78. So I think what the board is stating here is we don't just take the blip, we look at stabilized. And I think that we both agree what we see in many board decisions is 3 years is what they typically look at. So again, this isn't the same circumstance as what we're talking about with the subject.
Be clear, they took the market rent and they took the market vacancy. That is not the subject.
Yeah, well, that's because the actual vacancy was at market, and they didn't deliberate on the rent, did they?
They took the market rent.
No, was the market rent in contention?
No, it was agreed upon.
Right, so the board didn't make any determination on the market rent. Please be clear about your statements on this.
That is clear. Okay. They took the market rent with the market vacancy. They didn't go with the contract.
Mr. Bull, the rent was agreed to. The board did not make a decision on the rent, correct?
They ordered it.
It was agreed to. You guys had agreed to it.
They ordered it.
Okay. Okay. Vacancy rate. Now, which one is this? Oh, sorry, that's the same decision. Stabilization. Okay, that's all the questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Billinghurst?
Sorry, no questions.
Ms. Nesbitt?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
And I will pass on questions. So we will move along then to Mr. Slaughter, your rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's a rebuttal that would pertain to the 3 Class A's.
We need to find it. Hang on a second.
No problem.
So, Mr. Chair, it should be in your SharePoint again. It'll be labeled item 22 or 02, and then the file number applicant rebuttal.
I have it.
Everybody
Okay, I've got the listing of evidence open again, and this one is called, repeat for me, please.
It would be called the 2023 Realty Assessment, let's see, what big word, 201 Portage, 360 Main Street, 375 Main Street at the top of mentions rebuttal.
No, I do not have it.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. It'll be listed as 02.222568 applicant rebuttal.
Oh, 02, 22, way up there.
Yeah.
2568 applicant rebuttal. Okay, I do have it.
And if I can ask the panel, because I'll be referring to items in the city's study, so it might be best if you have that ready.
Which study?
The Class OA study. Okay.
Carry on.
Thank you. So one of the contentions made by the assessor is that the actual vacancy, which is very real in such a property, it's sustained, et cetera, should not be considered. And according to the decisions he's putting forward, that we need to look to the market for similar buildings. So let's just remind ourselves what the study had said. Page 1, the city's calculation of vacancy allowance in 2020, weighted average vacancy on the top of page 1, was 20.3%. It was 19% in 2019, and it was lower at 13.7 in 2018. So it's trending upwards, and it stabilized at 16.4%. So I think no matter what you look at, the subject property, if you want to veer to the market evidence, we're looking at high vacancies in the stabilized 3 years. Now, if you look at what the assessor's stating, and I'm just going to use these 2 years for reference because it happened to be the last reference date. If we look from 17 to 20, I mentioned this earlier in the day that basically rents are stable, the face rents, effectives are going down. Vacancy has gone up and expenses slightly up. Now, if we plot that, Mr. Chairman, if we were to say, what is the income of the aggregate Class A market downtown? What has happened to it from the last reference date? And we take those numbers and we plot them into a valuation on page 2 for 2017. The income would be $30,253,872 for the properties in the study. We use the numbers that indicate the 2020 circumstances, and that income drops to $21,821,000. So again, when I stated earlier that the market is in a tough position, that is a tense market, and that investors would probably be uneasy, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is coming from the city study.
Sorry, may I ask a question? Where's the 1959 come from?
That's the weighted, sorry, you have 1994, you're right.
And you're using the lease.
Oh, no, sorry, 1959 is the weighted average rent in 2017 with all the other rates in 2017. And then we compare that to what it would look like in 2020, where the weighted average rent is 1994, vacancy 20%.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
All right, Mr. Slaughter, why do you say we look at what it would look like?
No, what I'm simply doing, Mr. Chairman, is taking the aggregate net income of the downtown office according to the city study.
Yeah.
What would it have been with the weighted average rent that he mentions across the total area, with the vacancy at the time, with the shortfall at the time, et cetera? What would that income look like compared to the income in a market where the rents haven't changed, but the vacancy's gone up to 20%? And the income, of course, one would expect, but it's gone down considerably. The aggregate income.
Okay, I'm being thrown by your use of the word would. You're not using it that in the conditional sense, if something was to happen in the future. You're just saying that this was not calculated, but if you did calculate it?
Yes, based on the study, based on the numbers in the study, if we plot those as an income approach and we determine the aggregate net income,
Okay.
considerably less in 2020 than it was in 2017.
All right.
Okay, so now we looked at the same thing the city did. Because again, we represent all of the 6 buildings, so we have all the information. And what we've done, Mr. Chairman, is we've included, and I'm going to go through each of the buildings in evidence that should have been heard today, but we also include, starting on page 7, the board's reference, is every rent.
Sorry, I have to check one more time. I apologize. But you have 1,879,321 square feet. And you're saying from 17 to 2022? That wouldn't summate to that. You have 283,000 added on to 1,161,000, which would give you roughly, you'd be looking at 1.4 range. I don't know where you're getting the 1.8.
Well, I'll show you. I have an inventory of every single.
Are you taking the total area for the 15-16 year? Because that might equate to, I didn't submit it quite.
No, I don't think you have the total leasable area, do you? Of the downtown.
No, because the total leasable area would have been affecting one of the study.
So to answer Mr. Pohl's question, at the bottom of page 3, I summed each of the office areas for the buildings, and the total of the 6 is 1.879321. Or sorry, 1,879,321.
So from how many is the sum of the total area of all the buildings?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Sorry, I thought you were talking about leasable series.
No. Okay. No, because we're taking it as a potential gross, and then we deduct the vacancy.
And that number is the total number from all 6 buildings, the way that you calculate the area, not necessarily the way that the assessor has?
Yeah, I don't think the assessor calculated the areas, just the aggregate rents and the aggregate vacancies.
This is a reinterpretation of the data that I presented. It's not in the same way that I presented.
So no, it's exactly this data, Mr. Chairman. I'm just applying, I mean, I could use $1 square foot to show the same math, right? It's the same percentage drop. I'm using exactly the data on here. I've just simply used the total leasable area of the downtown office.
I guess my particular interest is in 201 Portage Avenue, and does the 502,000 square feet account for the Unitel building and the bustle and the basement, et cetera, or not?
Yes, it does. And the reason is that was the rents that we were looking at in the building or the vacant space. So we have to take the total to start with.
All right.
Yeah. So we did the same study. Every building is examined, and on page 7, you'll see. And now this is, I've tried to be careful because we're trying to not disclose everything about every rent. But the color coding is the different buildings. So we have 360 Main, 201 Portage. At the bottom, it turns to 375 Main, and then 400 St. Mary, or sorry, 200 Graham, 400 St. Mary, and 311 Portage. They're all here. This is every rent in the downtown Class A. I've used the color codes to indicate where I'm aware of significant TIs, significant, not just TIs, significant. I've used color coding to indicate where there is an annual rent credit deduction, and I've used color coding to indicate in purple if they're non-arm's length leases, which we find a lot at the Richardson building. So each of the buildings was examined in the exact same way that I thought the study had done, looking at the rents in place at 2020. And, I'll start with on page 3 in the middle here, I have a graph. This is the city study. This is what they're concluding for each of the buildings. And I've applied what the area that they cite is leased in that year, 2020, and the weighted average of the rent. And when I run through that exact same math, you'll see here, as totaling it all up, the weighted average I come up with is 1956 a square foot. It's a little different math, but it's the same numbers, exact same numbers as in the study, rather than the 1994. But here's the concerning thing, Mr. Chairman. I couldn't figure out why 311 Portage was included in the 2020 numbers, because I mentioned, and actually, if I could draw your attention, please, to the very last page in the brief.
Very last page in your rebuttal?
Rebuttal, yeah. Should look like this.
too far away to tell. It's a
Okay, it's,
larger chart.
It's the income and expense noted for 311 Portage. Does everybody have that? I think it's the last page.
310 Donald,
Let's see.
311.
Look above that, Mark, in the very top, the very, very top one.
Oh, in the black?
Yeah.
So does everyone have this page that's an income expense line for 311 Portage? Yeah, okay. So there are 5 tenants, and 3 of which are main floor restaurants. The 2 office tenants are Stantec, and I won't go into the stories of why I think these leases are high, but Stantec developed the property. I'll just give that piece of information. And then the second rent for IQ Matrix, that again had a significant TI. Those are the rents. They're signed in 2015, 10-year leases. So this is why I was so surprised to find that in the city study, and I'll ask you to turn back to the city study now, please. On page 3, you'll find 311 Portage, and you'll see that for 2015, 16, 17, 19, and 20, they're showing multiple leases, 4 in 15, 1 in 16, 2 in 17, 3 in 19, and 2 in 20. And I've now learned that it's because the assessor is including step-ups. I think that's wholly inappropriate. If you take what are just 2 leases signed in 15 and you count them 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times, you're going to skew your numbers. Those 2 leases should have only showed up once in 2015, because that's when the lease was signed for 10 years. And yes, there are step-ups, as there is in many leases. But what's happened here is we counted. Remember, these are the highest rents, and we counted them over and over again in the weighted average calculations.
We gotta respond to that.
I think that would actually be helpful at this point because I'm a tad confused.
Yes. You represent this property. You obviously can get the owner's income expense questionnaire. Did you happen to look at all 6 years?
Yeah, I have all the years. I have one of the years in the
So what did they report?
Well, they report that it's one lease from 2015.
They report individual CRUs exactly how I indicate, exactly how we went over.
Yeah, but they don't sign the lease over and over again in each year.
They
Well, this is my
conglomerate it to one large sum, and then in other years they report individual CRUs.
Well, no, that's not what happened. The lease itself is a 10-year lease.
If I'm allowed to
signed in
finish.
2015. I mean, we can play with numbers all we want.
Okay, hang on a second, please, Mr. Pohl.
If you were to simply put each 6 years in, it would be self-explanatory. You chose to only put this one in. If you would have looked and brought them all in, you would have seen that as they went through, they reported individual CRUs with individual rents, and within those years, there was changing of the actual rents in place.
Okay, Mr. Pohl,
We are being
did they
reflective.
negotiate each of those step-up rents each year?
I'm being reflective of what the ownership is showing us on the INE.
Well, I'm telling you that it's impossible. They didn't negotiate the rents over and over again each year.
Now, if we adjust this and we make sure, if you look at how I value this, if you look at the graph, this is set up in a way where outlying rents take that into account. You see the.
On the contrary,
CRUs
sorry, who's presenting here in this question? Can we?
Well, you stated there's something wrong. I'm addressing it.
There's something very wrong. You've counted the same 2 very high above normal rents 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times in your study when it's 2 leases signed in 2015.
Do you see the step up? I've already explained how it's presented. You're catching the step ups and the increases of rent per year. Every year is in relationship to each other. And you see, I've already stated that 4 of the CRUs are outside of the 95% confidence interval, or we were not included. And you've also seen that of those, the remainder, there would be of the 7 CRUs, which are on the other side. I already said there is a more relationship within the 1 standard deviation, which is what you should be using.
Okay, can I continue, Mr. Chair?
So this is done correctly.
No, it's not.
Thank
at
you.
all.
All right,
On page 3,
Mr. Slaughter.
on page 3, if in fact we do consider that inappropriate to count every single step up in the study, if we remove.
All right, page 3 of what?
Page 3 of my rebuttal evidence.
Page 3 of your rebuttal. Okay.
Okay, so we're taking the assessor's evidence for recognizing that 311 Portage has been counted multiple times. If we take 311 Portage out, the weighted average actually is $18.16. That's a drastic difference from both.
Where do I see $18.16?
Right in the middle of page 3. That is the city's evidence summarized. But because I have a great concern with the multiple counting,
With page 3.
page 3 of the rebuttal evidence.
The third bullet down?
That's correct. Yeah, it's a chart right in the middle, not the colored one, but right in the middle of the page.
Okay.
Okay, so what that is again, Mr. Chairman, is the summary of the city study. But in recognizing that multiple step-ups have been included from 311 Portage, I tried the exercise of removing that property because it's only 2 leases. And that changes the weighted average drastically from my calculation of his math of 1956, whereas they're stating 1994, to 1816. And so I come back to the point, if the assessor included step-ups, well, that explains why my study and their study is so different. But they shouldn't have included step-ups, especially one for a property where it's stepped up apparently annually. Because there's 1 lease. It was signed in 2015, 2 leases. I hope that makes sense.
Well, somewhat. I'm just wondering, you say that you have modified this to correct it by completely taking out 311 Portage. Why would you completely take it out as opposed to providing a modified for it?
Because this is the 2020 summary that I'm quoting from the city study. There was no leases signed in 2020 at 311 Portage. The leases were signed in 2015 for 10 years with step-ups.
All right.
So if you, Mr. Chairman, you can see what happens though. It skews every one because those are such high rents that if you count it 4 times in 2015, once in 2016, twice in 2017, 3 times in 2019, and twice in 2020, your weighted average would be completely skewed.
No, I disagree strongly.
Okay, so I'll continue. We then have looked at all of the leases on the 3 properties in evidence today. And we looked only at the leases, because this is what I thought was the exercise. What are the leases signed in that year or renewed, but not step-ups? So on page 4, we look at 360 Main. This is a property we'll discuss, I guess, on the next hearing. Okay. But Mr. Chairman, I think this is important because it shows the differences between how I would interpret this study and what I've learned this morning, that includes step-ups. So 360 Main, according to the city study, and I'll just cite this, I don't think you need to turn to it right now. 360 Main had 4 leases signed in 2020 and 4 in 2019. And I have the rent rolls, and I have 2 rents signed in 2020 and 1 in 2019. And you'll see on page 4 what those rents actually are. $20 a square foot for unit 1150, and $16.50 for unit 1900. That's KPMG, who was drawn over from the Richardson building. And that included significant over $100 in TIs, and they still only got $16.50 a square foot. So the weighted average of the leases signed in that year was $17.79, not $19.20 as stated by the city. I do this exercise for all 3 buildings that we have in evidence today, Mr. Chairman. And in some cases, Mr. Pohl's numbers are not far off of mine, but in some cases they greatly are. And the only conclusion I can come to then, because I've exposed everything, it's all here. And the only conclusion is because step-ups have been included as rents negotiated in that year, which in my mind completely skews the study. So I can go through each building and give you what my weighted averages are of each building. Again, 360 Main and 20, I'll just talk 2020, 1779. 201 Portage, we already talked about this one. And in 2020, it was about $18.
Sorry, where are you now?
So I'll go through each of the properties. Now I'm on page 5 for 201 Portage. So this is looking at what was actually signed in the date, not including step-ups that happened to occur during the date. Okay? Very different things. 201 Portage. These are the actual rents. We already talked about them. That's why I'm going quickly. But these are the rents signed in 2020 and the rents signed in 2019. Different conclusions. I'll now turn to page 6. This is the Richardson building. The city states that there were 15 leases signed in 2020 and 23 leases signed in 2019. Well, I have 7 signed in 2020 and 6 signed in 2019. And again, our numbers are, well, actually the averages aren't that far off. Mine average is 1770 in 2020, the city said 18. So our numbers are right, but there's no way there are 23 leases signed in 2019 in the Richardson building. It's not possible. There isn't even that many units. Most of those are owner occupied by the Richardsons, about a third of the building. So again, I commend anybody who takes the effort to look at, into all these numbers, but I have serious concerns about the conclusions. So for transparency, for the board's sake, I have included every rent in the Class A market, starting on page 7, for the 6 buildings, as I mentioned. And I've tried to indicate where TIs are significant, where non-arm's length leases are in place, where rents have been netted down from gross or semi-gross. I've tried to put notes on which are renewals. I've tried to expose everything about the market, and I come to a very different conclusion than the city does. At the end of this, of the 1,499,000 square feet that is leased in 2020, this is everything that's leased. So yes, it includes step-ups now, it's everything. It's a different conclusion. It's everything. And the average rent paid is $18.18. Below that, this is on page 10, Mr. Chair. That's the summary of every rent in the downtown office, Class A market. And if you remember, I went through this exercise when I was talking about Tool and Portage. I went through the leases signed in 2020. I went through all of the leases in place in 2020. I looked at every lease signed between 2018 and 2020 and all the other buildings. And you'll recall that the conclusions almost always hovered around 1775 to 1820 or so. And I used 1850 as the market. Time and time again, I show the same numbers. 1994 is skewed. Why? Because it includes multiple step-ups. I made sure to exclude ground floor retail at the bottom, typical storage. And then I've also, for the board's reference, included, if we're talking about vacancy in the other buildings, I have every unit that's vacant in 2020 in the Class A market, starting on page 11. And this part, I will commend the city, their number. I'll pause. Could I please ask the panel to turn to page 3 again?
3?
3, yeah. This is the summary of everything that we've exposed. Now, I've only done 2019 and 20. I didn't go back too far. But you'll see each of the buildings, what the office area is calculated. That's not really an important thing. And you're right, it includes the Unitel 201 Portage, but I'm just trying to get a sense of what's the inventory that we're dealing with in the study that I show. And then I have the leases signed in 19 and what the average is of those leases, the leases signed in 20 and what the average is for those leases. And then I have the average of all leases in 2020, that's the 1818. And then I show the vacancy. And this is totaled up from the exact units, everyone exposed. And in this case, we're bang on. The city said the vacancy in 2019, I think, was 17%. And in 2020, it was 20%. And that's exactly my numbers. So I'll summarize, Mr. Chairman, by saying I don't mean to be picking apart the city study. I think it's very commendable of Mr. Pohl to take the time, because it's a lot of time to go through this exercise. But I don't think we're comparing apples to apples, and therefore I have a serious concern about the conclusions of the document.
Thank you. Mr. Pohl, questions?
Yeah, I'll just have some response to that. Clearly, I would like to point out the agent has spoken to an 1850 market rent. We have an 1874 rent on it. If that is an opinion of market, we're so close that it doesn't need to be argued for the subject property. They then go into a hybrid approach using contract rent and saying it's good enough to be considered to be simple. And then they apply it. They take the rents that are in place. The rents that are in place did not all start in 18, 19, and 20. The rents that are in place that he's referencing are older lease start dates. I've essentially done the exact same thing, but I've done it to catch the step ups per year in relationship to what's being shown on the INE. And every INE, they're exactly what the owner is indicating. So for an ownership a group showing us what they're signed at, and then a few later you start catching the step ups. And if there's any free rent that's in there, that gets lessened as you go along. You start getting to the true market rent. We've done essentially the exact same thing that the agent has done here today, but is saying we're doing wrong. You can go through the brief and you can look at the contract rents that are in place. They don't all start at 18 or 19 or 20. You can see when they start, and they agree that that should be put in place. So why can't we simply use the rents that are exactly the same thing that's being shown on the INEs?
we can't do it, but they've done it and they've done it. I've been in hearings for years where it's straight contract. We agree that that's what it is. That's what our perspective is. And that's what they put in place for the assessor to go through every single INE, every single CRU as being reported to the owner from the owner, firsthand knowledge, sworn to be complete, true and accurate. And we're using what's being held out to us. That's appropriate. If we catch a step up that is $1 or $2 more, which is typically what they are, 50-cent, $1 or $2 more, whatever. That's appropriate to use as market. It's close enough to market. It's close enough to the start of that date that we can start using that. This whole study is crafted to ensure that tenant inducements are normalized or reduced. That's what we're doing. We're catching, or I should say, that's what we're catching in step ups. As you move away from the start of the date where your tenant inducement would be, you're starting to catch what it is as you go along. This is exactly how you should be valuing it. I see no rationale to this being wrong. If you look at 311 Portage, I find it quite amusing that all of the INEs weren't brought in today. You have access to all of them. You would have seen exactly where the data pulled from.
And Mr. Paul, I'm sorry, but I'm just a little concerned that we'll get into rebuttal to rebuttal to rebuttal to rebuttal. This is supposed to be questions. We've got to cut this short at some point.
Essentially, what I'm looking at here is a first look at this, but it appears to be we can do it, but you can't.
Okay. If you don't have any actual questions, then I'll turn to Ms. Billinghurst. You have questions?
I have no questions.
And no voice left either, hey? Ms. Nesbitt?
No questions, thank you.
Just for my sake, a bit of clarification, Mr. Slaughter. So I have not dealt previously with an issue with respect to step-ups in an application for revision. So forgive me, I need a little bit of education here. If a rent was initially signed, or a lease was initially signed in, say, 2015, and it was known that there would be a step-up in 2020, it's a 10-year lease. Why wouldn't the step-up amount from 2020 be more reflective of the economic circumstances of the property close to the reference date than the 2015 amount? Or am I really misunderstanding something here?
Well, let me be clear, Mr. Chairman. If a rent stepped up, if we're looking at a rent in 201 Portage assigned in 2015 and it stepped up in 2020 to a higher amount, we apply the higher amount. That's the income that's being purchased at the time. My concern is that this study that the city has brought in mentions years where leases are signed. And a lease being signed is very different than a step up that's in a lease that was signed at the previous date. It doesn't give any indication to the market at that time in the meeting of the minds. So, and so what happens though, Mr. Chairman, is that by including every step up for that property, which is the extraordinary property, we've counted it, as I mentioned, 4 or 5, I think it was 11 times. There's only 2 leases that were 10 years each, signed in 2015. I can bring in all the expense values you want. The fact is, those are the leases. I've seen the leases, right? So what you're doing is counting that rent over and over and over. And whether you want to include step-ups or not, it's fine. But what it does is when you include that one over and over and over, it skews your weighted average. I've shown that.
Does just changing the label on that column resolve the issue then?
Well, I wouldn't, I still would have, it would resolve the issue so there was transparency, but I would still suggest then that when you have a lease that continuously step up and you keep counting it, you're skewing your numbers. It's the highest rent that we see in downtown Winnipeg. As I said, as a test, what happens if just those 2 rents are taken out of the entire study? Look at the difference of the weighted average. It dropped from 1956 to 1818. That's a skew.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes my questions. Consequently, I think we have come on the long and winding road to the end of 201 Main Street.
Summary statements, closing statements.
You would like to?
Property feel as this would be necessary. Yeah.
Pardon me?
It would be necessary for this, yes.
All right.
Okay, and I'll be brief. We have
an order from 2020, which is a reduction of some $43.7 million, which reduced it from 136 million approximately to 92 million. It was granted by this panel. We have an appeal to the municipal board. We are going back to appeal. We see that there was a sale of this property, although they will not disclose the sale. The ownership has a choice to or not. They did not. You can see that the mortgage in place is for $97 million. And you know it is for that particular roll number because it states so. And you know that they didn't get zero down mortgage on it. You'd have to put something down. The sale price would be north of 97 million. And at 33%, 30% or so, it's roughly 130 million, which is what our assessed value is here today. When you look at the marketplace that's in place, I showed what the study that I've shown. I've showed that the actual rents that are in place that are new or step ups in place in those years, which are in relationship to. That is precisely correct. That is precisely what the owners are indicating to us. To say that it can't be used or shouldn't be used, excuse the number, is completely wrong, considering the agent across from me has used contract rent for as long as I've been doing this. So for us to use the contract rent in place in that year is appropriate, and I don't see why this is being brought up. We're reflective of what the market is. So you have a good synopsis of what it is. We see that the average asking price for all 6 years for the subject property is $20 net. We see that the tenant inducements that are in place for this, including capital costs, which would apply back to tenant fit up, is roughly $15 million over 2 years. We see a number of free rents that are in place. Despite that, you see from the actual on page. The study for it is $18.43 for the weighted for the year, or $17.87 because it's affected a little bit lessening there. Essentially, what you heard the appellant say is an $18.50 rent is market, and I've heard it quite a few times today. We have an $18.74 rent. That's close enough. That's right where market should be on a fee simple basis. So when we do the entire parameters in place, our number is quite conservative. It's quite appropriate. We have direct evidence. We have direct evidence of cap rates, not speculative, not going into an economic future and pulling them back and look, it might be scary. Those are events that haven't occurred yet. Those are reasons why we shouldn't be valuing that. That's post-reference economics situation, which we not are supposed to do at April 1st, past April 1st, 2021. So when I look at the complete totality of our analysis, we see an asking rent of $20. We see an applied rent of $18.74. Obviously, the concourse is a little bit more at $33 or so. It's right in line with market in a premier building. And not only that, we see the capital costs that have been invested. We see the renovations that have been incurred. We see the tenancies that's been addressed with new anchor tenants moving in, and the majority of it renovated spaces where any purchaser buying this will look at it and go, yeah, you were suffering for a little bit. You put a lot in, it's been invested properly. You got your anchor tenants in place. The residual tenancies that are non-anchor tenants in the building are paying. And I encourage you to go through the rent roll in full and look to your right where you see where the step ups go to after the free rents are deducted. You see that an $18.50 or an $18.74 rent is most appropriate. We're literally right there. So when I value this and I'm looking at this at $130 million mark, it's very conservative value. It's a very provable, defined value. And yet we have a sale from the owner, which doesn't want to be disclosed, where we have a mortgage at $97 million. We know that it's not a no money down mortgage. There's got to be security put down. And typically at 30%, that pushes you back to the $130 million mark. So I think all avenues of looking at this shows exactly how it should be valued at $130 million. Our case law from the Municipal Assessment Board has been followed. It's been followed up by a marketplace study that's quite robust. That's exactly where it should be, reflective of the market in years in line with each other, as well as we actually looked at the sale, which is yet to be disclosed by the ownership group.
So with that, I don't think it's warranted for reduction. And I urge the panel not to make a reduction the way they did in 2020. Thank you.
Mr. Slaughter.
First off, I think 3 times in that summation, Mr. Pohl said that the owner refuses to disclose the sale price. Again, it's a share sale of multiple assets, and they did disclose it when asked by the city. They also
I'll tell you what, let's not rebut the summary. Let's just have a straight summary.
Mr. Chairman, he said it 3 times. You can't make that comment. Anyway, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I'd like to summarize by saying what we've tried to do to the best of our ability is present to you the way a potential purchaser would view this property in its current physical condition based on the performance as of April 1st, 2021. And that's why the contract rents are important, although we have, to be very clear, swayed from the contract rents where we feel it is appropriate and applied market. Now, market at 1850 may be on the high side, but we applied it anyway. But to say that then that should be applied across the board with no consideration, I don't think there's one thing I agree with in this valuation: the leasable area, the quality of space, the fact that actual rents are being ignored. The study actually has the actual rents, they're ignored. The owner has provided the actual vacancies, they're ignored. The owner shows the incomes, they're changed. There's nothing here which reflects from the city, that reflects the performance of the property. What I've tried to do is walk through in a very transparent and supported way how, in my opinion, a potential purchaser would view this property. And for that reason, I asked the board to consider the value of $100,235,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we are finished. We're finished for the day. We obviously have a few more to deal with at a later date. We will work out a suitable date to do that. Thank you for your information today. Panel members and Mr. Lund, I'd like to speak to you briefly after the parties have left the room.
Thanks very much.